Sword Art Online, Progressive, 008, Rhapsody of a Crimson Heat, Part 2. Written by Reki Kawahara. Illustrations by Abec. Design by BP. Translated by Stephen Paul. Read by Mae Zurita. 7th floor of Aincrad, January 2023. 14. She knew from a book in the real world that the word spa, as used in Japan to refer to an all-in-one bathing and beauty complex, came from the name of an actual hot spring area in Belgium. So when Nanur, the overseer of the Volupta Grand Casino, suggested that they go to the spa, she was briefly taken aback, but then she adjusted her perception. These people were residents of an unfamiliar world, and yet they spoke Japanese. It was simply a part of the convenience of the game. It was all a VR MMORPG being run in a virtual reality, and the people in it were merely NPCs being operated by the program itself, she supposed. "I'll scrub your back for you, Asuna," said Kismel, the dark elf washing her hair directly to Asuna's left. Asuna was startled, but came to her senses with a smile. "Really? Well, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all." Kismel grabbed a thin sponge that looked to have been fashioned out of some kind of plant, poured some bottled liquid onto it, and frothed it up, then moved her wooden stool to sit behind Asuna. Kismel began to rub the sponge on Asuna's back. It was just the right amount of pressure. Not too strong, not too weak. She didn't think anyone had done this since the early days of elementary school, when her family actually bathed together. Kismel wasn't just some program. She was something very different from artificial intelligence as Asuna understood it in the real world. At this point in time, Asuna viewed Kismel, and many of the other NPCs she'd met, as real people who lived in a real world called Aincrad. She was certain that her temporary partner, Kirito, shared that view. As Kismel went to work, the principal representative of other NPCs, Nanir, watched the activity to their right. "That looks very pleasant. Will you do that to my back too, Kismel?" "Gladly. Just give me a moment," Kismel finished, scrubbing Asuna's back, then used the basin full of hot water to carefully wash off the suds. "Thank you, Kismel." "You're welcome," she said, smiling at Asuna, then moved the seat over to her right. Nanir was seated on another wooden stool. She had her luxurious golden hair parted in two, hanging in the front over her shoulders. Kismel sponged it very gently. Asuna smiled to herself as the girl closed her eyes in bliss. Then she looked around the rest of the bathing area. The bath in the luxury hotel on the 3rd floor of Volupta Grand Casino was certainly deluxe enough to be called a spa. Upon passing through the door in the hallway, they entered a lounge with reclining chairs, then a pristine changing room, followed by the bath at last. It was reminiscent of a real resort hotel, hot spring grand bath, a local public bathhouse, or a neighborhood health spa, and yet also unlike those things. For one thing, there were no windows. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and if there had been a big window pointing south, they'd be able to bring in all kinds of sunlight. But the only light came from the lantern on the wall. The natural black rock interior made the bath very dim, if not as dim as Nanir's room. On the other hand, there was a great variety of plants around the place that made it feel like a greenhouse, and not so cramped and stuffy. Half of the bathing room, which was a good 30 feet to a side in total, was dedicated to a washing area, built in direct facsimile of the Japanese style. Pipes pumped in fresh water at all times, while wooden bath stools sat in front of the shelves with sponges, shampoo, and body soap. As a matter of fact, you could say that this entire facility was Japanese style. There weren't many group baths like this in America or Europe. In a sense, given that Einkrad was based on classical fantasy themed after medieval Europe, this place might be inappropriate for the setting. But to Asuna, any realism-based design philosophy that would eliminate a spacious, luxurious bath was worth less than the blood-sucking slugs in Looser Rock Forest. Between the tented bath in the Dark Elf camp on the 3rd floor, Yofel Castle on the 4th floor, the village bath in Shiaya on the 5th floor, and the underground bath in Castle Galley on the 6th, Asuna had received an immeasurable amount of refreshment and vitality. Even the bath in the room above the farmhouse that Kirito was renting on the 1st floor, if she hadn't been able to bathe to her heart's content that day, Asuna might have lost her will to fight against this game of death forever. She recalled that the bath was where she had first met Argo, the info dealer. When the girl strode right into the bath, Asuna had screamed her lungs out, but now Argo was a friend she could confide in without reservation. Speaking of Argo, she had quickly washed her hair and body and was now monopolizing the spacious bath. When Asuna spotted her in the state of utter relaxation with her limbs splayed out wide, she couldn't wait any longer. "I'm going into the bath," Asuna told Kismel. "Yes, I will join you soon." Asuna stood up and crossed the stone floor to the bath. She used her bucket to rinse off first, then slid into the crystal clear water. She couldn't stop the sound from escaping her throat. The numbing, throbbing sensation extended to the tips of her fingers and toes, and she sank down to her mouth and closed her eyes. SAO's VR system had trouble recreating the sensation of liquid, Kirito had said once. It was true that when she bathed on the 1st floor, something felt off about the way the water pressured against her bare skin. The sense of overall pressure, the reflection of light on the water surface, and the way individual droplets worked. But the more opportunities she found to bathe, the less she minded these things. Either she was getting used to VR bathing, or the system itself was evolving. If Kirito were here, she could ask him his thoughts, and then she had to scold herself. No, he's not supposed to be in here. As though reading her mind, Argo lazily murmured, "Gosh, if only Keyboy could be here too." Asuna very nearly swallowed some water. She had to lift her mouth back above the bath. "Why would you say something like that? There's no men's bath here." "Just give him a blindfold. He'll be fine." "That would be kind of mean," Asuna chuckled. But then she realized something. "Wait, Argo, was there a sign that this was a women's only bath?" "Nope." She glanced back at the entrance. That meant that this was a mixed bath, and a male NPC, or worse, player, could walk through at any moment. "You're safe," said a voice from behind her, once again reading Asuna's thoughts. She spun around and saw Nanir, her face and body washed, standing with her hands on her hips. "The hotel's guests can only use the bath between 3 and 9 o'clock. It's all hours at the moment. That means we can even do this." She crouched briefly, then sprang high into the air, did a pike flip, and landed bottom first into the bath. Despite her tiny size, the sheer momentum of her maneuver splashed water in everywhere. It rained down over Asuna and Argo's head. They sat there, unmoving, as water dripped from their bangs. Kismel, meanwhile, silently slipped into the water and said, "If Miss Kyo were here, she would have scolded you." She certainly would have, admitted Ninir as she floated up to the surface. Almost every bath I take is accompanied by Kyo, so on the few occasions this is not the case. I get to do things I'm not normally allowed to do. Why don't you try jumping in too? I'll pass, Asuna said, doing her best to smile. On the inside, she was thinking, there's no way this girl is just a program. She slicked back her wet hair, then relaxed once again. The bath was a bit on the hot side, but the good thing was that you couldn't get lightheaded or dehydrated in the virtual world. Even better, her waist-length hair didn't need to be tied up before it hit the water. There was no loose hair floating in the water or clinging to her skin. If I get used to the conveniences of this world, I'm going to have a hard time when I get back to reality, she chuckled to herself, until her smile turned bitter. She was acting like they'd come so far since the first floor, but they were only on the 7th. There were 93 unconquered floors of Aincrad above their heads. Even if they took a week to complete each one, that would take nearly 2 years. And that was an optimistic view. The difficulty was only likely to rise as they went upward. Strangely, however, thinking about the future didn't fill her with the same sense of despair as before. She had to banish the idea that she might be getting used to this wild scenario. A virtual game world that would kill her if the HP dropped to 0, even once. Maybe she was getting a tiny bit used to it, but that wasn't all. Most likely, there was something building up within her that was neutralizing that despair. The beauty of the scenery, the taste of the food, the pleasure of the bath, the satisfaction of solving riddles, the socialization with Argo and Kismel, and her ever-present black-haired temporary partner. It was a little galling to admit it, but for every time he angered her or annoyed her or surprised her or delighted her, some tiny bit of the built-up silt of fear and panic at the bottom of her core blew away. If she kept going on adventures with him, would all that darkness within her eventually disappear? Would she feel like there was a meaning one day, a benefit to having been trapped in this place? She couldn't be sure yet. Maybe some massive, unseen misery was going to beat her down, leaving her unable to get back up again. But even still... On her right, Kismel's eyes were closed. On her left, Argo was watching with a smile on her face. Across from her, Ninir floated on the water, limbs outstretched. Asuna decided that if she had the chance later tonight, she'd invite Kismel in the bath again. 15. Sheesh, it's hot. After some thought, I opened my menu window and unequipped my main armor, the Coat of Midnight. After another few seconds of consideration, I also returned my fortified breastplate to that storage. That left my only clothing, aside from my underwear, as black long-sleeved shirt and black pants. Both were tight-fitting, but the pants are made out of a fantastical material called shadow thread, which gave them substantial bonus to hiding and also a small amount of temperature regulation. I sighed and took a look around. My current location was in the middle of a narrow, dark path between the north wall of Volupta Grand Casino and the tall wall surrounding it. A heavy iron gate separated this path from the front garden of the casino, so it was clear that guests were not meant to come back here. But because SAO didn't have those invisible walls from classic 3D action RPGs, you could always cross any fence or wall, provided you had the strength or agility. And the game did not automatically turn you into an orange criminal for doing so. But NPC town guards were a different story. I didn't think they'd just attack me without warning, but after what happened at Herentry Palace, it was quite possible I'd be apprehended, taken to jail, and held for questioning. On my left was the wall of the 4-story casino building, and on my right was the 10-foot wall. If I got trapped on both sides, front and rear, there would be no escape. Tonight was our plan to expose the wrongdoing of the Korloi family for Ninir, and tomorrow was our crucial mission to take back the sacred keys and restore Kismel's reputation. I couldn't afford to be arrested for even a single night. Should I turn back and play it safe? I wondered. But there was a vague worry deep in my gut that I'd been missing some crucial detail. We'd all but confirmed that the Korlois were dyeing the fur of a higher species of lyan to pass it off as a rusty lyan in the battle arena. Kyo, the maid, was mixing the decoloring agent at this very moment, and once sprinkled on the creature in view of the betting public, Korlois would have no excuse. In my head, I knew Ninir's plan was foolproof, but the gamer part of me always suspected a trap when things were going too smoothly. I'll just take a quick peek at the monster stables behind the casino, and if nothing sets off my intuition radar, I'll leave at once, I told myself, then resumed walking down the path. Fortunately, I reached the northwest corner of the building without encountering any guards, so I pressed my back against the white surface of the casino and listened closely. I could hear the faint sound of talking, but no one seemed to be coming closer. Leaning just barely around the corner, I took a quick peek. There was a space behind the casino, lined with stones, that was much more expansive than the front garden. 3 carriages, without any horse, were parked there. The doors of the rear of the carriage were made with iron bars that slid sideways, making it seem like these carriages were for transporting monsters captured in the wilderness. On the northern end of the space was a warehouse-like structure, but I heard the sound like whinnying now and then, which suggested it was a horse stable. I leaned out farther so I could look along the wall of the casino itself. There was a massive gate close enough to the carriage to pass through, with smaller doors on either side. Inside had to be the monster stables I was after. I'd assumed that would be a separate building, but they kept the space inside the casino. My initial plan was to sneak up and peek through the window, but that was now impossible. Sneaking inside would be much too dangerous, and yet one of those 2 small doors was half open, beckoning me closer. Fine, I'll go, I growled at the SAO game system, or just my own goddess of fate. Once again, I examined the whole space beyond the corner. From the horse stable, which was no more than 20 feet from my current hiding spot, I could hear the faint sounds of a mop being used and a voice singing a rather silly song. But there wasn't any other sign of humanity. My guess was that the capturing teams for the Nutch Toys and Korlois were still out doing their jobs. I steeled myself for the task ahead, rounded the corner, and rushed along the wall in a hunched position. I paused before the open door, listening for sound, then slipped inside once I was sure the coast was clear. The first thing I noticed was a faint, unpleasant odor. It reminded me of the zoo, a combination of straw, soil, and animal smell. The place was dark and spacious, not unlike a garage. The walls and floors were made of stone and had 2 large square holes on the back wall. Seeing this confused me at first, until I realized they were doorways for unloading monsters. Most likely, the carriages backed into the garage until they were flush with the holes. Then they slid the metal gates open so the monsters could pass through the holes on their own. Listening carefully, I felt like I could hear a low growling from behind the holes. I certainly didn't want to go in there, but I couldn't see any other... No, there. Plain gray doors on both the right and left walls. If I squinted, I could make out crests on the door, a red dragon on the left, and a black flower on the right, most likely a lily. Red dragon and black lily. One was probably the Corloy family crest, while the other presumably belonged to the Nutchtoys. I tried to remember the past day's events, but could not recall seeing the same symbols in either Ninir's room or the casino itself. If I sent a message to Asuna or Argo, they might be able to ask Ninir directly, but then I'd have to explain where I was and what I was doing, and if I was honest, they'd command me to call off my mission at once. Well, I told myself, what else do you do at a casino but rely on your hunches? But then I remembered the monster arena last night. The Corloy's rusty Lycan and the Notchoy's bouncy Slater had appeared from different entrances into the cage, left and right. If the monster stables were separated into left and right areas farther within, then the side the Lycan appeared from was the Corloy stable, and the one the Pillbug came from was the Notchtoy stable. Playing back the visual memory of which was which, I had my answer. The Pillbug appeared from the left, and the Lycan came out from the right. That meant the Corloy stable was the one I wanted to investigate. Was not the Black Lily door on the right. I was facing the stable from the opposite side as the arena last night, so the direction should be switched. That meant the Corloy door was the left one, with the red dragon. Sneaking closer, I reached for the knob, turned it, and pulled. It opened easily, so I waited for a moment, then snuck inside when I heard nothing. I quietly closed the door and turned around. Much like the cells beneath Herintry Palace, there was a gloomy corridor that extended to the left and right. But here, the floor, walls, and ceiling were hard stone. The doors were wooden, but reinforced with iron. There would be no burning through locks with a torch if I got caught and held here. I thought about equipping my sword from my inventory, but rejected the idea. I was the one trespassing here. If the guards spotted me, I didn't want to make things worse by getting violent. If spotted, I'd run away at top speed. And if I failed, then I failed. The hallway ended shortly to the left, so I followed it right instead. There were a few doors on the wall. I tried opening one of them, but it was just a dusty storage room, so I ignored the rest. On the wall at the end of the hallway was an open passage with no door. Beyond was a spiral staircase heading downward. I listened carefully, then quietly snuck down the stairs. The lantern-lit steps were natural stone that had been worn smooth with use. Speaking to the long history of the two families at the Colosseum. The temperature dropped as I descended, and the animal smell increased. Presumably, all the monsters in the battle arena were tamed through the hero Falhari secret technique that command monsters. But Ninir said their obedience didn't last indefinitely and unconditionally. So there was no guarantee that being in presence of an outsider like me wouldn't cause the monsters to go feral again. As I reached the bottom step of the stairs, I kept my senses as attuned to dangers as I possibly could, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Beyond the arched doorway was another hallway, this one wider than upstairs. But lining the walls was a series of steel cages, not doors. I didn't see any humans in the hallway, but I could hear muffled voices in the distance. I listened as hard as I could, but I couldn't even tell how many people were speaking, much less the content of their conversation. Once again, I told myself, just gotta find out, and proceeded down the hall. After a few yards, I peered into the cage to the right and saw a squat animal lying on dirty straw. Something like a cross between a pig and a capybara. I recognized it as a giant pincer rat, a creature that lived near Lectio, the main town on this floor. It moved slowly, and had no special attacks. But the pincer-like teeth that gave the rat its name were extremely powerful. If they bit down on your weapon, it was essentially impossible to pry it off. You'd have to beat the rat with another weapon, or get party members to help, or else it would break your weapon. Even a huge two-handed axe wouldn't withstand the pressure. But as long as you were aware of that, they were easy to defeat, so they'd been a big source of experience points in the beta. I'd beaten far more than just 50 or 100, but looking at it now in this setting, I felt pity for the creature. Don't be a hypocrite, I scolded myself, backing away from the bars and deciding not to peer into any other cages. I passed the second, through fourth, but as soon as I reached the fifth cage, my eyes found themselves automatically drawn to it. This cage was not bound with vertical bars like the others, but it was surrounded by a fine iron lattice pattern that ran vertically and horizontally. The gaps between the bars were barely an inch wide, suggesting that quite a small monster was being held inside. But once I saw the shadow huddled in the corner, I could see that it was no smaller than a capybara. Interested, I stared at it until its cursor appeared. The monster's name was Argent Serpent. I couldn't recall such a monster from the beta, but it was clearly a snake of some kind. Unfortunately, my mental dictionary did not contain the adjective that described it. In any case, the cage now made sense to me. A narrow serpent would be able to slip its way through the spaces that a larger mammal could not. Yet, the gaps between the bars in the actual arena within the casino were more than 3 or 4 inches. If they unleashed the snake there, wouldn't it slip through and threaten the guests watching the battle? Just then, an angry voice echoed through the corridor. "Damn it, behave!" I spun around on reflex, but there was no one around. Whatever the voice was yelling at, it wasn't me. Facing forward again, I could see a cage on the left and one on the right, and then a rather small doorway on the far wall, which did not seem to be a monster's chamber. If I focused, I could hear something like an animal growling from the back right cell. I snuck forward slowly, pressing myself against the wall, and peered carefully into the sixth cage. A little chamber was maybe 8 feet to a side, and 2 men stood inside, their backs to me. In the corner, resting atop a pittance of straw, was a dog-type monster with red fur. I didn't need to see the cursor to know it was a rusty lyan from yesterday. There were spots where the red color was coming off of its body, revealing white fur instead. The lyan bared its fangs at the men, growling softly. If that was a higher version of lyan, with its fur dyed, it would be dangerous enough that even the most advanced players would be wary of it. But these two were totally unconcerned, because the lyan had a collar made of heavy iron that changed it to the wall. The men were solidly built themselves and wore deep red shirts, leather vests, and long gloves that went up to the elbow. Both of their cursors said handler of the Corloy family, meaning that their job was to deal with the monsters. The man on the right lifted a short whip and shouted, "Damn it, Mutt! Do what we say, or you'll get a taste of this!" The lyan instantly backed down, further, but did not stop growling. The man on the left muttered with irritation. "We gotta paint this thing quick, otherwise it won't take to the fur by the match, and it'll still smell. It wasn't totally dry last night either." I noticed he had a large brush in one hand and a ceramic jar in the other. The brush was covered in red from the jar, the fur dye. Concentrating on the lingering smell, I picked up a sweet, sharp scent among the animal odor. It was definitely the same smell as the red stain we wiped off the bars of the arena. I didn't like it the first time, so it had to be overwhelming to a dog-type monster's sensitive nose. But the rusty lyan, or whatever the proper species names it was supposedly under the control of Bardun Corloy, the power of employment. There was a food dish and a water bucket in the corner, so I assumed it hadn't lost its tamed status from hunger. So why was it continually baring its fangs at these handlers? Obviously, they couldn't have sensed my thoughts, but all the same, the man on the right scratched the back of his neck with the handle of his whip and grumbled, "We're gonna need Master Bardun to redo the trick on it." The burly shoulders of the man on the left bobbed up and down. "But the plan is to dispose of it today, right?" "Yeah, even those foolish nutch toys are bound to notice something's wrong by now. Once it's performed its last shift tonight, this doggy is going off to the farm." So if we ask him to apply his trick again, he's just going to order us to make it last one more fight instead. It ain't cheap to do. That's true. What did they mean when they said the technique to tame monsters wasn't cheap? According to Ninir and Kyo, it was a special power inherited from their ancestor, the hero Falhari. That sounded like an extra skill to me. Whatever it was, something wasn't adding up. The man with the whip clicked his tongue. "Fine, I'll whip it until it can't move anymore. Then you apply the dye. As long as we feed it healing potions throughout the afternoon, it should be ready for that last fight tonight." "All right, go ahead," said the man on the left, stepping back. The one on the right swung his arm back. The corded leather whip made a whistling sound and cracked firmly on the lyan's back. The creature yelped and fell onto its side, red damage effects streaming from its back. It got up and resumed growling again. But just that one attack had taken its health bar from about 60% down to under half. The whip whistled through the air again. The lyan tried to jump away, but the short chain jangled and held taut, keeping it within whip's range. It cracked against the lyan's ribs, hurtling it backward and onto the ground again. Another 10% was gone from its HP, and it was now under a stun effect. For a third time, the man lifted his whip. "Stop!" I shouted before I even knew what I was doing. I clamped my mouth shut, but it was too late. "Huh? Who said that?" I pulled my head back just before they could spin around to see if I ran away now. But no, if they shouted, their companions were most likely to trap me on the spiral stairs. On a snap judgment, I opened my window and equipped the tattered burlap sack over my head. With a swoosh, the sack appeared and fit right over my head. There were no eye holes, but the fibers were woven so wide that I could actually see much better than I expected. The moment I closed my window, the door to the cell hurtled open, and the men leaped into the hallway. Their eyes went wide the moment they saw me standing there with the impromptu mask over my face. But they quickly recovered and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Are you with the Nutch Toys?" The second accusation was perfectly accurate, but I wasn't going to admit it. Instead, I said nothing. The handler with the brush and jar, who also sported a perfectly villainous combination of a bald head and goatee, scowled and spat. "Whoever you are, we can't let you leave. Let's rough him up and toss him into the empty cells." "Sounds good. I've always wanted to try hitting a person with this thing," said the other handler, smacking the whip against the ground. That was the signal to turn their color cursors from yellow to red. But the shade of red was quite pale. That meant their level was far below mine. However, not only was it the first time I'd fought a person using a whip, I was also the trespasser here. Just because fighting them wouldn't turn me orange didn't mean I could just kill them. Perhaps I could neutralize them without taking too much HP, so I could escape the place before the real guards rushed in. The whip master had no beard, but his hair was long and his brows were thick and angled with fury and concentration as he pulled his arm back. While it was my first time fighting against a whip, I'd seen its ideal range and attack timing after watching him punish the Lycan. By the time the whistle echoed off the walls, I was already charging forward. The weapon came from the upper left, which I ducked to avoid, the enlarged tip brushing atop of my head as I rushed past. I held my left fist at waist height, then thrust it forward. The glowing red fist struck the whip handler right between his impressive eyebrows. That was the basic martial arts skill, Flash Blow. Not so powerful, but with a much higher chance of inflicting a stun on a clean hit than a slashing sword did. As I hoped, the whip handler flew off his feet and splayed out on the ground motionless. Over 70% of his HP was left. But there was a yellow ring of light rotating around his head. That was the stun effect I wanted. And not the weakest kind that wore off in just 3 seconds, but a powerful stun that would immobilize him for nearly a minute. It didn't work that well against players, but it seemed to me that ordinary NPCs who weren't soldiers or warriors were more likely to fall victim to negative status effects. Whoa! The other handler gasped with shock, then sucked in a deep breath. He was going to shout for the guards. I leaped forward again, determined to stop him. This time, I threw a flash blow with my right fist directly into his temple. The handler left his feet, smacked the back of his head against the metal bars of the cell, then fell to the floor, covered with visual effects indicating damage and stunned effect. The jar came loose from his hand and fell. I caught it just before it could smash noisily against the floor. Just as I'd hope, I was able to neutralize my adversaries without killing them. But at best, they were only going to be stunned for another 50 seconds. I had to escape Corloy Stable and return to the front of the casino within that span. I was just pivoting around on the ball of my foot when I caught sight of the rusty Lycan, lying limply on its side in the back of the cell. On pure instinct, I tensed my foot, then tried to run again, but my avatar would not obey me. What would those handlers do to the Lycan if I ran out on it now? They'd assume that their fur-dyeing scheme had been leaked to the Notch Toys and eliminate their evidence sooner. Even still, so what? It was going to be destroyed later tonight anyway, so it was just a difference in timing. And the Lycan wasn't someone's beloved pet. It was just a monster, like the lancer beetles and poison wasps and hematolomaby we'd already killed on this floor. A simple mob, the likes of which I wouldn't hesitate to fight with my sword in the wilderness. All of these facts I knew perfectly well. And yet, damn it, I leapt through the open door into the cell. The prone beast craned its neck and growled, but its voice was weak and unintimidating. The yellow cursor that showed its HP bar was only at a third full. I opened my window and tossed the jar into my inventory, then hit the quick change button to unequip my sword. Once I'd drawn it from my back, I took one swing and severed the chain that connected the Lycan's collar to the wall. The Lycan barked, feeling the vibration of the blow. I quickly put my sword away and whispered to the injured beast, "Just stay calm." I couldn't tell if that growl was a yes or a no, but the cursor was still yellow, so at the very least, it wasn't targeting me for attacks. I approached it carefully and put my arms around the creature, which was the size of a German shepherd. Lifting it up, its frame was sturdy, but because of my strength stat, it didn't feel very heavy to me. Grrr! The Lycan barked, struggling a bit before giving up and hanging its head. It hadn't accepted my control, it just didn't have the strength left to fight me. Out in the field, monsters would battle out to the very last pixel of health. It should have been true for this Lycan too, so why couldn't it move? Maybe it was inflicted with some kind of negative status. But I could figure that out later. At this moment, I had to get out of the underground stable. I leaped out of the little cell holding the lyan. The handlers were still stunned, but the yellow visual effect encircling their heads was much fainter than before. They'd probably be up and moving in less than 20 seconds. At full speed, I dashed down the hall, using the loose weave of the burlap for visibility. In less than 3 seconds, I was through into the corridor without slowing. Within 5 steps, I was past the curving wall, into the stairwell, where I bounced up 3 steps at a time. At last, I could hear their shouts behind me. But the building wasn't built with security against intruders in mind. I didn't hear any alarms or trumpets or bells. It was going to take longer for the guards to hear from the handlers. Once I was on the ground floor again, I hustled through the short hallway into the loading garage. Fortunately, it was still empty in here, though I was sure the open yard at the back would not be the same. I stopped briefly in front of the door I used to get inside, peering out carefully. As I suspected, in the middle of the loading yard, the 2 employees had finished cleaning the horse stables and were in conversation with 2 fully armed guards. If a stranger, wearing a sack over his head, tried to leave now carrying a lyan, it was going to cause an uproar, and it was another 20 seconds. The handlers from below were going to be up here. Perhaps I had something that might help me in my inventory, but there was no time to go scrolling through the huge list. My inventory! My eyes bulged. I slipped the lyan under my left arm and opened my window with my free hand. At the top of my inventory, which was ordered from most recently picked up, was an item called Rubrarium Flower Dye. I tapped the name and it materialized it, grabbing the jar and pulling back as far as I could. I could really use the throwing knife skill right about now, but this distance should be close enough. Please hit them, I prayed, hurtling the jar at full strength through the half-open door. The jar flew straight and smacked off the sturdy breastplate of the guard facing this direction. It burst, spraying the red liquid like mortar. Instantly, all 4 of the faces in conversation were splattered with the same color of the lyan's fur. Ugh! What is this? My eyes! My eyes! The instant the men hunched over, hands over their faces, I bolted out into the courtyard. At that very moment, voices behind me wailed, "Guards! Guards! There's an intruder!" But the guards and stable hands were preoccupied. I rushed past the 4 of them, and rather than using the side path I took around the casino building, I headed for the double gates at the back of the rear yard. Obviously, I couldn't go running past armed guards on either side of the gate. Their eyes bulged within their helmets. "What? Where did you..." But while they wasted time talking, I was already upright and running. The stone wall that surrounded the rear of the casino was also the wall of Volupta itself. A graphic reading, "Out of Town," appeared before my eyes and vanished. I could hear the howls and the handlers behind me, but they rapidly dwindled. Up ahead was grassland in blazing midsummer sun, as well as an unpaved path scarred with countless wagon wheel marks. It curved ahead to the right, and would surely lead back to the road that went through the west gate of Volupta, which I'd passed through with the rest of my group just hours earlier. But I couldn't just run into town with the monster, and on the open road, I was visible to anyone who came chasing me. I looked over my shoulder as I ran and saw the 2 armed guards and the handlers starting to run after me. I'd gotten a lead of at least 100 feet on them, but I was also carrying a creature the size of a large dog, so I wasn't sure I could outrun them on flat, open ground. I needed to break their line of sight to escape. As soon as I faced forward again, I remembered something. If I continued straight where the path curved, I would reach the riverbed where we searched for the Wurtstones earlier, less than 500 yards ahead. On the other side of the river were patches of the overgrowth that would be perfect place to hide. Hang on a bit longer, I urged the exhausted lyan, shifting my feet into higher gear. I was running like a ninja, keeping my body at an incline as far forward as I could, and keeping my stride as even as possible. The shouts grew quieter in the distance, but if I got too desperate in my escape, I could trip and lose my balance. I focused on the ground ahead, evading any stones hidden in the grass or dead branches. After reaching the top of a gentle hill, the green bush patches came into view, framing the silver gleam of the water between them. That was the largest river on the 7th floor, starting from the mountains in the north, flowing across the plains into the sea of the south. I was curious where so much water actually went once it reached that small sliver of a sea, but that was not a mystery to wonder about at this moment. There was a spot, about 5 or 6 bushes clumped together, that I eyed as I hurtled down the hill. The game tended to generate denser bushes near trees, and that would offer me an adequate hiding space. The only question was if I'd get into position before my pursuers reached the top of the hill and saw me. I practically toppled down the last 100 yards of the slope. I felt like the game was rolling whether or not I fell with every step. I could only trust my stats and true luck. My focus was on the edge of the rapidly approaching brush, and once I was just 15 feet away, I leaned backward and slid on my back, holding the lyan tight with both arms as my foot led away into the massive leaves. Nearly all the trees and bushes in SAO could be lumbered, i.e. destroyed, but some trees had a basic core that was indestructible. If the system had designated this particular bush as one of those impenetrable walls, I might just bounce off. Fortunately, the bush merely sprayed loose leaves as it welcomed me inside. Even luckier, the interior was kind of hollow, surrounded by several bushes, making it a good hiding spot. I ripped off the burlap sack I'd been wearing this whole time and peered through the branches at the slope I'd just run down. After about 5 seconds, my pursuers appeared at the top. The 2 guards and 2 handlers looked around, searching for any sight of me. If they were players or advanced AIs, they'd probably realize I was hiding in a brush, but these ones had typically NPC or monster pursuit algorithms. 4 men stared all over the open field, and their faces swept over my hiding spot several times, but they weren't coming down the hill. Eventually, they stopped searching and traded a few words. Immediately after, their red cursors turned back to yellow. After they had turned around and descended the hill towards the town, I finally let air escape from my lungs. That was when I recalled, at last, that I was still holding the rusty lyan. The lyan rested its head on my arm and panted rapidly. I checked its HP bar quickly and saw that the remainder was under 20% and decreasing slowly but surely. Maybe the handler's whip had poison on it, but then there shouldn't have been a debuff icon, and there was no reason for them to weaken the monster that was supposed to fight in the match for them. This meant the DOT, damage over time effect, was from some other hidden kind of negative status effect. And in most cases, such things were hidden because they were part of a quest, which meant... "It's the die!" I snarled, sitting upright. Minutes earlier, I'd escaped by throwing the rubarium die at the guards. I was hoping to just confuse them for a few seconds, but the NPC had collapsed and clawed at their eyes. That suggested that the dye was poisonous and would probably cause continual damage if it went into your eyes or a wound. Meaning that the lyan was losing HP because it was struck with a whip while the dye was thick on its fur. Maybe I could take it over to the river and wash out the dye? But no. If simple water could wash out the dye, Ninir wouldn't have bothered to make a bleaching agent. If I couldn't get the dye out, Then, if I healed of its wounds, recovered its HP, the damage should stop. I quickly opened my inventory, grabbed the burlap sack I dropped, then materialized a healing potion, which I opened and held out to the Lycan's mouth. Here, drink this. But the Lycan just panted, its tongue lolling out of its mouth. It did not try to drink. I tried dripping some of the red liquid onto its tongue, but it just dripped off onto the ground. In an older MMORPG I'd played before, healing a tamed monster's HP required the appropriate skill, so perhaps it worked that way in SAO 2. That would mean I had no way to heal the Lycan now. A healing crystal might do the job, but the only crystal we'd found on this floor was in Asana's possession, and I didn't want to use what could be our lifeline on a monster. It was a sudden impulse that led me to save the Lycan and escape. Was that gesture pointless? No. I would also be eliminating a chance to reveal the Corloy's family's wrongdoings. So it wasn't just pointless, it was a setback. How could I apologize to Argo, who took on the quest? Nanir and Kyo, the clients for the quest, and Asana, who worked so hard to help gather the materials for the decolorant. Ah! I gasped. There was perhaps one way to save the Lycan. The chance of it actually coming to be was low, but if I gave up now, I'd never forgive myself. I went back to my open player window and wrote a quick message to another player. Then I cradled and stroked the dying Lycan's neck until a response arrived 2 minutes later. I gave it a quick read and exhaled. Then put the potion back into my inventory and pulled out a leather water skin instead. You might not like the potion, but I bet you drink water. I poured out some liquid into my palm and held it up to the beast's mouth. The Lycan lifted its head a tiny bit and lapped at the water. Of course, that alone wasn't going to heal its HP nor stop the damage. At the very least, I wanted to take off the iron collar with the dangling chain, but it was fastened very tight, and I couldn't loosen the nut with my fingers. Instead, I let the Lycan's head rest on my lap, and I waited patiently. 16. I thought there was no way it could be sooner than 30 minutes, but it only took 15 before I heard the sounds of feet approaching through the grass. Through the branches of the bush, I could see 2 figures descending the hill toward me. They couldn't see me inside the bush. They were just following the location marker on their map. But just in case, I stared until their cursors appeared so I could read their names. The green cursor in the front belonged to Argo, but the yellow one behind it was Kyo. Huh? I checked the Lycan's remaining HP, then rushed out of the undergrowth. Argo, over here! I waved. The info dealer trotted closer, wearing her usual hood.
Keyboy, I gotta tell ya,
she started, looking exasperated. But I cut her off. Thanks, sorry, talk more later. Then I turned to Kyo. The tall maid strode smoothly down the hill, dressed for battle with her breastplate, armor skirt, and estoc. Her hair was parted to the side, and the look in her eyes was the most dangerous I'd seen from her yet. I came to a sudden standstill, feeling slightly intimidated. Kyo said, Kirito, why have you snuck into the Corloy family stables and removed the rusty Lycan from their possession? Kirito, why have you snuck into the Corloy family stables and removed the rusty Lycan from their possession? I'll give a full explanation later. There's no time now. Did you bring what I asked for? Right here. From a large leather sack on her belt, Kyo removed a container shaped like a wine bottle. In fact, it was used as a wine bottle. A milky white liquid filled it to the stopper, shining like a pearl in the sunlight. Based on the size of the bottle, there had to be at least a pint in there. Is that the decolorant? I thought you said there was only going to be a tiny bottle of it. If it had set for 30 hours as blend, it would have condensed down to a third of this size. If we use all of this, the effect should still be the same. Kyo explained. She looked from the bottle to me and asked the natural follow-up. I have brought the solution as Nadinir bade me, but why do you need it if you have already removed the lycans from the stable? What would be the point of returning its fur to normal now? That's a good question, I admitted, pausing to consider how to answer her. I told the two, give me a moment. Then I glanced around, ensuring nobody else was nearby, and snuck back into the bush. The lycan was still lying on its side under the branches. Its HP bar was down to 15%. It felt as though the rate of decrease was speeding up as it got closer to the end. I'm gonna save you now, I said, an encouragement I couldn't guarantee, and crawled over, sliding my hands under the lycan so I could flip it onto its side with my elbows and knees. Then I crawled backward, holding the creature, and stood up. Nyah! Yelped Argo, leaped backwards. It seemed like an overreaction to a dying dog, but it was a proper monster. I suppose maybe her reaction was the correct one. Kyo seemed unaffected by the sight, so I approached her and quickly explained, it seems like the rubrarium dye they used to color its fur has toxic properties, and it got inside a wound. It's going to die soon. If we don't bleach out that dye right now... Q's brows knit, but it wasn't because she was especially concerned about the lycan. Rubrarium. Yes, that flower is poisonous. I assume they could not find the better dye to match the purple color. It is a very dangerous substance, however. Right, so use that decolorant to... Why? Huh? I gaped. She snapped. Why would you try to save that lycan? It is not a dog or cat like people keep as pets. It is a beast of burden, like cattle and horse. It is a true monster. It might be under the effect of Bardarn Korloy's ability for now, but when that wears off, it will attempt to tear out your throat. And even if the ability stays in place, it cannot be returned to the Korloy stables. And because they will suspect Lady Nirner's involvement, it cannot be given to her for retraining and enter into the arena. What is the purpose of using our valuable bleach on its fur now? That was the same question I'd been asking myself. As I jumped into the cage, as I fled here, as I waited for Argo in the bushes. Ultimately, there was no logical reason for what I had done. The best thing I could say was, if Asuna were here, she would have done the same thing. I muttered. Kyo's eyes narrowed, and she gave me a piercing stare. How can you insult her profession like that? She is an adventurer like you. She must have killed countless monsters on her journey to Volta. What makes that lycan you're carrying any different from beast? It's pride. It's dignity, I offered. Kyo's brow furrowed again. Dignity. The monsters that Asuna and I have defeated have come to us in top condition, not under anyone's orders, fighting for their lives. Yes, I killed many monsters, but they had the possibility of killing me too, and have nearly died on many occasions. But this creature is different. It was chained up in an underground cell, painted with poisonous dye, and whipped by handlers. Fighting an enemy under equal conditions isn't the same thing as leaving a tortured animal to slowly die, I explained as earnestly as I could. There was one big hypocrisy behind my words, however. In truth, not all monsters attacked players on their own accord. The SAO system merely instructed them to. In fact, most likely they did not have any individual will of their own. Unlike the independent AIs of Kyo, Nanir, Kismel, they were merely a part of a much larger system. And this lycan was no exception. What I was doing was not fundamentally different from putting a flower off a tree with one hand, then caressing it with the other. But even then... I see, said Kyo. She glanced down at the apron dress, then at me again. I serve Lady Ninir with ultimate loyalty, but I am not under the sway of violence, bondage, or unique abilities. I suppose that is what you mean. Yeah, more or less. So, if you hear that lyan, and it follows its monster's dignity, as you call it, to attack you, would you draw your sword and kill it? Yes, although it might kill me instead. To my surprise, Kyo actually chuckled at my answer. You are a strange one. Are all adventuring men like this one, Argo? From 10 feet away, Argo replied,
Nope, he's crazier than the rest.
That is a relief to hear. Very well. There is no use for the bleach at this point. You might as well use it, Kyo said, handing me the glass bottle. I laid down the lyan on the grass at my feet, then took the bottle with both hands. Perhaps the liquid itself was heavy because it felt so much bigger than a regular wine bottle of the same size. Don't I need a brush or something? No. Simply sprinkle the liquid onto it from the head to tail, nice and slow. All right, I said, pulling out the cork. I gave it a sniff out of sheer habit. The peculiar, peppery, lychee scent of the narsos fruit were almost entirely gone. I crouched over the lyan and carefully tilted the bottle. The pearl-colored liquid, which was slightly viscous, glooped out onto the lyan's head. Its round ears twitched, but it did not react otherwise. I moved the bottle to the right, allowing the liquid to fall onto its neck and body. Once I'd finished applying the mixture at the end of its long, thin tail, the bottle was empty. The red dyed fur was shining where the liquid had touched it. But it didn't seem to have been washing out the color. In fact, there wasn't nearly enough of it to finish the job. But the thought I had just crossed my mind when the liquid suddenly and violently began to bubble. The fine, white suds bubbled up rapidly until they covered the lyan's entire body. Hey, is that supposed to happen? I asked Kyo in a panic. The armed maid barely lifted an eyebrow. Shut up and watch. Yes, ma'am, I said, hunching my neck. The suds rose higher than my knees, sizzling and fizzling, growing and writhing like a living creature. But it made me worry that the lyan underneath might suffocate. But I could see its HP bar through the bubbles, and it was not decreasing at all. Ow! Argo suddenly exclaimed from her position at a distance. My eyes widened too. The mound of suds was turning red, starting from the bottom at first. I thought it was the lyan's blood, but when the smell in the air turned sharp and sweet, I realized that it was the rubarium dye melting off. Once the entire mound of suds was dyed red, it began to sink back down, seemingly evaporating into thin air. In just seconds, 70% of it was gone, revealing the monster it had initially swallowed. Oh, now it was my turn to exclaim in wonder. The signature mottled spots on the lyan's pelt were still the same, but the muddy red rusted color was gone. The metal collar was still circled its neck, but even the fur underneath had been leached of its dye. The creature's original color shone silver, a light gray in the sunlight. After all the dyed suds bubbled and popped away, the lyan remained prone in the grass, eyes closed. But its labored breathing had calmed. The steady decrease of its HP bar had stopped, too. I let out the breath I'd been holding, and the front part of the name Rusty Lyan melted away from the label under its HP, revealing a different descriptor, Storm Lyan. Fortunately, this word was within my middle school education English level. Storm Lyan. You know anything about these, Argo? I asked, glancing to my right. The informant shook her head.
Nope, never seen one. Never heard of one.
Neither have I. Are you familiar with this creature, Keo? I continued, turning to her next. The maid shot me a look. I am not. What? I thought the Notchoy family had a list that ranked all the monsters of the 7th floor. I did not say it was all the monsters. Kyo corrected me, glaring. What is listed on the rank sheet are merely those monsters who have a proper size to fight in the arena cage, and that have no special attack methods that might pose a danger to the audience or building. Oh, right, but wouldn't this Storm Lycan fit the requirements? The rotating attack it used to beat the bouncy Slater was surprising, but it didn't seem likely to destroy the cage. I did not witness this rotating attack you speak of, but I very much doubt the Gorlois would bring out the monsters that would destroy the cage itself, which does make it strange that this Storm Lycans would not be on the list. Kyo murmured, looking down at the dog-like creature. The HP bar had stopped decreasing, but its health was not recovering from its low position. The Lycan's eyes remained closed, and it lay still on the ground. Normally, after a monster took damage from a player in battle, and either side ran away to put an end to the fight, those HP would recover rapidly. Perhaps that would happen with the Storm Lycan if we left, but the situation was too irregular for me to be certain of that. If it stayed in this condition, a player busy leveling around Volupta would eventually find it and kill it, even if its cursor was only yellow. Perhaps the only option would be to take it farther away from town, somewhere no player was likely to come anytime soon, I thought, when Kyo pulled another bottle out of her pouch. This one was much smaller than the wine bottle in my hand, and had multifaceted cuts on its surface, like gemstone faces. It contained a pink liquid with an orange tint. Use this, she said, holding it out. It is a healing draught for monsters. I stared at the bottle. Why do you have this? I thought you were against saving the Lycan. I am, but Lady Nenir instructed me to take it. If you won't use it, I'll take it back with me. No, I will, thank you, I said earnestly, bowing my head. I took the bottle and handed back the empty one. Then I leaned over the Lycan and asked, will this have an effect if I give it? I was trying to suss out if I needed some kind of monster healing skill to make it work without actually saying so, but Kyo looked as though I was being ridiculous. Why would the person holding the bottle make its contents change? Although, from what I hear, it does take some skill to give medicine to a monster, so weakened that it cannot move. Earlier, I tried to give the Lycan a potion, but the creature just let the drops trickle off its tongue. If the same thing happened here, I'd feel bad for Nenir, who gave me not just the bleach, but also this curative potion, whatever her reason. By the way, Kyo, do you have that particular skill? I asked politely. The maid promptly snapped. Of course I do not. Do I look like a stable worker or beast handler to you? No, you don't, I said meekly, just in case. I glanced at Argo, but she only shook her head sadly. This one was going to be up to me. I knelt by the head of the prone Lycan. Its eyes opened just barely, and it made a brief quiet growl, but nothing more after that. I suspected that if I tried to drip the liquid into the corner of its mouth, the result would be the same as before. There had to be a way to get it to properly swallow. What if there was something like an eyedropper to stick it in its mouth? It would probably just crush it with its powerful jaws. After some rapid thought, I knew what I would have to do. I popped the cork off with my thumb, then cupped my left hand and poured a bit into my palm. The sunset-colored liquid was chilly and nearly odorless. Careful not to let it spill, I lifted it towards the lyan's snout, but it did not react at all. Perhaps I would need a special skill to do this after all, I thought. Just then, the lyan's muzzle, which was slightly shorter than a wolf, rose just a little. A black nose stretched for my hand and sniffed a few times. I almost spoke to it, but I held my tongue just in time. Eventually, the lyan lifted its head just an inch or two, then extended its tongue towards the liquid in my palm. It lapped at it just to check if it wasn't bad, then tried again a few seconds later, then again.
"Ow! It's HP!"
Argo exclaimed. I glanced at its cursor and saw that the HP bar was slowly increasing from 10%. Meanwhile, the liquid cupped in my palm was empty, so I quickly added more from the bottle. The lyan unsteadily lifted itself, spreading its front paws out. Its nose stuck into my palm from above and noisily lapped at the liquid. It was gone in moments, so I added more. After 3 sets of this, the bottle was empty. I stood up and checked the lyan's HP bar. It was all the way full again. I felt relief, but this didn't mean the problem was entirely solved. Deep in my mind, I heard Kyo's words repeat themselves. "So if you heal that lyan, and it follows its monster's dignity, as you call it, to attack you, would you draw your sword and kill it?" There was no sword at my side right now, but if I opened my window and hit the quick change button, the sword of Eventide would instantly appear there. The dog, monster, in arm's reach was not a rusty lyan, of which I'd killed dozens in the beta test, but an unfamiliar higher version, a storm lyan. From what I could tell after witnessing its fight against the bouncy Slater, it wasn't dangerous enough to be a major threat to us. But I couldn't be careless. If it showed even the slightest inclination of attacking, I had to equip my sword and demonstrate my answer to Kyo's question. The fully healed storm lyan stood up, its powerful limbs tensing on the ground, and shook itself. The silver-gray pelt, mottled with black spots, shone in the sunlight like snow. There was no longer any trace of rusty red, and I couldn't see the wounds where it had been struck with a whip either. The lyan walked in a large curve, the short chain dangling and clanging from its collar. Once it was at a distance of 10 feet, it turned toward us. Those brown eyes, the one part of it that was unchanged from before, looked me right in the face. Its head slowly lowered. The silver fur stood up, the wrinkles on its snout, and I caught a glimpse of a sharp teeth. Grrr. The cursor over the growling storm lyan began to flicker, switching back and forth between yellow and pale shade of red. Bardun Colroy's taming technique was wearing off. Grrr. It barked, right as the cursor turned permanently red. It wasn't very deep, but it was certainly a darker shade than I expected. For me to see the cursor this red at level 22, it would have been the very strongest of all the regular monsters on the 7th floor. At the very least, it had to be much stronger than the bouncy Slater it fought last night. So why had it struggled so much in the arena? Then again, Ninir said that the lyan had won 4 straight battles leading into last night. It would have required that poisonous dye to be painted on its fur each of those days, sapping its strength and agility. That would mean the lyan had just now recovered its true original power. And now, following its sense of dignity, or the SAO system's commands, it was preparing to attack me. "Kirito?"
"Keyboy!"
Both women reacted together, Kyo behind me and Arga to the right. I understood their message. They wanted me to draw my sword. It was the right choice to make. Most of my armor was unequipped now, and my martial arts skill alone would not be enough to handle the lyan's attack, I suspected. However, "Hey," I called out to the growling monster. "You just got your freedom again, and now you're going to waste it fighting me and dying?" Is that really what you want? It was a meaningless question. There wasn't a single monster in Aincrad that possessed its own independent thought process program. They only looked like individual creatures. In truth, they were just one part of a massive algorithmic system. If this situation lasted under 5 seconds, I would close my window and equip my sword. Decision made, I stared back at the fierce eyes of the majestic creature and slowly counted the seconds in my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, the lycan stopped growling, but it kept its head low in battle mode, but backed away. Once it was a good 6 or 7 yards away, the creature spun on its heels like lightning and ran toward the river. Its speed was astonishing. It was at least twice as fast as the rusty lycan I'd fought in the beta test. The silvery beast dwindled as it sped away, jumped into the undergrowth along the river, and vanished from sight. The red cursor was still there for a few seconds, and then that vanished too. It wasn't hiding along the riverside, but had kept running beyond it, and was most likely to the northwest. I let the tension out of my shoulders, gazing in the direction the storm lycan went. On my right side, Argo said,
"Did it understand what you said, Keyboy?"
If only, I thought, shaking my head. No, among animal-type monsters, some of the smarter ones, like monkeys and dogs, will run away when the difference in strength is too great. You know that, of course. I bet it realized it couldn't beat us.
Its cursor was pretty red, though. I was thinking it might be bad news if it turned into a fight.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. But if the lycan was scared enough to run away, that just tells you how dangerous that battle made behind us is, I thought, finishing the sentence. For her part, Kia watched the lycan run off, then noticed my glance and said, "Are you satisfied now, Kirito?" Well, at the very least, I suppose I don't regret it. It wasn't the most forceful response, and I thought I caught a hint of exasperation in her eyes, but she was soon as stone-faced as ever. She took the wine bottle back from me, putting it away in her pouch, and announced, "Now, you will return with me to Lady Nenir's chamber, where you will explain why you snuck into the Corloy stables. Now, you will return with me to Lady Nenir's chamber, where you will explain why you snuck into the Corloy stables and what happened while you were there." Yes, of course. I owe you that much, I said, nodding as I picked up the stopper for the restorative. It was not simply glass, but had the weight and density of natural crystal, so I carefully plugged it back into the little bottle and returned it to Kyo. The fact that they brought not only the bleach I asked for, but also the healing potion was because Nenir ordered Kyo to take it, she said. That was what allowed me to save the lycan. But how had Nenir known we would need the healing item? There were other questions I wanted to ask, but first I needed to apologize for my actions and explain them. "Let's go then," Kyo said as she spun around, apron swaying as she climbed the green hill behind us. Argo and I rushed after the trailing white ribbon adorning her black armored skirt. After 30 steps, the rat whispered to me at a low enough volume that Kyo couldn't hear.
"Hey, Keyboy, you know how when you fight the same individual monster for long enough, they start to react to your weapon and sword skills and stuff?"
Huh? Oh, yeah, it happens more often with the humanoid types.
Meaning the monsters have the ability to learn, too. Just not as much as NPCs. So the longer it lives and the more battles it experiences, the more customized it becomes as an individual, you know? So maybe that lycan didn't run off on the standard algorithm, but made the decision on its own to stop fighting.
Yeah, I suppose. I muttered, contemplating the suggestion. I glanced over to her.
What?
Oh, I just realized you were trying to cheer me up. Argo made a strange face, lifting her eyebrows and puckering her mouth. The whiskered face paint made it look like she was imitating an actual rat face and made me burst out laughing.
What? Am I not allowed to cheer you up?
She pouted. So sorry. It's fine, thanks. I'll go with the Argo theory then.
Should have just done that.
Up ahead, Q turned around and arched a questioning eyebrow. 17. Once the west gate of Volupta came into view, Kyo took a gray hooded cloak out of her leather satchel and put it on. It wasn't the largest bag, which made me wonder how the thing actually fit inside. Upon a closer look, the cloak was so thin that it was almost see-through. Or it should have been, but it blocked the light and didn't even flip up with the breeze from the shore, meaning it must have been made with a special material. Austin and I wore hooded cloaks often on our more clandestine activities, so I couldn't help but wish I had one, as did Argo, no doubt, but I couldn't just ask her for it. All I could do was pray it would be offered as a quest reward. Kyo passed through the gate, her maid outfit entirely hidden now, and we followed closely behind. The present time was just a bit before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Monsters Arena daytime run started at 3, so people would start gathered in the space in front of the casino about now. Most of them would be NPCs, I assumed, but if Kabao and Lind intended to win back those thousands and thousands of chips, the ALS and DKB would be heavily represented too. Enough time had passed that more of the mid-level players would be arriving in the casino from Lectio, I guess. On top of that, there were fully armed guards at the casino entrance. While it was true that I wished for a hood to hide my face like my companions, if all 3 of us were bundled up like that in this heat, it was bound to draw attention. But the guards were probably hired by the casino, not the Corloy family directly. And I'd been wearing that sack over my head when I caused that scene in the stables. So they didn't know who I was, I hoped. For now, Kyo walked down the street with great certainty, so I could only obey and follow. The space in front of the casino was just as busy as I expected. There were even people dressed in full battle gear, whom I assumed were players. I followed the gray cloak, keeping my head down. But Kyo did not turn toward the casino. She walked directly into an inn along the main street. It wasn't quite the deluxe hotel on the 3rd floor of the casino, but the entrance lobby here was plenty nice. I looked around and leaned closer to ask Kyo, "Is Lady Ninir here instead of the casino?" "Just follow me," she said. I had no choice but to follow. Kyo passed by the counter and the concierge in the black vest, walking briskly down a dim hallway. She came to a stop in front of one of the doors, then removed a ring of at least a dozen keys from her cloak, selected one, and unlocked the door. The room was a single, quite nice but small. There was no one inside, not even Ninir. If I were an NPC, you'd see a question mark over my head so big you'd think I have a quest to offer. Kyo shrugged off her gray cloak and folded it up until it was no bigger than a wallet, tucking it away again. Then she exhaled and walked to the closet in the corner. I watched over her shoulder as she pulled open the door. Inside was neither Ninir nor a single piece of clothing, but Kyo reached into the empty closet, grabbed the silver hanger bar, and rotated it forward. It ground, then clicked. The back panel of the closet creaked and swung backward. "Whoa!" I yelped, shocked. But a few blinks later, I noticed that Argo was very quiet. In fact, she was grinning rather smugly. "You knew about this?" "I went through this room on the way in, the first time," she replied. That cleared it up for me. "Oh, I see. Over Kyo's shoulder, I saw a dark passage through the back of the closet, leading somewhere else. Actually, there was only one place it could be going. Kirito, Argo, you first, said the battle maid, turning back to us.
Sure,
Argo shrugged and headed right into the closet. I followed her without a word. It wasn't large enough to be a walk-in, but without any drawers below, I didn't have to raise my feet much. Beyond the back panel, which swung open 90 degrees like a door, the surfaces were all stone, just the way you'd expect a secret passage to look. It was less than 2 feet wide, which was just enough for Argo and me to walk straight through if we hunched our shoulders. But a player like Agile would have to crab walk sideways. That thought made me wonder where the friendly axe warrior and his fellows in the bro squad were right about now. Meanwhile, Argo came to a stop about 6 feet down the passage. I turned back, careful not to scrape my shoulders, and saw Kyo coming into the closet. She pulled the double closet doors shut from the inside, stepped backward into the passage, then pushed the panel back to its original position. It clicked into place. Then she pulled down a lever located high along the wall, engaging a lock with a metallic scraping sound. It seemed like tedious work if you didn't know all the steps. And there was no way to squeeze past another person in the cramped space, which is why she made sure Argo and I went first. When the closet panel closed, the passage was briefly dark, but a faint light from farther down lit the way. There was clearly some kind of light source set up here, but it wasn't orange from flames, rather it was mysterious pale green hue. I wondered what it was. "Continue forward, Argo," said Kyo.
You got it.
I hurried after the info dealer, who went 30 feet down the passage before turning right at a spot where a mysterious object was set into the wall. There was a hole about 4 inches to a side in the stone, out of which stuck a thick, short branch that was emitting a faint green light. Actually, it wasn't the branch that was glowing, but a narrow mushroom at the end. It was a bonfire shroom? I murmured, coming to a stop. Behind me, Kyo commented, "You know them? I suppose your friendship with the Lysulans isn't just for show." "Well, it isn't just not for show," I murmured, which was more confusing than I meant it to be. I hunched my shoulders in embarrassment, then turned my head to ask, "Anyway, why is there a bonfire shroom here? I thought they died as soon as you plucked them from the Looser Rock forest." The light itself wasn't bright, but it made an excellent emergency light source. More than a few players in the beta tried to collect the mushrooms as a tool, myself included. But no matter how careful you did it, or what container you put them in, the mushrooms would wilt away and melt into nothingness within just 10 seconds. I can't believe they'd make them harvestable in the full released. I should have filled a bottle full of them. "That is correct," Kyo said, dashing my hopes immediately. She instructed me to take 2 steps farther inward so she could inspect the pale glow of the mushroom. "If you pull this bonfire shroom from the branch, it would die immediately. But to explain why this one still lives, would require you to swear an oath to Lady near and enter service to House Nochdoi." Under her solemn stare, I withdrew my neck into my shoulders as far as it could go. "I'll, think about it." The armed maid chuckled, which took me to so much surprise that I stared at her in the green light. Then her smile vanished, and she was cold and stern once more. "We don't have time. Onward."
You got it,
said Argo, continuing down the tunnel. I hastily turned myself back around and followed her small figure. There were bonfire shroom branches every 30 feet or so in the passage, and I had counted 5 of them when the end finally came into sight. This time, we didn't pass through a closet. The passage turned directly into a set of stairs.
It reminded me of the spiral staircase in the Corloy stable, but half as wide. After Argo and I climbed up the stairs, which proved to be nearly endless, I had lost all perception of how many steps or how many floors we'd risen when we finally came to a stop. From there, it was another cramped corridor. We turned right, then left, then right again, and we were finally at our destination. The passageway was blocked by a heavy-looking panel, with a small lever on the wall to the right. It was just tall enough that I might be able to reach it if I stretched for all I was worth, but that meant...
Oh, dang it! I can't reach up there, said Argo, reaching up for the lever.
Even on tiptoe, she was 6 inches short. She couldn't reach it by jumping, of course, but it was so delicate it would likely break under an entire person's weight at once, even a small person like Argo, assuming it was breakable to begin with. Speaking of which, I feel like this has happened a number of times before. I grabbed Argo under the armpits and lifted her up. She yelped bizarrely, which made me realize how strange my action was. But I couldn't just drop her now. I hoisted up the struggling woman and said, as calm as I could, "There, pull it down."
"Don't treat me like a child,"
she protested, but she pulled down the lever anyway. It made a sharp click, and the panel blocking the end of the passage swung open. Satisfied, I lowered my hands. A memory of my sister popped up. Sugaha. When she was young, we were leaving the house. She wanted to be the one to turn the light in the entryway herself, so I'd have to lift her up. It seemed hard to believe given that we were only a year apart. Technically, half a year. But until she was in kindergarten, I recalled Sugaha was actually much smaller and weaker than the kids her age. Only once she started elementary school and was doing kendo training did she grow like a weed, tall and healthy. It was an example of how you never knew how kids were going to grow. Beyond the panel, Argo opened was a simple set of doors, which she pushed open. A faint bit of light entered the passage. It was not green but orange, light from a classic lantern. I followed her through and found myself in a cramped chamber with small metal rods fixed into the walls on either side, upon which hung women's clothes. If it were any larger, I might have thought we'd exited into a clothing store. All the clothes were fine-looking party gowns, dresses, and camisoles. Every one of them seemed to be quite small. After going a bit farther and turning around, I saw that the exit I just walked through was a brilliant red-brown closet from this side. Like the entrance in the inn, the exit was also disguised. Then again, considering that the way it was used, perhaps this side was the entrance. Q came out last of all, then rotated the pole at the top of the closet inward, which caused the rear panel to creak shut and click into place. She shut the closet doors and turned around. "Are all of those Lady Ninir's clothes?" I whispered. "That's right. Don't touch them with your dirty hands." I gave her an awkward smile, then examined the dresses on the wall again. In a new light, I could see that some were red and blue and purple, but most of them were black. Ninir might like black clothing, or maybe all black gave her a bonus to hiding. Wow, this is gonna be tough, huh? When Lady Ninir gets bigger soon, she'll have to buy a whole new wardrobe, I bet. It was just the first thought that came into my mind, but Kyo merely gave me an odd look and said nothing. After further thought, I realized that child NPCs in iCred might not actually grow up. In fact, while it was true of every RPG, it was very rare exception that actually modeled that sort of thing. No wonder my question stumped even the advanced AI of the NPC. I decided this probably wasn't a topic worth drawing out, so I headed for the door that exited the dressing room. But the moment my hand was about to make contact with the golden knob, it rattled on its own, sending me jumping backwards. Standing on the other side of the door as it opened was not a town guard or an assassin, but my temporary partner wearing a white dress. How long were you going to stand around chatting in the closet? All I could muster was an awkward smile. I'm back. Outside the changing room, with the secret passageway, was a darkened room that featured a large canopy bed placed in smack in the middle. It was clearly Lady Nanir's bedroom, so I crossed it to the far door, taking care not to look around much. At last, we were in a familiar place, the main area of room 17 at the Grand Casino Hotel. But before I could enjoy a moment of relief, a figure stood up from the 3-seat sofa, rushed over, and grabbed my shoulders.
Kirito, I should have expected this. You always find a way to get into trouble. Sorry to worry you, Kismel, I said to the Dark Elf Knight, patting her awkwardly on the back and turning to the 5-seat sofa. The owner of this room and manager of the Volupta Grand Casino overall, Lady Nanir Nochtoi, rested on a pile of cushions there, reading an old faded book. Her eyes drifted up off the page and onto me. Welcome back, Kirito. Her expression and tone of voice were relaxed, sluggish even, which made it impossible to decipher what she thought about my solo adventure. One thing was certain, I caused Nanir's bleach-sprinkling quest for Argo to fail. I could tell because the glowing question mark over Nanir's head when we left this room hours ago was gone. I knew I'd have to give Argo an apology later. For now, I waited for Kyo to take her usual place next to the sofa. As soon as the armed maid was in position, I straightened my back and announced to the young mistress, I have returned. And? I'm afraid I have caused you great offense, I stammered, trying my best at a formal apology. But Nanir scowled and waved me off. We don't need to go through all of that. Just explain what you saw and what happened in the stables. All right. Kismel handed me a glass of water, so I thanked her with a glance and drank it all down. It wasn't as cold as the ice water Argo fixed last night, but after a big adventure like ours, it was good enough. Refreshed, I cleared my throat, then explained everything as politely as I could. What happened in the stables, how the rusty lyan was actually a storm lyan, and how it ran away after I healed it. The only thing I didn't mention was my discussion with Kyo about the dignity of monsters. I finished by saying, and that's everything. Nanir remained seated, saying nothing for the time being. She did not speak for a full 15 seconds. Just to confirm, absolutely no one in the stable saw your face? Yes, I said at once. That much I was sure of. No one saw me slip inside, and I was wearing a sack over my head the entire time. The handlers couldn't see me. Put it on again. I'm sorry? I asked, but it was clear there wasn't a single yoctometer of possibility that I'd misheard her, and I certainly didn't have the standing to refuse. I opened my window, tapped the head of my equipment mannequin, and set it to the tattered burlap sack. With a single swish, the sack appeared, the rough fibers covering my sight.
This is what it looked like.
I could tell my voice was a bit muffled, but the room was almost totally silent, so I was sure Nanir heard me, yet there was no response at all. I looked over at Kyo next to the sofa, unsure of what to do. For some reason, she looked away from me. I looked at Argo, Asuna, and Kismel on the other side of the low table, but they had the same reaction. I just stood there, hoping someone would say something, when Nanir abruptly shoved her face into the cushions, her shoulders trembling. Was she crying? It looked more like she was holding back laughter. In a chain reaction, Kyo's head dropped, her hands covered her mouth, and the girls turned their backs to me. It was the exact same reaction they'd had when I'd squeezed that Narsos fruit with my bare hands. That time, I felt honored to have brought laughter to the group. But doing it twice in one day was a little too much debasement for me. I could be forgiven for fighting back. I inched to the left until I was standing directly in front of Kyo. The battle maid sensed my presence and looked up. In that very moment, I extended my arms up and to the sides, letting my fingers dangle and lifting my left knee to stand on one leg. The crane pose. A bizarre sound escaped from the hands covering Kyo's mouth, and underneath the sack, I grinned with satisfaction. But then her hand left her mouth and zipped with lightning speed to the hilt of the estoc on her side. Wait, no! I yelped, sticking my hands out forward and shaking my head. Ninir had recovered from her giggle fit and said hoarsely, "Kyo, I have more to ask of him, so I need him alive a bit longer." "Yes, Lady Ninir, as you wish," Kyo replied smoothly, taking her hand off the weapon and returning it to her usual standing position. I exhaled with relief, but didn't know if I should yet. I took Ninir's comment to be a joke and wanted to believe that Kyo did too. But if the NPCs could use dark humor this effectively, then Argus's, or Akihito Kayaba's, AI development was even more advanced than I'd given them credit for. In any case, I seem to have avoided giving offense, so I lowered my hands and asked Ninir, can I take this off now?" "I wish I could say no, but it would be better if I didn't burst into laughter every time I saw you." With her permission, I pulled the sack off my head, then put it back into my inventory, praying I'd never need to wear it again. Ninir gestured towards one of the 3-seat sofas, so I sat down. Argo sat next to me, while Asuna and Kismel took the other one. Kyo prepared some tea. Today's tea was cinnamon-flavored, so I had a sip, then returned the conversation to the topic at hand. "Anyway, as you saw, my face was completely covered." "Indeed, the Corloys would not have been able to identify you, I think," said Ninir, albeit with hesitation. She gazed at my upper chest and added, "But just in case I would not wear that all-black clothing, do you have any other colors?" "I don't," I admitted sheepishly. Asuna added, rather unnecessarily, "Not only does he not have any other colors, he doesn't have any other clothes, period." "Really? Just that one outfit that you wear every single day?" said the girl, her seemingly 12-year-old face full of revulsion and pity. It was withering. "No, I wear something else when I go to bed." The thing was that clothing stains in this world were simply graphical effects that faded with time, and clothes never got stinky with sweat. But I decided not to bring up these facts. There were baths in this world, but I couldn't recall ever seeing any kind of laundry implements. If there was no concept of laundry, then what was the problem with wearing the same clothes without ever changing? But no amount of self-absolving arguments would stop Ninir from scowling at me. "If you had said you didn't even have night clothes, I would tell you to sleep on the floor next time. Well, if that's all you have, that's all you have. Kyo, I'm sure some of Father's clothes are still around here. Find something for him that isn't black." She waved, prompting the maid to give her a concerned look. "Are you sure?" "Yes. They're only clogging up the wardrobe anyways." Asuna assumed a pensive look after hearing the two talk this way, and I realized what she was thinking. If Nanir had a father and mother, one of them would be the leader of the Nochoy family, of course. But if young Nanir was the only currently in charge, her parents were most likely already... I wasn't sure if I should really ask to confirm the answer to that question, so Kismel did instead. Lady Nanir, do you not have any parents or siblings? No, Nanir confirmed, her sluggish expression unchanging. My mother and father passed away long ago. I did not have any siblings, so I run the house now. What about your family, Kismal? The knight looked down. My parents live in the city on the 9th floor, but my sister was called to the Holy Tree during a battle with the forest elves just 50 days ago. I see. You have my condolences. Nanir had switched from her teacup to a glass of red wine, which she lifted in honor, then closed her eyes and drank. She lowered the empty glass, twirling it in her fingers, and said to no one in particular, Lysulans and Calessians cannot help but continue their fight, even after centuries. Well, I have no room to criticize. I've been squabbling with the Corloys for years. I have no hatred for the forest elves either, but perhaps... Kismel slowed and allowed the words to hang in the air before she closed her mouth. When she continued, it was in a suppressed whisper. Perhaps if a babe was born again to Lysula and Kelo, bearing the blood of the 2 priestesses who gave their lives to the Holy Tree to stop the ancient war, we might finally see an end to this long, long battle. So Her Majesty once said to me. What? Blurted out not Nanir, not Keo, not Asuna, not Argo, but me. I immediately regretted it, but I couldn't take it back now, so I cleared my throat and asked what was on my mind. This baby with the blood of the priestesses, didn't you say the Holy Tree priestesses died ages ago during the Great Separation? So how can there be... Oh, unless their family lines are still alive today. That is not the case, the knight said, shaking her head. For one thing, the priestesses who served the black and white Holy Tree are not a hereditary position in either Lysula or Kelo. When the priestesses reach the end of their years and their power of prayers wanes, a baby born somewhere in the kingdom will contain that power and become the next priestess. But after the miraculous feat of the Great Separation, there has not been a single babe who carries the priestess's power, even after these many years. Not in Lysula, and I suspect not in Kelo either. I see. It was a story archetype you saw often in both Western and Eastern fantasy, but looking at Kismel's melancholy expression, it felt callous to sum it up that way. The elves of Aincrad had no choice but to grow up with an exile's identity cast away from their beautiful home. So it made sense that the forest elves wished to collect the 6 sacred keys to open the sanctuary and return the floating fortress to the earth. The problem was that, according to the Dark Elves' legend, opening the sanctuary doors would lead Aincrad to catastrophic ruin. And as claimed by the fallen elves, opening the sanctuary would cause even the greatest of magic left to humanity to vanish without a trace. It wasn't clear exactly what this catastrophe entailed, but there was a greater than 0 chance that it meant Aincrad would not gently glide down, but slam into the earth like a meteorite in a vast explosion, obliterating all the NPC and monster players alike, meaning that Asuna, Argo, and I would actually die. And if the greatest magic left to humankind, that General Notza of the Fallen mentioned, was our art of mystic scribing, meaning the player menu window, then we wouldn't be able to change equipment, earn skills, or hold items in our virtual storage. It would make reaching the 100th floor an impossible task. It felt improbable that the status of a quest that only Asuna and I were following could decide the fate of 8,000 other surviving SAO players. But after what happened in Stachin on the 6th floor, I couldn't rule out the possibility. Because the PK Guild killed the Lord of Stachin, no one who came after could start the Curse of Stachin quest. If a single player's malice could ruin the main quest of an entire floor, I couldn't categorically rule out the downfall of Aincrad itself. We had to do whatever it took to retrieve the 4 keys that Kaisara, the ransacker, stole from us. I thought with renewed determination. Ninir clapped her hands to cut through the gloomy air. Now, Kiyo, bring out all of Father's clothes that we have. We shall work together to choose one that will suit Kirito, she said. When I saw it, I inwardly yelped with dismay, but there was no escape now. 10 minutes later, the changing room's period of terror and the chills was over at last. And I sank into the sofa, reeling from a kind of mental exhaustion I'd rarely experienced before in my life. Ultimately, the women selected a light blue half-sleeve linen shirt, a pair of off-white cotton 3/4 pants, and a brown leather-braided sandals. A very resorty combination. Among the clothes that Kiyo brought out were white tuxedos, crimson silk, and frilled shirts, the kind of things French noblemen wore. So at least I didn't have to wear those. Although up close, the linen shirt had a very fine flower pattern, and the pants were cool and smooth to the touch. I didn't know much about fashion in any world, but it was clear just from wearing them that buying these clothes in any NPC shop would cost a total of at least 5,000 coal. "Ah, well, you look better just not wearing black," said Ninir, sipping on her second glass of wine. I straightened my back and bowed formally. "My thanks. I will endeavor to return them as clean as when you gave them to me." "You don't have to give them back. I have no use for them anyway." "Oh, but..." I couldn't bring myself to say, "These are a memento of your father, aren't they?" Normally, Asuna would help me out in an awkward social situation, but she had gone with Kismel and Argo to the changing room. Ninir could sense what I was thinking, however, and shrugged, her bare shoulders visible above her summer dress. "You saw the wardrobe when you came through the hidden door. I've got a ton of Father's clothes left behind." "That's true. He was a quite fashionable fellow, wasn't he?" "I suppose. He would go to the upper floors to spend money on them, since there aren't any great shops on the 7th floor. I believe that's how he got the shirt you're wearing now, Kirito." "From the upper floors?" I repeated, looking at the ceiling. "But to go between the floors requires going through the Labyrinth Tower, the Pillar of Heavens, where a guardian beast lurks, right? He didn't beat them, did he? If that were true, we wouldn't need to fight the floor boss here," I thought optimistically. It took barely a second to have that idea shot down. "Hardly. Only reckless, death-defying adventurers like yourselves would dare to attempt that tower. The monster-capturing teams that the Corloys and we employ are veteran fighters, but
even they're forbidden from approaching the tower.
Oh, I see. In that case, how did he...
You know, there are some who travel between the floors without using the towers for passage.
Without using the towers, I wondered, until realization struck. There was a teleportation system for on each floor that humans could not utilize. Oh, do you mean Just then, the door to the bedroom opened forcefully, and Asuna came in, her cheeks flushed.
Oh, wow, that was incredible. You should have seen it, Kirito.
I saw it earlier.
Then you should have been more enthusiastic, Asuna scolded. She turned to Ninir and said, Thank you for showing us your clothes, my lady. I've never seen such a lovely wardrobe in this world, or even in the place I came from. I'm glad you enjoyed it, replied Ninir with a smile. If the sizes had matched, I would have loved to gift you some of them, but...
Asuna waved her off.
No, I couldn't. I had the time of my life just looking at them, so...
She trailed off awkwardly at the end, which suggested to me that she'd hit upon the same question I had a moment earlier. Clothing and armor in this world had no concept of sizing. It would always stretch or shrink to fit the person equipping it, but that did not apply to Lady Ninir's wardrobe, apparently. In that sense, I supposed it was my good fortune that her father's clothes were in my size, though perhaps it was just the case that all clothes were split between adult and child specifications, and the auto-sizing function only worked within the boundaries of each. In any case, Asuna quickly regained her smile, thanked our host again, and sat down on the sofa. Argo and Kismel followed her in, so we sipped on Kyo's fresh pot of tea, and I returned to the report that had been interrupted earlier. Once again, please allow me to apologize for going off on my own. I don't know how I can make it up to you for wasting the decolorant you went to the trouble of making. I apologize, racking my vocabulary for the best possible words to describe my contribution. But Ninir cut me off again. I told you enough of that. There's nothing we can do about what's already been done. I'd rather talk about what comes next. What comes next? Ninir's initial plan was to sprinkle the decolorant on the rusty lyan in the monster arena, thus revealing its true fur color to the betting guests and making plain the Corloy's gratuitous rule-breaking behavior. But he used up the only bottle of the bleaching agent, and the rusty storm lyan had run off across the map. There was no way to repair our strategy, it seemed to me. When I couldn't come up with a new comment, Argo crossed her arms and legs and said, The lyan that Keyboy freed has run off, but that just means there's a blank slot in the fights tonight. Lady Ninir, how do y'all decide to cover for something like that? We have no rules for it, said the young head of the house, shaking her wine glass back and forth rather than her head. As I told you, a monster that is registered for a fight must appear. That is the rule of the Grand Casino. But you said that the rules have been broken before, noted Asuna. Twice, in fact. Ninir nodded. Yes. In both cases, the house that could not fulfill the rule had to apologize directly to the other and plead for the right to substitute a different monster. It involves a great deal amount of shame and expensive reparations. And will that happen here too? Asked Kismel, who was sitting next to me. Ninir looked at the elf, her dark reddish eyes blinking several times first. I'm not sure. Bardun Corloy might decide it was the fault of the mystery dog thief that he could not submit his lyan for battle.
and refused to admit his family's error.
Ah, I see.
Much as it pains me to admit, similar squabbles have arisen between the 3 knighthoods of Lysula. From what I hear, losing equipment during group training sessions, getting the meeting time of a cooperative mission wrong. When such things occurred, the different groups always resisted taking responsibility. In that sense, humans and elves are much the same, said Ninir, smiling wryly. Which means that Bardun might claim that it was a Nuchtoi member who absconded with the lyan, and blame us for the loss, which would be true, of course. She shot me a keen glance, and I shrank my head as far down into my shoulders as I could go. But Ninir wasn't angry. She seemed to be holding back laughter, if anything. However, they can't possibly track your identity from the clothes you wore, so all we have to do is insist we have no idea about that. Ultimately, they will have to plead with us to allow them to replace their monsters with another one.
And will you accept that substitution? Prompted Kyo from the side of the sofa. Ninir murmured thoughtfully to herself, a mannerism that was actually rather adorable. Behind the eyes, staring at her wineglass in her mind, seemed to be working hard. Ninir was an NPC, advanced AI or not, so her actual brain was not her own, but it was located somewhere in the real world, most likely the processor of the SAO server in Argus's headquarters. Yet it was impossible to see her avatar as just some visual cipher and nothing more. But by that token, Asuna, Argo, and I were just empty avatars without real brains in them too. The only difference between us was whether the avatar was connected to a biological brain or integrated circuits. After a few seconds of consideration, Ninir stated, "Because the match cannot be cancelled, we will have to accept it in the end. However, following past precedent, we will be able to demand some kind of compensation. Rather than simple goods or money, I would prefer something that might expose the Corloys' ill deeds." What kind of thing would that be?
"The right to inspect the Corloys' stable unannounced," she said, to my open-mouthed surprise.
But Asuna, who was sitting across from me, understood Ninir's meaning with her usual sharp insight.
"Of course. If we inspect the stable, we might find traces of the red dye or some other evidence of their scheme. If they were to refuse, it would essentially be admitting they're hiding something." "But what if they refuse that in the first place, knowing they'll be suspected anyway? What'll happen next if the Corloys refuse an inspection, Miss Near?"
Argo asked. Ninir wore a cold smile that did not at all suit her preteen appearance.
"Then we will refuse their request for a replacement, and they will have to either produce a new rusty Lycan or cancel the evening matches. The final match is at 10:30, so they have until 7 hours to act. But there is no way they can dispatch a capturing party to the Lycan's habitat far to the west and bring it back in time for the fight, even with all those hours. So, practically speaking, they must choose to cancel."
"But earlier you said that the match can't be cancelled," I interjected at last. It was the maid who replied, "That is correct. The battles at the casino each night are a 5-part test to determine who should be the rightful heir in accordance with the last will of Falhari, the founder. According to our customary rules,
If a single bout should be cancelled, the test will be considered concluded, and the next best of 5 series will determine the official head of the house. Bardan Korloy is motivated by making money. He would not pursue such a risk. Ninir bobbed her head and added, "That is correct. So, I believe Bardan will accept an inspection of his stables. If we find evidence of wrongdoing, it will give me the means to make the Korloys pay, if not quite as effectively if the fur bleaching strategy had worked." Hold on. I mean, please wait, my lady, I interrupted, leaning forward. I intended to ask the question I was sure Asuna, Argo, and Kismel were wondering as well. If canceling the match is against the rules, shouldn't cheating also be illegal? Wouldn't that be the end of the test matches too, and send it straight to the official battle to determine the rightful leader? Ninir did not reply at once. She swirled the bit of red wine at the bottom of her glass, then finished it off. She handed the empty glass to Kyo and stared at me. I did not want to draw you into the stir that would ensue, which is why I did not mention this. The law states that if one side is accused of cheating, the matter will be judged by Falhari's spirit.
Falhari's spirit? Screeched Argo incredulously. She unfolded her arms and made a grand gesture with her hands. Meaning, you're gonna summon your ancestor spirit through a ritual and whatnot.
And whatnot, agreed Ninir. Next to Argo, Asuna's shoulders hunched. She hated anything to do with ghosts. While it would be nice to reassure her, sadly, there were plenty of astral-type monsters in this world, like wraiths and wights and specters. I couldn't rule out the possibility of Falhari's spirit appearing. But beside bringing up the topic of ghosts, Ninir just waved it away. No one has ever seen him, though, myself included. For one thing, not once since the founding of the Grand Casino have we ever required Falhari's judgment. In that case, if you go to inspect the stable and find some dye or other evidence, is it even going to mean anything? Asked Kismel in a measured tone. If Falhari's spirit does not appear with the ritual, how will it deliver its judgment? Do the rules state what happens then? Nothing of the sort. But that's not your concern, Ninir said rather brusquely, as she turned from Kismel to me. Kirito, I am not criticizing you for taking the rusty lyan out of the Korloy stables, saving its life and letting it go free. But if you feel apologetic for what you've done, will you undertake another job for me? As soon as the words had finished, a golden exclamation mark appeared over the girl's head. Apparently, the series of quests was not over. Gamer instincts aside, my morality did not allow me to refuse this request. I wanted to say yes at once, but I wasn't the one who started Lady Nir's quest in the first place. That was Argo. I looked across to the info agent and to get her thoughts. Her large eyes blinked with purpose. I could practically hear her voice telepathically telling me, "Don't just sit there like a dunce, accept it." So I quickly turned back to Ninir and said, "Of course, whatever you need." "I'm glad to hear that," she said, grinning as the exclamation mark turned into a question mark overhead. She leaned back against the cushion and entered exclamation mode. "Don't worry, this job will not be difficult or dangerous." Meaning, I want you to accompany me on the inspection of the Korloy monster cells. Ah, I see,
I said, while on the inside I thought, do I have to go back there? But to her, I merely nodded and said, that will be easy. I don't know if it will help you, however. As long as you remember the layout, that is fine. None of my people have ever been inside Corloy's stables. My expectation is that the time we have to go inside and look will fall in the 2-hour period between the end of the daytime matches and the start of the nighttime preparations. I will need a guide to help me spot any signs of wrongdoing. Okay, well, I'd be happy to show you around, but I don't recall it being that complex on the inside, I muttered, picturing my mental map of the Corloy stables. To the left of the sofa, Kyo said, Then why don't you remember how many monster cells there were? Huh? Of course, I said, then realized that while I counted the number of cells on the right side of the basement hallway, I didn't pay any attention to the left side, so I couldn't actually be certain. There were 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 or so. That is not what remembering means, she snapped. Asuna and the others all shook their heads. Ninir said she would wait in her room for the Corloys to make contact, so Asuna, Kismel, and Argo and I left the hotel room on the 3rd floor of the casino. We walked down the extravagant staircase onto the ground floor and crossed directly towards the entrance, where Argo theatrically clutched her stomach and wailed,
Oh, I'm so hungry. We gotta get something to eat.
Agreed, said Asuna. That's a good idea, added Kismel. Ninir had instructed us to return before the end of the daytime arena matches, but we probably had time to eat, I supposed. Argo, however, lowered her head to gaze up at me and asked,
What's up, key boy? Aren't you hungry?
I took a step back and replied, No, I am hungry, but I had a sandwich at the casino after we split up this morning.
You traitor!
Look, you guys were enjoying the bath, I protested, glancing at Asuna. Didn't you eat anything after you got out? Not a bite. In fact, we were just taking a breather after getting out of the bath when you sent your message, so we didn't have time to eat, or even if we wanted to. Oh, sorry about that. Well, let's go grab a bite then, I urged, until I remembered that our party had an extra member now. Asuna and Argo and I would enjoy just about anything, of course, but I still didn't know much about a dark elf's typical diet. During our time at Yofel and Galley Castles, the food they served us was healthy with plenty of vegetables, and the only animal protein I got was a grilled whitefish and poultry. Surely she would eat other things than that, though. Kismel, is there anything you'd rather avoid? Or actually, what do you like? I asked. The knight inclined her head as she considered. I do not consider myself a picky eater, but if I had to give you an answer, I'd say I do not much like rare meat dripping with blood and fat, or dishes with strong spices. Or Narsos fruit, huh? I teased, with a grin. She shot me a smug look and quipped back, No, but that is medicinal. You do not eat it for the taste. No kidding. Okay, so we're avoiding steaks and kebabs. Any recommendations outside of those, Argo?
Let's see,
Argo murmured, her whisker-painted cheeks puckering briefly. She snapped her finger.
That's it! I know where we'll go.
Where's that?
You'll have to look forward to the surprise.
Argo's surprises could be total bullseyes, or they could be too avant-garde for their own good, so I wasn't sure how to feel about this development.
Ultimately, I just had to hope it would be the former. Well, lead the way. That's the spirit. Follow me, she said, marching off. Asuna and Kismil and I followed her in order. It was like a good old school 2D pixel RPG. The four of us walking in a line down a side street that headed into the southwest block of Volupta. Normally, the streets in this town were supposed to be aligned in the four cardinal directions, if not quite as precisely as in Statchen. But because of the chaotic ways the buildings themselves bulged and lean, the alleys actually twisted left and right as it went. Decaying barrels and boxes and such were strewn about the alley, and the paving stones were cracked here and there, which pushed this area over the line of working class into slums. If you weren't careful, it looked like you could get held up at gunpoint at any moment. It almost made me paranoid that Argo knew our elite NPC member would help us clear up a few stray quests for her. But then we came to a stop. "Here we are," Argo said. On the left side of the alley was a building that smelled of food, with an aged iron sign hanging on the door. The design of it was a pointed leaf, almost like the one on the Canadian flag. At a glance, it looked more like a herb cellar than a restaurant. Since our guest of honor was not familiar with human cooking, I figured ungratefully that if we were going to stretch her boundaries, we could just go back to pots and pots again. But Argo was already pushing the faded wooden door open. A deep voice greeted us as soon as the tinkling doorbell announced our entrance. Asuna and Kismil followed Argo through the entrance, so I brought up the rear. On the inside, the place was cramped and built to look like a grotto, but it went back much farther than Pots and Pots, which was just a counter. At the very end, there was a 4-seat table. On the left side was a counter that could seat about 5 people, behind which stood a figure like a small mountain. This would be the man who welcomed us in, and he was both taller and wider than agile. My first thought was that he could be an ogre trying to pass himself off as human. But the women headed straight for the table without any sign of intimidation, so I had to hurry after them. Asuna and Kismil took the far seats, leaving Argo and me to sit next to each other. There were 2 ancient-looking menus resting on the shining black table surface. The reddish-brown front cover had the name written in a simple style. Menons. That would presumably be the owner's name, but I was having trouble associating the cute writing with the muscular, towering man behind the counter. Who's a Menon? I whispered. Argo jabbed a thumb at the counter to the left. My instincts to peek were too strong for me to ignore the voice in my head saying, "Don't look." Perhaps the lamp hanging from the ceiling over the counter was too low, because he just looked like a massive shadow. But there was no one else back there, so that man had to be Menon. I decided that I had to get over the stubborn idea that a menacing man must have a menacing name. To me, Menon sounded rather cute, and turned back to the table and the menu. There were only 2 pages. On the left, it said simply, Dolma, 20 kol, and Musica, 30 kol. And on the right, Ozu, 10 kol, and coffee, 5 kol, in rough script. I checked the back cover, just in case, but it was blank. After the 100+ varieties of bread bowl stews and Pots, the limited options here were stifling. But more importantly, Argo, I have no idea what any of these are, aside from the coffee. What are Dolma and Masaka and Ozo? I asked, doing my best to pronounce the unfamiliar words. The information agent stifled a chuckle. "That's exactly the reaction I was counting on, Keyboy." What? I'm sure Austin is thinking the same thing, I argued, but the other side of the table, my temporary partner, was also grinning widely at my ignorance. I'm sorry, Kirito. I know what these are. You got dolma right, but the other ones are moussaka and ouzo. I'm guessing that means you know what these dishes are? Of course. It's the perfect menu for this town in particular. Good choice, Argo. You bet it is. And my tip about this place is on the house, my friends. Their smug superiority was making me feel a bit sulky. I looked at Asana's seating partner and asked, Do you know what dolma and moussaka are too, Kismel? No, I have never seen them, said the knight, shaking her head. But since I am here in this human town, I would enjoy the chance to eat a new kind of dish. I'm looking forward to these delicacies. Oh, okay. Kismel's beaming smile was so brilliant, I had to shield my eyes from her radiance. Argo stifled another chuckle in her throat and snapped the menu shut. Well, since there ain't much room to choose, I'll just do the ordering. Hey, boss, we'll have 4 dolmas, 4 moussakas, and 4 ouzos. You got it, said the deep voice from the counter. After 10 seconds of clanking tools and knives, I started to smell a delectable scent. Maybe this will be tasty after all, I thought. Then a voice said, Hey, buddy. Yes, I answered automatically, but I was the only one at the table who could possibly be referring to as buddy. Thankfully, the huge cook had not read my mind. He said apologetically, Would you mind carrying this stuff to the table? I run this place all on my own, so I don't have anyone to serve you. Of course, I'd be happy to, I said, getting to my feet. When I approached his enormous hands, set down a ceramic bottle, a pitcher of water, and 4 wine glasses. After careful consideration, I cradled the bottle in my left arm, the pitcher in my right, and gingerly held 2 glasses in each hand, then carried them over to the table. The moment everything was safely on top of the table, I'd let go. Asuna clucked. You could have just brought them over in 2 or 3 trips. What if you got tripped up and dropped them? Well, I didn't. Yes, but you could have. Well, if you're going to blame me for things that didn't happen, then, I tried and failed to think of what antonym for all's well that ends well would be, and burst out of laughter erupted from the counter. You got style, buddy. Carrying all that over in one go? Try this next. What, again? I complained, thinking that this was rather abusive restaurant towards its customers. Back at the counter, there were 4 steaming dishes in 1 basket of cutlery. The plates each had a mysterious dark green object covered in a milky white sauce, which I found very intriguing, but I had my pride to live up to. I ran a mental simulation, then made full use of my left fingers to hold 2 plates. I carefully placed another one on my forearm, so I had 3 on one arm. The rest was easy. 3 fingers on my right hand held the last plate, and I hooked the cutlery basket with my pinky. Then I turned back to the table and put them all down in reverse order. There, see? See what? I'm telling you, that's not going to end well. Then you could get up and help me, Asuna. Then you could ask me for help. Once again, the cook interrupted our argument. Hey, buddy, here's the last one. All right. I turned back, excited to see what was next. On the counter were 4 sizzling gratin dishes. I swallowed and considered this development gravely. even ignoring the sizzling heat of the gratin dishes. They were lipped in a way that rose vertically around the edge, which made it impossible to hold two in one hand with different fingers. I could hold one with my left hand and place another on my arm, but then I couldn't do the same on the other side with only one open hand. I've just got to lift it with sheer willpower, I told myself, honing my mind, but I could not psychically lift the dish. Swearing to myself that I'd learn the psychokinesis skill one day, I turned back to Asuna and said, "I'm sorry, please help me." "You should have just started with that," she said, rolling her eyes. Asuna stood up and promptly pushed down Kismel, who tried to rise with her. Argo did not budge from her seat before coming to the counter. We each took 2 dishes and carried them to the table. Now we had the mystery dolmas, musakas, and ozos for each person. The only thing I'd learned so far was that ozos was a beverage. "Well, shall we share a toast?" Argo picked up the ceramic bottle and poured 2 fingers of liquid into each of our wine glasses. Then she added the same amount of water from the pitcher, instantly turning the clear liquid cloudy and white. It reminded me of the dye being washed out of the lycan's fur. So I asked her quietly, "This is safe to drink, right?" "Yeah, no worries," she said, which was not all that reassuring. She passed out the glasses, and I lifted mine with trepidation. "To meeting Kismel," Argo announced. We clinked glasses. I took a little sip of the cloudy liquid. Immediately, a powerful herbal scent stung my nose, and the alcohol burned my throat. If it was this harsh when cut with water, how strong was the liquid straight from the bottle? I grimaced and looked across the table, where Asuna's brows were slightly knit. Kismel looked totally unaffected. She drank it down in one go and placed her glass on the table. "Ah, this drink is good. It uses a good variety of herbs and plants." "I figured an elf would like it," Argo replied. I wanted to ask, "Really, you did?" But if Kismel was happy, that was all that mattered. I promptly poured another drink of ozos in the knight's glass. I was about to pour in the water, but she requested a little less, so I gave her half as much water as alcohol. Somehow, I managed to finish my own ouzos, then placed my glass on the edge of the table to make it clear I didn't need more. Instead, I picked up my knife and fork to try out the food. The small round plate featured 2 elliptical dark green objects slathered in milky white sauce. Whatever they were, they seemed to be steamed inside of large leaves. The exterior reminded me of kashiwa mochi, rice cakes wrapped up in an oak leaf. Based on that, I assumed you were supposed to peel the leaf off without eating it, but the whole thing was wrapped so tightly that I couldn't tell where I was supposed to start removing it. At this point, I decided to copy Asuna and Argo and snuck a quick glance at them, but both were sipping on their ouzos and watching my hands very carefully. Not because they were ignorant of how to eat this, but because they wanted to watch my attempt. Fine, you want to laugh at me? Go ahead. I stabbed my fork into one of the elliptical things, then lifted it into my mouth and bit down. The leaf split with a nice crispy texture, and as I chewed, the texture turned much thicker. The inside was probably rice and meat. It was kind of like a Western-style sticky rice dumpling, but with a lemony cream sauce that matched the flavor and a fun crispy leaf texture on the outside. I popped the other half on my fork into my mouth and said, "It's good." "Of course," replied Argo, stabbing one of her Western dumplings with her fork and taking a bite. Austin and Kismel politely cut into pieces with a knife at first. I finished off the other dumplings quickly, then pulled my glass back towards me and poured a bit of the ouzo. I added extra water and gave it a taste. At a more diluted level like this, the eccentric flavor and scent didn't bother me so much. In fact, it was kind of refreshing. At this point, I wanted to get right into the gratine, but it seemed politer to wait for the others. For whatever reason, Asuna started to unroll the leaf on her second dumpling. Using her fork and knife, she carefully peeled off the leaf and laid it on top of the plate. Look. Look at what? Oh! The leaf, which was a bit larger than my palm, had jagged edges and two large clefts, much like the Canadian flag, the same shape as what was on the iron sign on the door. So, the sign outside was this leaf? Maple leaf? Bzz, it looks like it, though. No, this is a grape leaf. Oh, I murmured, as Kismel said, Ah, there are vineyards on the 9th floor, but I did not know the leaves could be used for cooking. Which was this, the dolma or the mosuka? Dolma, said Asuna at once. Then she added, less decisively, I'm pretty sure it means stuffed. Based on the way she said it, I had to assume that these dolmas and probably the mosukas and ouzo too were real-world dishes, just like the cow mangai from Lectio, but I couldn't begin to guess which country they were from. Interesting. Seems more wrapped to me, but anyway, it's good. I'm looking forward to the musuka as well, said Kismel, pulling the rectangular gratine dish toward her. I followed her lead. The material must have been very good at insulation, because the outside surface was only warm, but the contents were still bubbling and steaming. It wasn't exactly cool inside the restaurant, so it was kind of a dish I'd prefer to eat in the winter floors. Still, the way the heaping white sauce browed up was boosting my appetite. It might be the first gratine I'd had so far in Eincrad. I thought Argo passed over the cutlery basket, so I pulled out a spoon with a flat end and scooped up a bite from the very bottom of the dish. Beneath the sauce, it was neither rice nor macaroni, but layers of ground meat, mashed potatoes, and sliced eggplant. After blowing on the spoonful, I stuffed it into my mouth. Good. It was like a scene from a comic book, but of course, it was good. Tomato-flavored ground meat, steaming potatoes, and soft eggplant mixed with rice and white sauce. It was a perfect mixture, and the flavor was so satisfying, it was hard to believe this was virtual food in a virtual world. Asuna and Kismel moved their spoons in silence, as did Argo, who had presumably tried this dish before. In just 2 or 3 minutes, we all had emptied our servings. A little swig of ouzo cooled down my overheated mouth and tongue, and I rapped the glass down on the table. We'd eaten delicious food all over on the 7th floor, and the dolma and mosuka together might have been the most satisfying yet. The gruff excuse for customer service here was a small price to pay for a flavor like this. Kismel was just as satisfied as I was. She finished off her glass of ouzo, which had barely any water in it, and exhaled, Both food and drink were very good. Asuna, what does musika mean? From what I remember, it's like something juicy or something chilled. Huh? What? Argo and I craned our necks in the same direction. It was served in an oven-baked dish so hot it could burn your tongue. That name couldn't be any less accurate. Asuna looked our way and pursed her lips with frustration. Look, it's not like I have an entire dictionary in my brain, but I'm pretty sure that in the place where musica was first developed, it was a chilled appetizer. Then in a different area, it turned into a hot dish. Yes, such things do happen, Kismil agreed. In Lysula, we have a dish called panakorkul that came over from Kelo. It is like a lightly cooked pancake. While the forest elves eat theirs with only a sprinkle of sugar and cinnamon, we dark elves prefer a healthy serving of jam and cream on top. I hardly think I need to point out which is tastier. The sight of her culinary pride made me smile. I promptly commented, "That sounds very good indeed. I'd like to eat it someday." "Of course. When you come to the city on the 9th floor, you can eat all that you like," Kismil replied generously, but her smile did not last long, presumably remembering her personal situation. After escaping from the cells of Harin Tree Palace, Kismil could not return to the castle on the 9th floor, or any other strongholds, unless she brought back the 4 sacred keys with her. At the moment, my proposal to track the fallen elves was our only hope, but we didn't even know that all 4 keys would be kept at the fallen's base, should we succeed. And if Kaisara, the ransacker, happened to be there, we would be wiped out at our current strength. On top of that, we didn't even know how the Fallen were traveling from floor to floor, given that they couldn't use the spirit trees. Until we solved that mystery, another attack from Kaisara would always be possible, even if we took the keys back. I sighed, thinking about the challenges ahead of us. Asuna put a hand on Kismel's back and said, "It's all right. My premonitions always come true. We're going to get the sacred keys back." "Yes, of course we are," she replied, smiling again. She poured back the last of the ouzo in her glass and turned to the other person at the table. "Thank you for bringing me to this wonderful place, Argo."
"Glad you liked it, but you ought to thank Keyboy instead."
"Huh? Why me?" It didn't seem like carrying the dishes to the table was worthy of such a display of gratitude. But before I could say as much, Argo flashed a smirk at me.
"Because Keyboy's paying for the meal, obviously."
It wasn't until recently that I learned that the timing for payment at NPC restaurants depend on the establishment. Most places would bring up a small payment window upon each individual's order, which would subtract the required coal when you hit the OK button. If you didn't pay, the food would not appear, no matter how many hours you waited. In other words, you paid separately and up front. But in a fancy restaurant that weren't my style, in some tiny locations, an individual could pay the entire bill after the meal. In the case of the former, it was to avoid ruining the atmosphere with a cheap demand for payment. And in the latter, I suspect it was to tempt the player with an eat and run challenge. From what I'd heard, there were bold players who ate all they could, then sprinted out of the building and succeeded in escaping both the cook and guards, thus enjoying a free meal without suffering the cost of a prison stay in Black Iron Palace. Of course, I did not run out on the bill. I thanked Minon for the meal, then paid the cost of 420 coal for the 4 of us. For excellent food and alcohol to boot, the price was quite reasonable. But if Argo chose this place specifically because she knew she could force the bill onto me, I had to give her a piece of my mind. I headed out to the door, resolute, only to be met by the 3 women outside, smiling and saying,
Thanks for the meal.
Thanks for the meal.
Thanks for the meal. I made a face like I'd been sucking on a lemon for 10 years. You're quite welcome.
Well, shall we get going?
Said Argo, back in her usual mode. And she turned and strolled north down the street before I could give her any lip. Kismil followed her after her, and I lined up next to Asuna in the back. So, which country are dolmas and musakas from? I whispered, after we'd gotten at the end of the building. Just as quietly, she replied, Greece. Ah, just like how Volupta reminded you of Santorini? Yes. Interesting. So that's why you said that it was a perfect meal to have in a town like this, I remarked, watching Argo's back as she took the lead. It seemed that the rat hadn't chosen that restaurant to make me pay for it, but it was because she understood that the style of Volupta was reminiscent of the islands of Santorini, and that the dolmas and moussakas were Greek food. Asuna was quite the source of real-world information and customs, but Argo seemed to have all of that on top of a vast knowledge of Aincrad and the systems of SAO. I couldn't really tell what her age was. She seemed to be our age, but she also called herself Big Sis a lot, so she could be older. Where had she gotten this encyclopedia of knowledge and experience? And why did she pursue the job of selling information in this deadly game, an act that was in some way more dangerous than being a player trying to beat the game? Of course, if you're that curious about something, it's best to just ask directly. But that wouldn't work with Argo. I could just see her smirking and saying something like,
That'll be 10,000 coal, bub.
If I ever owned 10 million coal, I told myself that I'd buy every last personal fact that Argo sold about herself. I was pretty sure I'd made that decision before. The side street took us back to the open space in front of the casino. It was about 10 minutes after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The final battle of the daytime monster arena was scheduled for 4:30, so we still had time to get back to Ninir's room. But I was also worried about the possibility that the ALS and the DKB might be attempting to double their chips with each battle to get 100,000. Argo must have been thinking the same thing, because she leaned in and said under her breath,
I'm going to go check on the Monster Coliseum. You go back to Lady Near first. It's not like I'll have any role in the inspection of the stables.
Sure, if you say so, but you're the one who accepted the quest from her, right? Sure you shouldn't be with us? Since forming my temporary partnership with Asuna, we had almost never worked separately, so my knowledge of how quests and parties interacted wasn't all that solid. Argo just tilted her head, though, and said,
No worries. If we're in a party, we'll share quest status. Just make sure you don't accidentally kick me out.
Got it.
Just shoot me a message when you're done with the inspection.
Argo headed off, so I rejoined Asuna and Kismel, who were chatting and looking around the plaza. After a few words, we walked towards the casino. The pure white building was glowing golden in the slanted sunlight. Since coming to Volupta, Asuna and I had spent about 24 hours in and around the city. It was on the southern edge of the floor, so in terms of simple distance, we had crossed half the floor so far. But the tailwind road that connected the main town of Volupta was a long, plain road with no dungeon or bosses along the route. But the route to Premio, the northwest of here, and the route from Premio to the Labyrinth Tower was full of challenges. In terms of the actual work to conquer the floor, we're 30% of the way through at best. Of course, if either the ALS or DKB gained the completely game-breaking Sword of Volupta, the pace of our advancement might speed up significantly. However, they were relying on cheat sheets to win that were certainly a trap created by the Corloys to sucker high rollers into losing big money. Still, if Cabal and Lind were sharp enough to detect the trap and bet on the opposite card in the final match of the night, but maybe the Corloys had a plan in place for that too. In the end, they were just an individual facet of a massive SAO game system. And unlike the real world, with its immutable laws of physics, Aincrad was a virtual place where the system could do anything it wanted if it had the reason to. Much like the pattern with the color of the roulette dealer's bow tie and the odds of landing on that color. Maybe the 7th floor is going to take a lot longer than I'm thinking, I wondered. Suddenly, Asano's at my side and prodding my elbow. Come on, let's go back to Lady Ninir. Right. Are you full now, Kismel? I asked, without thinking much. The knight narrowed her eyes, with part exasperation, part out of rage. I am fine. Kirito, how much of a glutton do you take me for? I was just checking. Shall we go back? I did a 90-degree turn to the left and quickly marched off towards the center entrance of the Grand Casino. Behind my back, I heard the women quietly giggling. 19. We got through the security checkpoint with Keo's pass, climbed the huge spiral staircase to the 3rd floor, then informed the check-in counter where we were going and made our way to room 17 on the south side of the floor. It occurred to me that we were paying many more visits to Lady Ninir's chamber than the platinum suite we'd coughed up so much money on at the Amber Moon Inn, but that would only last until the end of this quest series. And according to my instincts, the climax was near. Things had taken a big detour when I freed the lyan, but going by the pattern of proper storytelling, an inspection of the stable should turn up undeniable evidence of wrongdoing. Then the judgment of Falhari, the founder, would kick in. Something unexpected would happen. A major story event would occur, and we'd launch into some kind of huge battle, which, if won, would spell the end of the quest. At least that was my assumption. If there was any concern on my end, it was that the Cursed of Statuen quest in the previous floor had completely ignored typical story logic, but I wanted to say that was only because the PKers had interfered permanently by killing the Lord of the Town. They hadn't shown up at all in Lady Ninir's quest, so I could only pray that this story ended safely. Contemplating this as I marched down the dark hallway to room 17, I knocked and answered the replying voice with, Kirito and Asana and Kismel. A fancy, heavy lock clicked loose. Kyo, the battle maid, opened the door, then frowned as soon as she saw me. Kirito, have you been drinking during the day? Yes, but not enough to smell bad. For one thing, drinks in this world only tasted like alcohol. They didn't produce acetaldehyde in the body. If the game was simulating alcohol effects too, then it made no sense that Lady Ninir, who looked no more than 12 years old, was chugging glasses of wine like water with no visible effect. But my guess was completely wrong. It is not the spirits I smell, but the anise. Have you been drinking with ouzo down in town? Anise? I wondered, until I realized that must be the name of the particular herbal flavor in that strong drink. There was a mixture of fictional plants in this world, like narsos and seleucian, and real plants like juniper and aspen. I couldn't tell in the moment if anise was one or the other, but either way, she was right that I'd been drinking ouzo at Minon's, so I fessed up. Yes, I have. I knew it. I won't tell you to avoid it, but it is strong and best saved for the evening. Yes, ma'am. I bowed and glanced sidelong at my companions. Asana had twice as much as I did, and Kismel at least 3 times, but they both looked as stoic as though they had no idea what I'd done. I felt like the fact I could resist telling Kyo they were drinking too was a sign of how mature I'd become as a person. But before I could think on it more, from the back of the large room, a young voice hailed, "Welcome back, Kirito, Asuna, Kismel." Kyo held out her right hand, motioning us towards the enormous couch. As usual, Ninir was slumped on the cushions with sluggish demeanor. When she saw me, her nostrils perked up adorably. "Yes, you do smell like ouzo. That takes me back. I haven't had ouzo in a long time," she said. That one surprised me. Ouzo was a drink several times harsher than wine, and she said it had been a long time. How old could she have been when she drank it? Einkrad might not have any laws against underage drinking, but that seemed like something her parents should be aware of. Then I remembered that Ninir's father and mother were already out of the picture. Kyo might be acting as her protector, but a maid was not the same thing as a guardian. And who was I to act like her parent? I was just an errand boy. I glanced at the floating question mark over Ninir's head and asked, "So, how did negotiations with the Korloy family go?" "We argued somewhat, but as I expected, they ultimately agreed to allow an emergency inspection. It will start 10 minutes after the end of the final daytime arena match, so it will be 5 o'clock, regardless of how long the fight drags on. Are you ready, Kirito?" "Ready whenever you are, but I'm not inspecting the stables all by myself, am I?" "Of course not. In fact," Ninir acknowledged, making a face, "they added the condition that I must be present as well. So the entire inspection party will be the two of our handlers, 2 armed soldiers, you, Kyo, and me." Uh-huh. I felt better about having more people around, but I couldn't guess what the Korloys were doing here. Why would they make that demand, though? The more people inspecting their stables, the higher chance we might find some evidence of wrongdoing, right? I wondered. Back in her usual standing spot, Kyo scowled and said, "They intend it as a mean-spirited hassle." "But the stables are in the basement of this very building, right? It can't be that far that it's a hassle for you." Ninir might have been a refined young lady, but she was still strong enough to walk up and down stairs, I thought. But Kyo fixed me with a fierce glare. "That is not what I mean." "Then what?" "It is nothing you need to concern yourself with, Kirito," said Ninir herself, putting an end to the discussion. I clammed up, and she asked me a different question. "With that said, where is Argo?" "Oh, she said she was going to see the monster arena," I replied. Asuna quickly added, "If we need more people for the inspection, I will go in her place." "No, the inspection will be fine. I have a different job for you to do. Asuna and Kismel." "Yes, anything." Whoa, don't promise too much, I thought with trepidation, but Ninir's request was actually exceedingly simple. "I want you to watch this room for me. Typically, both Kyo and I almost never leave this place unattended, but not long ago, when we left together, someone poisoned my wine." "Poisoned?" I squawked. But then I remembered that Kyo had said the Korloys were attempting to kill Ninir. She herself bravely said she'd welcome a direct attempt over a bunch of trickery and poison. Apparently, it was more literal than I'd realized. "But you were all right." "Well, I'm alive right now, aren't I?" Ninir said, then bobbled her shoulders and added, "But if Kyo hadn't noticed the needle hole in the cork, I might have gulped the poison right down. I put a nice ribbon on the bottle and gave it to Bardun as a present. She giggled at the thought of it. Asuna told her, "Very well. Kismel and I will stand guard at your room while you are gone." "I appreciate it," said the girl, then looked at Kismel. Normally in this situation, the dark elf would give one of her elven salutes. Instead, she said with concern, "Meaning that the request for you to personally join the inspection was a plot of that kind? And now that they will corner you in the underground stables where you cannot escape?" "I did consider that possibility as well," Kyo said, briefly downcast, and shook her head. "But there is no point for the Corloys to do such a thing. The assassination would come at unidentifiable hands. If they attack Lady Nenir and everyone knows it, then by the laws of the Grand Casino, the Corloy family would be forever stripped of their claim." "I see. But you will still be venturing into enemy territory. You ought to be cautious." "That is exactly what we intend to be." Kismel and Kyo traded a firm, determined nods. It shouldn't have taken me this long to notice how alike they were. But then there was a knock at the door in a muffled voice. "Miss Kyo, it is Huazo. The daytime matches have just finished." "Understood. We'll be right out," she answered crisply. Checking that her estoc was in place on her left hip, she turned to me and asked, "Kirito, do you only have that short sword?" "No, not at all," I said, looking down at myself in the bright blue shirt and white pants. I opened my equipment mannequin and quickly adjusted it. With a little whoosh, my trusty sword appeared on my belt. It was woefully mismatched with my resort wear, but it was better there than on my back, I suppose. Nenir straightened up on the sofa the moment she saw the sword of Eventide on my person. "Ooh, that sword's for Lysulan nobility. Did you steal it?" "What? What an accusation!" I thought, feeling as outraged as Kibao was on a regular basis, but I held it in. "Certainly not. It was a reward for doing a good job." "Well, be ready if it should come down to that," Nenir said. She lifted up her feet, then swung them down to stand with alacrity. Kyo had prepared a thick coat that she put over the girl. The black velvet looked stifling for such a hot floor, but I had to admit that the oversized hood looked very cute on her. I hurried after the two as they headed for the door. Asen and Kismel sent me gazes that said, "Be careful." The mission was guiding her around the basement stables, so there shouldn't be danger. But as Nenir warned earlier, there was no guarantee that this wouldn't go south. I gave them a thumbs up and proceeded out of the chamber. Waiting in the hallway was a young man with a bold face, a full head taller than me. He didn't look like an animal handler, so I presumed he was one of the guards who was accompanying the investigation. Unlike the guards at the entrance of the casino, he wore just a dark gray uniform and breastplate, rather than shining, ostentatious plate armor. The emblem of the Nochtoi family, a black lily on a white field, was sewn to either shoulder, as the weapon on his belt was a thin sword that seemed like the midpoint between a rapier and a longsword. "Thank you, Hauzo," said Lady Nenir. "Where is Lunze?" He straightened up and answered, "Waiting before the stables with the others." "Ah, then let's go." She turned, flipping her cloak, and started walking down the hall, followed by Kyo and Huazo. I brought up the rear attracting the attention of the soldier, who leaned forward and whispered to Kyo, "Sister, who is he?" "Call me by my name while on duty?" "Yes, Miss Kyo. I'm sorry." "Huh? They're siblings?" I was stunned. But now I could see that Huazo's short cropped hair and Kyo's were the same shade of dark brown. I inched just a bit closer so I could hear Kyo's response. "That is Kirito. He is an adventurer Lady Nanir hired to help solve this matter. Even though we are more than capable of dealing with it ourselves, without needing to rely on an outsider. We must find evidence of wrongdoing in the short span of an inspection. An outsider is more likely to find certain things we take for granted."
From what Kyo was saying, she hadn't told Huazo about my infiltration of the Korloi stables, or that I freed the lyan that was living proof of their cheating. I told myself anew that I really needed to perform this next task properly in order to make it up to them. Nanir took us down the darkened hallway, not the spiral stairs down to the entrance of the casino, but farther into the hotel. We passed a space where it smelled very mildly of bathwater, then took a right turn, followed by a left, stopping at a door at the end of the hall. The hotel owner pulled an old key out of her cloak and stuck it into the lock and turned. It made a heavy click that sounded loud in my ears. Beyond the door was a dimly lit spiral stairway. This was one far more cramped than the one at the front of the building. Nanir proceeded down it with assured steps. Kyo and Huazo followed their master, so I brought up the rear and waited for the door to close behind me before timidly heading down the steps. There was no central pillar in the stairwell. The steps just stuck out from the wall, and there was no handrail. I peered down the middle and saw nothing but darkness below. If it was empty from the third floor of the Grand Casino down to the first, there had to be a drop of at least 30 feet. A misstep and a headfirst landing on the stone floor meant certain death. This is still better than climbing down the outside of Tree Palace, I told myself, keeping my hand firmly on the side of the wall as I followed the others down. I was losing track of how many circulations we'd done before the floor finally came into sight, and I could breathe a sigh of relief. There was a similar door on the first floor, which Nanir again unlocked. She turned the knob and pushed it open, revealing a hallway that looked similar to the one I'd seen before. There were 4 doors on the right-hand wall, and one on the left. "I will go first, my lady," said Kyo, passing her master and standing before a door on the right wall. She paused, listening carefully, before opening the door. A small amount of reddish light came through the crack. Kyo passed through the frame, followed by Nanir, who had her hood pulled low, then Huazo. As I followed, the last to leave the hallway, I murmured, "Oh, it's here." It was a space that looked suited for storage, wide enough for a carriage to fit inside. In fact, it was meant for a carriage. This was the monster loading entrance that I saw before breaking into Korloi stables. The reason the hallway looked familiar was because it was built to the same specifications as the one on the Korloi side. The loading bay, which had been so dark 4 hours ago, was currently wide open, letting in a nearly blinding amount of orange light. The open door was facing west, so it was directly in line of the setting sun, coming through the outer aperture of Einkrad. In the center of the huge loading bay, 2 groups were facing off, outlined in the sunlight. 3 closer to us were wearing the same dark gray uniform as Huazo. One carried a sword, while the other 2 had coiled whips. Beyond them were 10 figures in deep red uniforms with golden breastplates. All of them had swords. The shoulder emblems they bore were a red dragon on a black field.
So the 3 closer to us were the Nutchtoi soldiers and handlers taking part in the surprise inspection, while the other 10 were Korloi soldiers. Suddenly, there was a whip crack, and the soldiers in red parted, allowing yet another silhouette to stride forward, back to the sun. "It's been a while, Miss Near," said the crisp baritone voice of a tall, thin man with white hair and whiskers. The elderly gentleman wore a perfect 3-piece suit of dark brown, and his mustache and beard were immaculately trimmed. He looked about 5'11", nearly as tall as Huazo. In all honesty, he was a good 50% more impressive than Cylon, the Lord of Stachin. "And I see you are looking healthy too, Bardun," Nanir replied. She stepped forward, but stopped about 6 feet before the crisp line of sunlight that fell onto the floor. So the older man was the master of the Nutchtoi's rival clan, Bardun Korloi. Just in case, I kept my eyes focused on him, which brought up a yellow cursor with the name Bardun on it. Of Bardun, Nanir had said, "He is obsessed with gathering all the goals he can to buy scant moments of life. He has lost sight of everything else." But based on the image he cut here, he did not seem to be close to death or in any desperate need for gold. Bardun took another step forward and spoke in a rich, flavorful voice. "You have my deepest apologies for my family's impropriety. It has caused a monster registered to compete in today's matches to be unable to appear. I certainly did not expect that anyone lurking in this town would be bold and wicked enough to steal into my stables and free the monster." The bold, wicked person himself wanted to hunch his neck with guilt, but I had to play it cool right now. As usual, Nanir was unfazed and spoke with maturity beyond her years. "That little pooch of yours was winning so many matches that I suppose some wealthy merchant wanted him as a guard dog. But if you withdrew him to sell him off in secret, that might have offered you one last chance to strike it rich."
"How dare you suggest such a thing?"
came a shout, but not from Bardun, nor any of his soldiers. Behind the elderly leader, a short, portly, middle-aged man in a black tailcoat leaped forward. He screeched,
"You make it sound as if the Korloi family only engages in the Colosseum in order to make money. Retract that comment at once."
Above the little man's head, his cursor said Mendon. Based on his clothes, he appeared to be a butler, but there was a fancy-looking rapier on his left side. If anything, he seemed more like a mansion owner than his counterpart. Kyo strode up to her master's side and shot back, "Lady Ninir said nothing of the sort. Mr. Mendon, let us proceed with the inspection, please."
"Inspection, she says. Menial maid, you are being allowed to examine the stables by Master Bardun's generosity."
"Enough, Mendon," commanded Bardun, raising his hand, and the butler fell silent at once. "We bear the fault in this instance for allowing the brigand to infiltrate and flee. If they are willing to see the stables as the price for allowing us to substitute a different monster, we would be happy to allow them."
"Yes, sir,"
said Mendon, raising his hand in a theatrical gesture and prompting the Korloi soldiers who had parted 5 to a side to make a 90-degree turn in match to line up beside the door on the far wall. Bardun gestured towards the door, which was carved with the same red dragon insignia. His attitude seemed to say, "Go on in if you can," but there was nothing on the stone floor that blocked our way. He isn't going to order his soldiers to attack, is he? I wondered. Kyo moved her hand. Instantly, Huazo and his 3 followers lined up directly behind her. I rushed over to take up the rear, and the gray uniformed animal handler right in front of me whispered, "Scoot closer." From the side, the 5 of us were so close, we looked like we were pressed chest to back. That would make it hard to walk, but it was how it had to be, apparently. I took a big step forward, then filled the gap between the handler and me. The 6 of us lined up as tight as a human wall, and, Kyo's second signal, we began to move forward. We took small, frequent steps, inching forward. On our right, Ninir walked at the same slow speed, wearing her black cloak. After 6 feet or so, I passed out of the shadow of the loading bay wall, and red sunlight hit my left cheek. I turned my face in that direction, where the massive sun was visible through the outer aperture of Eincrad, far in the distance. Even as it was setting, the heat was intense. I had to assume that was the effect of the eternal summer floor. "Last one, get closer," hissed the handler in front of me again. I looked back in alarm, but I could barely do as he said. The front of my shirt was brushing the handler's back every now and then. I completely sealed the gap, preparing myself for the possibility of a tumble. You couldn't walk in this position unless everyone matched in step. I tried my best to match them, counting off 1, 2, 1, 2 inside my head. It was like a centipede race from the sports day in elementary school. Up ahead, the Korloi soldiers were stifling mocking chuckles. Their master, Bardun, was stone-faced, but even his butler, Mendon, couldn't hide the smirk behind his tiny groomed mustache. What kind of quest is this anyway? I wondered, continuing the tight march until we crossed the sun from the loading bay entrance and entered the shadow again. Again, the handler hissed, "You can back away now." This time, I could hear the voice a little clearer, and my first surprise thought was, "It's a woman?" I inched backward and looked at the cursor over the handler's head, which said, Lunze. I couldn't be sure based on that. On the other hand, I seemed to recall Kyo saying the name Lunze earlier. Just then, Nier stumbled on my right. On pure reaction, I leaped forward and held up her tiny body. Lunze cried, "Little Ninir!" That drew Kyo's attention, but Ninir just clutched at my shirt and rasped, "I'm fine. Go." "Yes, my lady," Kyo said, and then proceeded quickly for the door. Behind her, surrounded by Huazo and Lunze, I followed with Ninir. I glanced at the lines of soldiers in the dark red as we passed. Some of them were still smirking, but others were glaring with outright hatred. Surely they weren't going to attack, but there were only 7 of us to 12 of them. I kept my eyes moving to either side, making sure I was ready for anything. Standing behind the soldiers lined up on the right was Bardun Korloi. My eyes met his. Seen up close, his 3-piece suit was spotless, and his coif and facial hair were immaculate. But there were many deep wrinkles around his forehead and mouth, making him look older than my first impression of him. Even still, the power in his gaze coming from those sunken eye sockets was sharper than a steel harpoon. Ninir was so much younger. She could be his granddaughter, or even great-granddaughter. What was the emotion in his gray eyes when he stared at her? Hatred or envy? "Huri, Kirito," said Kyo, sharpening my focus. The battle maid stood to the side of the wide-open red dragon door. Watching me, I nodded and picked up my pace. Past Kyo and the doorway, I found myself in a familiar darkened hallway. After walking 6 feet to the right, I stopped and asked Nanir, who was still propped up on my arm, "Are you all right? If you're feeling sick, you should leave the inspection to us and return to your..." "I'm fine now." Nanir slipped away from my arm and leaned against the wall instead. But from what I could see through her hood, her face was noticeably paler than usual, and the HP bar over her head was about 10% lower. An unfamiliar debuff icon below the bar was presumably the source of the damage, but what did a black circle surrounded by a thorn-like triangles mean? While I puzzled over that one, Kyo followed us through the hallway and strode up to Nanir, giving her something. "Here, my lady." It was a black bottle, small enough to fit in your palm. There was no label or identification, so I didn't know what was inside. Nanir just shook her head and straightened up and stepping away from the wall. "I'm fine. I will be better soon. Let us hurry with the inspection." "Of course." She inclined her head and put the bottle away, but I could see the concerned look on Kyo's face. I was worried too, of course. It was clear that Nanir was suffering from some kind of illness, and that was presumably why she did not regularly leave her hotel room. Belatedly, I realized why Kyo described the Korloi's demands that Nanir be present as a mere mean-spirited hassle. The black debuff icon was not going away, and her HP continued to fall very slowly. I wanted her to go back to the room right away, in all honesty, but she wouldn't listen to me. I knew. We just had to follow her instructions and find evidence of wrongdoing as soon as possible. "Take the lead, Kirito," whispered Kyo. As I did, she said and looked around the hallway. There were 4 doors side by side on the opposite wall of the entrance, but anything that might serve as evidence, such as a jar holding Rebrarium dye, wouldn't be left right out in the open in a place like this. If we were going to find anything, it had to be underground. I gave Kyo and Nanir a knowing look, then moved farther down the hall. Through a door carved right into the stone hall, there was a dingy spiral staircase. There was no handrail here either, but I'd already used it once. Unlike the other, this one was no more than 15 feet. I swiftly made my way down the step, wary of the sneak attack, and reached the floor of the basement. From what I could see, the cell-lined hallway was empty. I proceeded in a ways before turning back to see Kyo, Nanir, Huazo, and Lunze, and the other 2 follow me inside. So these are the Korloi stables," Nanir murmured, flipping back her hood and surveying the area, then sniffing the air. Her little face scowled. "Their cleanliness and ventilation leave much to be desired. They are looking after their monsters poorly." You can tell these things?" I asked, stunned. Nanir made an unpleasant face and replied, "It smells like blood." Before I could say something else, a rich baritone voice issued from behind us. "You'll have to pardon me, Lady Near. If you'd given me another day, I would have seen them cleaned out." Bardon Korloi and his butler, Menden, came into the hallway behind us, along with 5 other soldiers. They'd left the majority of their force upstairs, thankfully, but it meant there were 14 people in the stables in all. The walkway itself was reasonably wide, but I couldn't help but feel we were cramped. If it wasn't coincidence that there were 7 members, each of the Nochtoi and Korloi sides, we might be set up for a battle event. Setting aside Nanir and Bardun, we had 2 handlers and whips, so they had more combat ability than us. If it turned into a fight, I'd have to neutralize 2 or hopefully 3 of their soldiers right at the start. While my mind worked on calculations, Bardun spoke again. Because we must prepare for the night schedule of the monster arena at 7 o'clock, I can only give you 2 hours to inspect Lady Near. Go ahead, sniff around my stables all you like, but my skill of employment has already worn off some of these monsters. I cannot guarantee your safety if you go into their cells. If you harm any of them, I will have to seek damages for violations of our laws. Very well, Ninir said, shrugging off Bardun's threat. And if any one of your men interferes with our inspection, we will consider that to be a violation of our deal, and I will retract my permission to use a substitute monster. That will mean you need to prepare a new, rusty lyan before the final match tonight. Is that understood? Would you please return to the entrance of the stairs? Grumbled Mendon, the butler, but Bardun gave a little signal, and the 5 soldiers retreated to the very edge of the hallway. Once Ninir was satisfied, she turned back and looked at me with dark red eyes. Despite being only an NPC, I could practically sense her unspoken message. I'm counting on you to take it from here. Part of me thought, you sure you want to do that? But the situation turned out the way it did because of my actions, and I had the responsibility to fix it. Fortunately, the time limit was quite long for an investigation-type quest. I just had to find some evidence of wrongdoing within the next 2 hours, most likely more rubrarium dye. Once again, I examined the area. The hallway was good 15 feet long. There were 6 cells on each side, for 12 in total, each containing one of the monsters for the daytime and nighttime fights. The end was a simple stone wall, and I couldn't see any storage or break room area, so any evidence would be hidden within the cells. Bardun's warning about being attacked by monsters was apt, but at this point, I just have to go in and test my luck. But no, the situation might have been unplanned, but upon further reflection, it would have turned out this way even if I'd done nothing. The original plan was to sprinkle the decolorant on the rusty lyan during the arena fight, revealing that its fur had been dyed. But in that scenario, the Corloys would not have admitted fault either. Most likely, they would have needed to come down here and look for evidence of rule breaking anyway. I ought to assume I was back on the main path of Lady Near's questline. In that case, it was highly likely that entering the monster cages was the path to failing the quest. There was no way I could avoid being attacked by a monster whose employment, taming, had worn off after all. The rusty lycans, actually a storm lycan, had only escaped because it was outdoors. Trapped in the cage, it would have certainly attacked me. The key evidence was not inside a cell, but outside. In that case, it was probably the first floor storeroom I'd passed. Or maybe it was behind the spiral staircase. And that meant that the way the Corloy soldiers blocked the doorway to the stairs was very suspicious indeed. I'm sorry, Lady Ninir, but I think the evidence might be on the ground floor. I paused there, quite unnaturally. What? Said my client, raising a skeptical eyebrow. I apologized to her again, then spun on my heel. At the end of the long hallway was a wall of gray stone. Nothing else. But when I infiltrated this place just 4 hours ago, wasn't there something else there? A door. No, a square entrance. I seem to recall seeing something I thought was strangely small. There it is, I said softly, racing down the passage. Along the way, I recognized that one of the cells on the left wasn't just a tiny chamber, but was also the waiting room to load the next monster into the arena cage. But that wasn't the problem for now. I passed by it, rushing into the back wall and pressing my hands against the gray stone. I stacked seamless blocks were cold and hard and did not budge any amount of pressure. But there had undoubtedly been a little doorway here. If it was a hidden door, then presumably one of these blocks functioned as a switch to open and close it. They were usually in the corner and usually had some marking as a hint. First, I looked at the wall on the right, then on the left. One of the stone blocks on the left edge was just barely shining, reflecting the light of the lamp, unlike the others. In a flash, I brushed the surface with my finger and found that the surface in the middle was smooth and worn down, unlike the rough texture elsewhere. Certain now, I gave it a push. With a heavy clicking sensation, the block went in about half an inch. I could feel a faint vibrations through the soles of my shoes. The center part of the stone wall began to rumble, audibly sinking into the floor. Within 5 seconds, there was an opening less than 3 feet tall and wide in the wall. It was pitch black inside, but I immediately detected complex smells in the air. Among them was the trace of a sharp, sweet spice. I felt fairly reassured that the Vibrarium dye was in here. Even if I hadn't been here before, I knew I would have found the hidden door within the 2-hour limit, but I couldn't deny the possibility that I'd go into a monster's cells first. In that sense, my unplanned sojourn into the stable earlier was the silver lining of the storm cloud, or a blessing in disguise, or I turned my back to the wall, thinking pointlessly about which idiom was the most apt for the situation, and waved at the others standing in the middle of the hallway. "There's a hidden storage area here." I promptly, both Ninir and Kyo smiled. They hurried over, followed by Huazo and Lunze. I waited next to the wall opening, suppressing my urge to jump right into the storage room and look for the jar of dye. If I leapt first and made a mess of things, the consequences would be worse than just a scolding. I had to procure the evidence, not just in front of Ninir and her people, but in sight of Bardun and the Corloys too. Speaking of which, I stretched to look past the others and saw Bardun's group was still in position at the other end of the hall. Their hidden storage had been spotted in no time, but they didn't seem to be worried. Was this an expected part of their plan? No, they didn't seem relaxed. They seemed to be waiting for something. I frowned, squinted at the ceiling above. There was no falling traps up there. Of course, if there were pits in the floor, I would have fallen into them first. And the only thing to either side was iron bars. To my right, there was a large, goat-like monster lurking in the back of its cell. It did not react when I looked in the eyes. Its employment was still effective. On the left, it should have been empty, because that was where I'd broken the rusty lyan free. I checked it just in case, but of course there was something there. A long, narrow, curled up in the darkness. A coiled rope, perhaps? I focused on the bundle just in case, and then no sooner the red cursor appeared than the shadow zipped away, leaving it behind. It slid along the floor in silence, bunched up briefly, then jumped like an uncoiling spring, emerging into the center of the hallway through the bars of the cell. The narrow body gleamed like silver in the lamplight. It was a snake, something or other serpent, when I snuck in here the first time. But the last time, it was in the cell with the tighter mesh walls, one cell over. Why was it in a normal cell? And why did it stay still when I walked past it earlier and waited until now to jump out? I put my hand on the hilt of my sword without the answer to these questions. As I drew my weapon, I called out, "Kyo, snake!" Without waiting, I took a big step forward and sliced upward from left to right. The sharp end of the sword of Eventide just managed to nick the snake's body, but the thin snake, barely an inch wide, just made a metallic ka-chink sound. "It's so tough," I gritted my teeth and pushed with all my strength. The sword slid along the snake, creating sparks, and finally caught it between the scales, cutting loose the back third of the creature. But the snake's fight did not stop. It adjusted course, writhing in the air, and fell toward Ninir. "Ha!" Kyo unleashed a sharp cry, then thrust her estoc free of its sheath with phenomenal speed. The extreme narrow weapon was glowing with a pale white effect. That was the rapier's sword skill linear. No, wait, it was the high thrust streak. The estoc jutted forward just as fast as if thrust by Asana, the expert in pierced the center of the remaining 2/3 of the snake as it flew undulating through the air. The extra force of the attack ripped through the room as a shockwave. That attack would have gone straight through heavy plate armor, but it was too much power for this particular moment. Rather than simply pinning the snake's body, this thrust split it right in two. The third of its body with the head was still alive somehow, falling upon Ninir. Hiss! In the real world, I could have never hissed so loud, but this one did. Its mouth opened as wide as possible. Long, sharp fangs glinted ominously in the light. Behind Ninir, Huazo and Lunze leaped for their young masters, faces stricken with desperation. They were not going to make it in time. The hooked fangs plunged into the shoulder of the black cloak. Abruptly, so quickly I couldn't see it, Ninir's right hand darted out and snatched the snake in midair, the 18 inches left of it at least. Her reaction speed was incredible. It would be hard enough to fight off a snake flying at that speed with your sword, but to grab it with your bare hand, neither I nor Asana could do it. "Lady Ninir, just hold on to it," I was about to shout, but the small remaining portion of the body was movable, just 4 inches at best. Curved as far as it could, the fangs sank deep into Ninir's wrist. A moment later, its HP bar dwindled to 0, and the shortened body of the snake burst into blue particles. "Lady Ninir!" Kyo screamed. She cast her estoc to the floor and reached out for her master. Stunned, I watched Ninir's thin lips twist into an ironic smile. She whispered, her voice barely audible, "Well done, Bardun." And then the young master of the Grand Casino, Ninir Nochtoi, collapsed into Kyo's outstretched arms.
20. "A snake?" Asen repeated, wide-eyed. I nodded limply. "Yeah, I screwed up. I'd seen the snake when I snuck into the stables earlier, and I thought it was strange, but I didn't see its attack coming." I downed the glass of water in my hand, but it did nothing to wipe away the bitterness in my mouth. "Strange how?" asked Argo, who had returned to room 17 from the casino before we got back. She was trying to keep the conversation going, not because it was her nature as an info agent, but because she could tell I was devastated. I appreciated her kindness and lifted my head. The snake was only an inch or so around, so the stables they kept it in behind bars were even smaller. More like a mesh fence, really. But when you saw the golden cage they fight in the arena, right? The bars are about 4 inches apart, so it occurred to me when I saw it that the snake would just slither right out into the audience. If only I'd held on to that suspicion and considered what it might mean, I lamented, getting down on myself all over again.
This time it was Kismel who said, "Meaning that the Korloi family was keeping that snake not as a combatant in the arena, but for the sole purpose of allowing it to attack Lady Ninir. And they moved it from the special cage to a normal one before the inspection?" I looked up, straight at the dark elf sitting across from me, and nodded. It's the only answer I can understand. When she was bitten, Bardun Korloi and his butler, Mendon, didn't seem surprised or bothered in the least. If anything, I thought, I saw a thin smile on Bardun's lips. Ninir's collapse put an end to the inspection, and I rushed after Kyo, who carried her master back to the room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. I assumed she was going to bring a doctor to the girl, but Kyo instead took Ninir into the bedroom, and they had not emerged in nearly 20 minutes. Huazo and Lunze were outside the door for protection, while the other 2 members returned to the stable on Kyo's orders, but there were no sign of being able to resume the inspection, so presumably whatever criminal evidence was hidden in that storage space had been moved elsewhere by now. Was the development of the snake ambush a preordained event within the quest or a spontaneous happening caused by other factors? There was no way to know at this point. If the former, there should still be a way to save Ninir, but the latter, perhaps we might see a repeat of what happened with Lord Silent of Statchen. I plunged into a swamp of unease and regret once again. But my left knee suddenly felt warm. I looked up and saw Asuna smiling next to me, her hand resting on my leg. She met my gaze and nodded with purpose. "It's all right, Kirito. A little snake venom isn't going to take out Lady Ninir." She didn't present any evidence for that claim, but I decided to agree with her and nodded slowly in return. "Yeah, you're right."
"That's right. We haven't even gotten the quest reward for one thing," added Argo. Grinning wickedly, more seriously, she said, "Plus, there's still more we can do."
Huh? Like what?
"There might be a cure for that snake venom. Keyboy, what was the name of the snake that bit Lady Near?"
And my mind went blank for a moment. Then I realized she was right. I'd read somewhere that only special antibodies called antivenom produced by humans and other animals would counteract snake venom. But that was in the real world. A random snake antidote from a street seller probably wouldn't do the trick. Q would have used one right away if that were true. But there could certainly be a medicinal item just for that particular snake. I stared at the surface of the table, willing my memory to cough up the answer. I'd only seen the something or other serpent on the color cursor for a moment, but I couldn't recall it. I was a failure of a top player. I thought not of the word itself, but the mental image of it, the visual snapshot I still contained in my memory, and read out the English letters. I think it started with an A. I think it was Argent Serpent. "I don't know what the first word means," I said. Asuna and Argo glanced at each other, then spoke at the same time.
"It's silver!"
"That's silver!" "Silver? Why isn't it just silver then?" I asked. It was a very straightforward question, but Asuna glanced at Kismel with some concern before saying, "Silver comes from German, argent from French." "Ah, I see," I murmured, then realized what Asuna's concern was about. Kismel, this world's language was, Eincredese. There was no distinction between Japanese, English, or German. Fortunately, Kismel didn't seem to be hung up on what she said. If anything, the pensive look on her face said that she was hung up on something else instead. Before I could ask her what it was, the knight blinked and looked right at me. "Are you certain that the snake that bit Lady Ninir was called an argent serpent?"
Yeah, are you familiar, Kismel? Only by name, but if true, this is no trifling matter. At the very least, you will not find the antidote in any town of humankind, Kismel claimed with certainty. I stared at her, distraught, and asked faintly, "Why is that?" Now it was Kismel's turn to hesitate. After a few moments, she said quietly, "In the old words, Lady Nineveh is known as a Dominus Nocte, a Lord of the Night."
Lord of the Night.
The three of us repeated in unison. I'd never heard that phrase in Aincrad before, not even in the beta test. Asuna, however, gasped after a moment, and Argo, who sat on the other side of Kismel, murmured to herself. The two of them made eye contact, then Asuna whispered to Kismel, "Are you saying she's a vampire?"
What?
Only tensing my jaw could keep me from shouting that exclamation out loud. Ninir? No way! The thought struck me as ludicrous, but all the supporting evidence suddenly fell into place in my mind. The heavy curtains over the windows, even during the day, her exclusive beverage of choice, red wine, the heavy cloak she wore before going to the stable, the wall Keo had us make before she crossed the light of the sunset. All of these things gave credence to Asuna's suggestion. Eventually, Asuna nodded, almost imperceptibly. "That is another name, but you should not repeat it here. The Lords of the Night are not ghouls wandering the graveyard at night. They are a proud people. Some of them live far longer than we elves, from what I hear." "Wow," I murmured. Then I recalled something and asked the knight, "Is that why you knelt when you greeted Ninir for the first time? Because you knew she was a Dominus Nocte?" "That's right. I saw one of them at the castle when I was a child, just once. But I could tell from her airs." "Ah," I exhaled, trying to recollect my stunned wits. I was shocked to learn that Ninir was a vampire, or a Lord of the Night, but that did not change the fact that she was my quest client, or the fondness that I felt for her. And vampires were an RPG staple. It almost seemed strange that we hadn't come across one before now. "And when you say this is no trifling matter, what did you..." I realized the answer before I could finish the question. The classic vampire weakness were garlic, sunlight, and silver. In fact, the very first time we visited this room, Kyo pulled my short sword out of its sheath and said, "Plain steel." She had been checking to make sure it wasn't silver. I didn't know if she was weak to garlic, but there was no question that walking in the late sun gave Ninir a kind of weakened status. In retrospect, the black circle with spikes on the icon was probably supposed to be the sun, so it couldn't have been a coincidence that the snake that bit her had the word for silver in its name. So, is the poison from the Argent Serpent only effective against a Dominus Nocte? And that's why it's not easy to find an antidote? I asked. "I don't know for certain," Kismel hedged, "but I know that the Argent Serpent lives in deep, deep caves and lives on the silver ores. Its scales are made of fine silver and can be sold for a high price. And the silver venom that drips from its fangs, once smeared on a weapon, will provide extra power against ghouls and wraiths. Naturally, a Dominus Nocte is a rare and elite being, but a silver is a dreadful poison to a Lord of Night. It is similar to how dry lands sap the strength from the elves. I couldn't help but clench my jaw. A poison that could augment a weapon had been poured straight into Ninir's veins. If I hadn't remembered the Argent Serpent's name properly and told Kyo or Ninir before the inspection, it would not have come to this disaster. There was a fury setting in my blood to boiling, and it was not entirely at my own foolishness. Bardun Corloy, his butler Mendon, and all of their soldiers knew that Ninir was a Lord of the Night, not just a regular human. That was why they opened the loading bay door to flood the room with sunlight, just to inconvenience her, and not just because that it might have been to intentionally weaken her so her reflexes were slower. They moved the Argent Serpent to a normal cell and waited for Ninir to walk closer before setting it upon her. At the very moment that he demanded she be present for the inspection, Bardun intended to poison Ninir with silver. Of course, this could have been the written scenario for this quest all along, but Bardun had stared down at Ninir, collapsed and weakened, and leered at her. He was saying, "This is what you deserve." "Kismel, is there any way to counteract the silver poison?" I asked, knowing it was a futile question, but I couldn't go without asking. Amid the pained silence, the knight just shook her head. But then a hard, tense voice spoke, filling the living room. "There is one way." I spun around to see that the door to the bedroom had opened at some point, revealing Kyo, the battle maid. Her face was just as pale as Ninir's had been when she fainted. For an instant, I thought that perhaps Kyo was a vampire, or Dominus Nocte, too, but then I remembered that she had been perfectly fine in the midday sun when helping us with the decolorant for the rusty lyan and the healing herbs. For another thing, Ninir was the descendant of the long-dead Falhari, and her parents were dead too, for all I knew. As long as they didn't die from accidents or murdered, that suggested that her family members were average humans. So did Ninir turn vampiric due to some experience in her life? Or was she a foster child with no blood relation to her parents? At this point in time, that was far from important. I stood up from the couch and took a few steps towards Kyo. "You said there's a way? Is there some medicine that will cure Lady Nir? More importantly, is she all right now?" "Come this way," Kyo said, beckoning with her hand before silently returning to the bedroom. We rushed after her. The bedroom was almost entirely dark, with only a lamp at her bedside, glowing a mysterious pale green. It was not a fire shining with the enclosed glass, but a bonfire shroom, like the ones in the hidden passage from the plaza. In that cool light, Ninir was visible on the bed, her eyes closed. Her eyelids and long flowing hair were absolutely still, which made me nervous that she was no longer alive, but the visible HP bar had about 30% left, where it was still. Below the bar were two icons, a silver snake with a black background, silver poisoning, I presumed, and a blue flower on a black background. With some exceptions, status icons and SAO held to a general pattern. Debuffs had black backgrounds, and buffs were a different color. So it was highly probable that the blue flower icon was also a negative status. It took all my willpower not to touch her little forehead to check her temperature. There was still a golden question mark floating over Ninir's head. As long as the sign of the quest giver remained present, our connection couldn't be severed, I decided. "What is the state she's in?" I asked Kyo. The loyal maid bit her lip in frustration and whispered, "Lady Ninir is in a deep sleep induced by medicine. Did you explain to them about her, Lady Kismel?" The knight nodded gently. I did, although I was not certain if I was right to do so of my own accord.
No, I thank you for saving me the time,
said Kyo, giving her a look of gratitude. She turned to me.
As you heard, Lady Ninir is an immortal lord of the night. Even I do not know her actual age, only that she has watched over the Notchtoy family and their grand casino for over 300 years.
300? I couldn't find the words. The moment I'd heard she was a vampire, I had a suspicion she wasn't as young as she looked. But the truth was an entire digit greater than what I expected. Now it made much more sense that Kismel had taken a knee. I motioned for her to continue.
Lord of the Night is said to have everlasting life, but things that are harmless to us, like sunlight and pure silver, are terrible poison to them. However, a brief moment of direct sunlight, or a small wound from a silver weapon, can be recovered from if treated properly. The Argent Serpent silver venom, however, cannot be removed from the body once it is inside. If left unattended, it will take only a single night to...
Kyo could not finish that sentence. She reached out and brushed Ninir's golden hair with her fingertips, as though checking that the flame of her life was still burning. Satisfied, she pulled back, then lifted a small blue bottle from the side table. It seemed to be empty already.
So I use this elixir, no, this poison of the lobelia flower to put her to sleep.
Poison of the lobelia? Kismo gasped. She looked from Kyo to the blue bottle, shocked. That is the poison that even the ring of purification Her Majesty gave me cannot cure. A single drop of it can kill. You gave her that entire bottle?
Lords of the Night have a powerful resistance to poison. All poisons except for silver, that is. In any case, I could not put Lady Ninir to sleep without using this much of it.
I see,
said Argo, breaking her silence at last. She looked quite pensive.
Fight poison with poison, eh? So Lady Near is not just sleeping. She's kind of in a comatose state, I assume.
That is correct. This is how we can keep the effect of silver poisoning to a minimum.
And if we keep her asleep until the effect of the silver poisoning wears off, Lady Ninir should survive? Asuna asked, clutching her hands together in prayer. But Kyo let out a long, heavy breath and shook her head.
No, the silver poisoning will not naturally go away. Even as we speak, it is slowly but surely eating away at her body, devouring her life. The sleep may be slowed down, but even in this state, she will last 2 days at most.
Her voice was calm but tinged with deep anguish, lamentation, and anger. I could tell that the anger was directed at Bart Dunn for setting up the trap, and at herself for failing to stop it. I felt the same thing within myself. In fact, I now realized I was biting my lip with frustration.
Oh,
Asuna gasped. She opened her window and brought out a crystal colored in a deep rosy pink. Abruptly, I too murmured, "Oh." She took a step toward Kyo and held out the 8-sided crystal. "Do you think this could heal Lady Ninir?"
A crystal of healing? But it is so rare, so valuable,
Kyo said, unable to hide her shock. Asuna shook her head firmly. "No, I'd give this up in a second if it meant saving her life. Right, Kirito?" I quickly nodded in response. "Yes, we can always get more of them."
Thank you. Your generosity is too kind, said Kyo, bowing her head, but she did not reach out to accept the crystal Asuna was offering. She put her hands on it and pushed away. But I'm afraid even this would not work. To cure the poison requires a crystal of purification, not a crystal of healing. Because lords of the night are so powerfully resistant to poison, they are also nearly immune to the medicine of humans and elves. Crystals are no exception. No way. Asuna lowered her chin, clutching the healing crystal to her chest. I started to reach out for her, then drew my hand away in a hurry. There was a question I needed to ask again. But Kyo, you said there was a way, just one way, to cure silver poisoning. What is it? Dragon's blood. Dragon's blood? I repeated, waiting for her explanation. But Kyo was not in any rush to explain. She just stared at her sleeping master. After a long silence, at least 10 seconds, she finally spoke in a hushed whisper. Perhaps you are aware that the lords of the night must drink human blood to stay alive. For a brief moment, I was taken aback, but it should have been obvious. She was a vampire, in fact. For all the times I had been in this room, I could not recall seeing Ninir drink anything but that red wine. Meaning, that red wine was actually human blood? I asked, afraid to hear the answer. Q gave me a frail smile and shook her head. No, that is actually wine. Very fine wine. While it might contradict what I said in the 10 years I have served her, and it's most likely long before it, Lady Ninir has never drank human blood. This is what she drinks instead. She pulled a small black bottle out of a pouch she kept at her side. It was the object she'd offered Ninir outside the stable entrance when Ninir walked across the sunset light and collapsed, but she refused to drink it. What is that? It is the one thing that the Lord of the Night can substitute for human blood. Dragon's blood. According to legend, it provides a far greater vitality than mere human blood, but it must be diluted by spirits in order to be stored for long periods of time, and it was treated with many kinds of medicinal herbs, so the effects is greatly weakened. Lady Ninir drinks 1 bottle every 7 days, and that is how she has lived without human blood. Asuna and Argo, Kismel, and I were lost in silence once more. We stared at the sleeping girl's face. I didn't know why Ninir refused to drink human blood, and I had a feeling I should not ask Kyo for the answer. All I knew for certain was that Ninir was going to die within 2 days if we did nothing. I wanted to save her. So, if she drinks fresh dragon's blood that hasn't been diluted or preserved, Ninir can overcome the silver poisoning? That's right, Asuna worried. But where will we find a dragon? There hasn't been a single one on any floor thus far. She was right. Ever since the early days of tabletop gaming, dragons and fantasy role-playing games had been inseparable. But in Ninecrowd, they were as rare as vampires. We'd heard of the Dread Dragon, Schmargor, and the Water Dragon, Zarkea. But, as Asuna said, we never encountered a single one. But that streak would end here on the 7th floor. I shared a look with Argo, and we spoke together at the Labyrinth Tower.
In the boss chamber.
Huh? Asuna was wide-eyed with surprise. She turned to look in the direction of the tower, blocked by thick stone walls, then swiveled back to me.
Her surprise turned into unease. You mean the floor boss? She whispered. The boss of the 7th floor is a dragon? Yes, finally. Or already, if you want to see it that way. I was going to name drop the boss dragon, but reconsidered, thinking it wouldn't be good to present concrete details like that before Kyo and Kismel. We could fool them into thinking our inventories and instant messages were adventurers' magical charms, but we couldn't explain away advanced knowledge from the beta test. Fortunately, Kyo did not seem suspicious that Argo and I knew the floor boss was a dragon. She nodded seriously. That's right. In the tower far to the west is a flame dragon, known as Aguilar. If you can defeat it, there should be more than enough blood to save Lady Ninir's life. Aguilar, I repeated, sounding the name out. It seemed off to me. The 7th floor boss in the beta was definitely a fire dragon, but the full name was something like Aguilar the Igneous Worm in English. It was only once I mentally examined the letters that I realized that Aguila was how you pronounced that name. During the beta test, the game did not feature any official guides for how to pronounce monsters' names. They were written entirely in English, so you either had to hear it out loud from an NPC or guess it on your own. There weren't any NPCs in the beta who mentioned the boss's name, so mentally, I ended up calling it something like Ahir, like it was French. Apparently I was dead wrong. Thanking my lucky stars I hadn't proudly spoken it out loud. To Kyo, I said, so the point is, we just need to beat Aguilar and get its blood, right? We need to pass through that tower and get to the next floor anyway, so we'll have to fight it sooner or later. Belatedly, I realized that later wasn't an option. Wait, Kyo, you said 2 days? That's right, said the warrior maid. I stared closely at her face. Volupta was located precisely between the main town of Lectio and the Labyrinth Tower, and the difficult level ahead was going to be much higher than the Tailwind Road that took us to this point. A highly motivated team would still take from morning until night just to get to the tower entrance. It would take another full day to reach the top floor. In other words, if we left as soon as possible, let's say tomorrow morning, it would be nearly impossible to beat the floor boss before the evening, 2 days from now. Plus, even assuming Kismel's assistance, it would be suicide for the 4 of us to tackle a boss on our own, while the beta team included a majority of members who'd gone bankrupt, including me. Defeating Aguilar had required a huge raid party with over 50 members. The help of the ALS and the DKB would be necessary to tackle the floor boss, but neither seemed ready to leave this town before they got the sword of Volupta. I leaned over to Argo and asked quietly, were they taking part in the daytime arena? Of course. Both of them seemed to have a brand new cheat sheets, and they won all 5 daytime matches. That just meant they were even less likely to be interested in what I had to say before the night matches were finished. And if they lost all their chips at night, they'd probably just go through the same damn thing tomorrow, too. I hurried back to Kyo and tried to explain the situation as briefly and transparently as possible. We needed the cooperation of the adventurers staying in this town in order to defeat Aguilar, the Igneous Worm. But they were entranced by the Sword of Volupta, the grand prize of the casino, and they would continue gambling until they got it or were completely broke. I also brought up that there was a questionable cheat sheet they were using for their betting strategy. When I was finished, Q gave my tale careful consideration and exhaled heavily. I see. The Grand Casino that the Corloys and the Notchoys founders built for their own enrichment is now ironically endangering Lady Ninir's life. That's being too pessimistic, Asuna stated. She put the healing crystal back into item storage and stepped forward, clasping Kyo's hand in her own. Those brothers who first built the casino might have been thinking of money, but Lady Niniers runs the casino fairly and faithfully to provide a respite for those who come seeking entertainment, doesn't she? All those visitors of Volupta provide business to the restaurants and hotels and other businesses here. Lady Ninier's been working hard for centuries for the sake of all the people who lived in this town. It's not right to act like this is all fate. I was startled to see that there were tears forming in Asuna's eyes. I had just assumed she was against the casino's existence due to her dislike of gambling. She probably still hated it, but maybe she didn't think the casino was pure evil because it also served as a tourist attraction. It was the long, stable operation of the Grand Casino that brought this town its vitality and loveliness, and it was hard to argue that it wasn't due to Ninier's skill and nobility. Asuna is so much more mature than me, I thought, adding my hands on top of where my partners held Kyo's. I don't think the casino that Lady Ninier put so much of her love into would stab her in the back. I'm sure there will be a way for us to get the frontline group, the adventurers, to leave before the end of the night. The point is, we just need one of the two groups to earn 100,000 chips through the night arena, I said, considering this carefully. I'm almost certain that their cheat sheets are a Korloi chap. Out of the 10 matches, only the last one has false information. Where they can make off with all the chips their betters built up to that point. So if they bet the opposite of what the sheet says, they should win. But then I remembered we talked about the same thing yesterday. But that's working under the assumption that the Korloi family can only lose the match on purpose. Kyo, in a match that's been set up with the intent to lose, do you suppose there's a way to flip the result into a win? I asked. For some reason, the arm maid just made a face and said nothing. Belatedly, I realized I was indirectly holding Kyo's hand through Asuna's and pulled back with haste. Asuna removed her hand next, and Kyo cleared her throat to speak at last. It was our failure that we did not realize the Korloi family was distributing these cheat sheets, as you call them. Now that I think of it, it seems that every time there is an especially big gambler present, the Korloi monster is more likely to lose in the final match. Lady Ninier and I are careful to watch the wrongdoings, but to think that they would lose on purpose? She paced around the bedside twice, stared at the sleeping Ninier again, then continued firmly. It would not be too difficult to lose intentionally in a match between monsters of equivalent rank. Each family monster trainer have hundreds of years of accumulated knowledge behind them in the arena of monster health management. Just as there are medicines that cure wounds and illnesses, other herbs can excite monsters or weaken them or kill them. If given an herb, a poison, that slows the monster's reactions before the match in violation of the rules, that monster would be highly likely to lose. But in order to overturn that into a win, you would have to not only remove the poison effect, you would need to give them a medicine that brings out strength. The chip payout rates are determined by numerical charm just before the match, which wouldn't leave enough time to feed the monster a number of different concoctions. In other words, there is no way to overturn a match the Korlois are determined to lose, I asked, feeling somewhat relieved.
but I did not get an affirmative answer from Kyo. After a few seconds, she opened her pursed lips and said, "As you saw, Bardan Koloi is a crafty man. While he might possess by fear of death, it has not dulled his wits. There is no way that a man like him would fail to take into account the possibility that his trapped cheat sheet might be discovered. I would assume he has some way of turning a loss into a win that doesn't involve medicines. I just cannot guess what that is."
I see. I thought back on what I'd seen in the monster arena, but with the cage surrounded on 3 sides by onlookers, I couldn't imagine any way of tampering with the monsters. At best, I came up with the possibility of shooting something small, like a dart, through the bars to hit the monster, but that was almost certainly to be discovered. There was no way to ensure that the ALS and the DKB win in the night arena, I thought, crestfallen, but then Asuna gasped. I glanced at her. The fencer hazel brown eyes blinked several times. Her face was slack as she murmured, "It's so simple. Just have the ALS and the DKB bet on different monsters for the final match. Then one of them is guaranteed to win, and they'll have the 100,000 chips, right?" "Oh!" I gasped, too. She was exactly right. Not even Bardun Colroy could manage to make both monsters win or lose. In fact, if Lin and Cabal had just bet on different monsters last night, one of them would have the Sword of Volupta already. They'd have spent the day slicing up powerful monsters in the second half of this floor with its broken specs. The problem was how to get them to agree on betting different monsters. But there had to be a way to do that. I thought of some people who might be willing to hear us out. Just to be sure, asked Kyo, "Listen, I'm not doubting it, but is the stuff in the pamphlet about the sword worth 100,000 chips all true? All the poison nullification, constant healing, and every attack being a critical? Because it's almost preposterous." "That is exactly what doubting is," she pointed out with a smirk before adopting a serious expression again. "The Sword of Volupta is indeed the sword of the hero Falhari, who defeated Zachary, the water worm. There is no falsehoods in the descriptions. Lady Ninir said previously, but it is the treasure of the Notchto and Koloi clans and the symbol of the true heir of the family. So one wonders why Falhari's son would turn it into a casino prize. And that is the question my lady would not answer." That was indeed a good question. It seemed a little too hasty to turn around and use the Dragon Slayer's heroic sword, a memento of their ancestors, as a tool for pulling in crowds. But as long as the sword really did have the specs on the listing, that was enough. Aguilar didn't have a poison attack, assuming no changes since the beta, but the HP regeneration would help against its flame breath, and a guaranteed critical hit would also do wonders against its tough scales. I didn't know if it was the ALS Cabal or the DKB's Lind who would wield the sword, but neither was the kind to shrink in fear from the game's first real dragon boss. If he stood in as a main attacker and allowed the rest of us to focus on support, we'd be able to finish the boss in short order. But that was assuming we broke through the Labyrinth Tower before sundown 2 days from now. The time limit to save Ninir's life, if we couldn't leave Volupta tonight, then we could go early in the morning and reach the town of Premio by night and spend the evening, then tackle the labyrinth the final day. But
even that would be cutting it very close. Then I realized something and gasped, sucking in a sharp breath. It was impossible for us to match that schedule. Before noon tomorrow, we needed to stake out the Shrine of the Sacred Key on the southwest edge of the floor, then follow the Dark Elf retrieval team coming to get the Ruby Key, fighting off the fallen elves who were sure to stage an ambush and pin down the location of their hideout. If we missed that event tomorrow, there would likely never be another chance to take back the 4 sacred keys Kaisara stole. And then Kismel would eternally be in exile from her own people. Nothing more than an escaped convict from Heron Tree Palace as a suspected spy. If we saved Kismel, we couldn't save Ninir, and vice versa. It was a dilemma, like none I'd ever faced before. I balled my hands into fists and found myself looking to my partner for help. There was a deep anguish in Asana's eyes. She must have realized from the moment Kyo said that only the dragon's blood could save Ninir, and the dragon was the boss of the floor, that there wasn't enough time to do both. We couldn't bring ourselves to say the word, but Kismel gently asked Asana, "Asana, Kirito, why are you hesitating?" She strode over to us and tapped our arms. "It will be fine. There will be plenty of chances to take back the sacred keys. But Lady Ninir's life is in danger now. Let us worry about saving her. I will assist you in vanquishing the dragon, of course." "Kismel," Asana whispered. She clutched Kismel's hand. Kia watched this interaction with great confusion. "What are you talking about?" Back in the living room, we put on tea together and had a seat on the couches. Kia refused to sit on Ninir's long sofa, so the 5 of us sat on 2 smaller couches instead. They might have been sub-size in comparison, but they were still 3-seaters, so it wasn't uncomfortable at all. After moistening my throat with warm tea, I explained to Kyo the problem Kismel was facing, with her permission, of course. Kyo scowled and considered the story for quite a while in silence, then glanced towards the door as though her brother, Huazo, and the monster handler, Lunze, were standing guard in the hallway, were in danger of overhearing. She dropped her voice. "Do any of you recognize the word Nusian?" Before I could even react, Kismel's head shot upward. "Miss Kyo, where did you hear that?" "I will explain in a moment, but first, could you tell me what it means?" The knight seemed to hesitate for a moment, then slowly began to speak. "It is a very old word. It means one who is with neither Lysulans nor Calicians. In other words, the fallen elves. But it is considered the greatest of slurs towards them. No one uses that word anymore." "I see, as I expected," said Kyo, suggesting that she was anticipating this answer. She lifted her teacup to her lips for a sip, then looked at Asana, Argo, and me. "Do you remember Lady Ninir saying that Bardan Korloy was gathering a huge sum of money in order to buy a brief extra bit of life?" We nodded. I'd noticed that, and it bugged me. SAO had an orthodox fantasy aesthetic, but I never heard anything about a means to extend one's lifespan in exchange for money. Yet. In hushed tones, Kyo continued. "I once asked Lady Ninir what this means exactly. The only thing she said that it was a wicked Nusian plot, and would not tell me anything more. After Lady Kismel's explanation, however, it fell into place for me. The fallen elves have made a contract with Bardan and offered him some kind of deal.
Speaking of which, Asuna said, throwing a glance my way, the Dark Elves were saying something about us back at the Heron Tree Palace, that they must have offered to extend our lives, and that humans always fell for that. Oh, it flooded back to me at last, but to be honest, the more vivid memory in my mind was the snort of outrage Asuna had made when she heard them say it. Argo's cheeks twitched with a smirk, as though she were watching it happen before her eyes. She leaned back against the plush cushions.
Aha! I gotcha now. So this is a common trick the Fallen like to play. It does give us hope of a way forward, however.
Huh? What do you mean? I asked, befuddled. The info dealer wagged her eyebrows at me rather obnoxiously.
Listen, if the Fallen Elves have brought old Bardun a deal, then it's a real good chance he's got a means to contact them too. And with that in our pocket, we might have a way to get the Fallen hideout without needing your complex pursuit plan.
Ah, I cried. Asuna immediately brought her finger to her lips and shushed me, while Kismel just smiled. She said to Argo, "Your suspicion is most likely correct. The Fallen have many eerie tools and charms, and one of them is the ability to send signals to far-off places. Perhaps they use such a thing to arrange a meeting at an agreed-upon location."
Wouldn't that be handy?
Murmured Argo enviously. I knew how she felt. We players could send entire messages, not just signals, but it wouldn't work if one of the two people was in a dungeon, and that was when you wanted the communication the most. Even an item that just transmitted light and sound would allow for much better cooperative play. But if Argo was correct, the Fallen Elves had given Bardun some kind of item for communication. The problem is how we're going to get our hands on it, I murmured, only to be met with the lackadaisical voice from my left.
We just gotta steal it, obviously.
Huh? Argo was leaning back, hands behind her head, legs crossed. Her painted whiskers were perked upward in a confident smirk.
Bardun might be greedy miser, but he wouldn't sell this thing for thousands upon thousands of coal. He probably won't even admit he's got it. So we'll just have to sneak into his room and steal it, eh?
Oh, come on, I said. Kismel was an honorable enough knight that she even hesitated to escape from prison in order to restore her unfairly ruined reputation, and Kyo was a servant of the Notchtoys, who had sworn to uphold the order of the Grand Casino. It stood to reason, I thought, that neither would take kindly to a blithe suggestion of burglary under this roof. But Kismel said, "I believe Argo is correct." "Yes, that seems to be the only way to do it," agreed Kyo. "Right, of course," I agreed, grimacing. Next to me, Asuna shifted. She was probably biting back a smile. I pretended I didn't notice and continued. "Still, it's going to be really hard to sneak into his chambers. We don't know when he leaves his place. And where does he live anyway?" That question was for Kyo. The battle maid glanced at the door, then looked back at me. "Just over there, in the room 7 of the Grand Casino Hotel, right across from the building from room 17 here." "What?" I yelped. I couldn't help myself. Asuna shushed me again. The enemy boss was living right under our noses this whole time? So why did it seem like I'd never seen any Corloys inside the hotel? Kyo could sense my skepticism and pulled a rolled parchment from the drawer of the coffee table. She spread it on the flat surface. "This is a layout of the hotel. As you can see, the facilities like the bath, kitchen, and storage area are in the center of the building, while all the guest rooms are on the northern and southern walls.
but only the hotel entrance and hallway to the shared facilities offer passage between the north and south sides.
Oh, so that's why there's been no windows in the bath, Asuna cried.
I'd passed on the bath, but indeed, it was located on the western side of the center of the building, surrounded by hallways to the south, north, and west, and the wall of a different facility to the east. The hallways split north and south from the entrance, then turned 90 degrees to the west, traveling along the building until they hit a dead end. In other words, passing from one to the other required cutting through the bath or kitchen. I see, so the only things the Corloys and Noche share are the entrance, the bath, and the kitchen, I murmured.
Q quickly added, as a matter of fact, the only hotel employees may enter the kitchen or storage room, and the bathing time for each family is strictly divided. So the only times they might come face to face are at the front lobby.
Uh-huh. And when are the Corloys' bathing hours?
From 9 until midnight, and the Noche hours are from noon until 3. 3 to 9 is the slot for the hotel guests to bathe.
And what about midnight to noon?
Those hours are reserved for cleaning and water replacement.
Ah, I see. I thought the natural bath beneath the castle galley had been open 24 hours a day, but that might have been the exception to the rule. In any case, we're going to sneak into Bardun's room. Our only chance will be while he's in the bath. After 9 o'clock, though. It's a long way ahead of us. It was currently 6:20 in the evening. If Bardun waited until 11 o'clock to take his bath, that was a wait of 4.5 hours, and the night matches of the Monster Arena started at 9. We needed to get working on our plan for the ALS and the DKB. It was going to be a tightrope walk. Across from me, Keo murmured worriedly,
"But Bardun will have guards outside the bath entrance while he bathes, and the door of the room 7 is visible from there. It will be extremely difficult to sneak in without being noticed."
Oh, crestfallen, I let my eyes drop to the hotel layout on the table again. Indeed, the north-facing door on the great bath opened right into the hallway near Bardun's room. 2 doors were not even 50 feet apart. If the guards standing next to the watch so much as glanced to their right, they would have a perfect view of any trespasser. In this situation, the standard thing to do was make noise in the opposite direction to distract the guards, but there was no way to get the opposite side of the hall. Someone could speak to the guards to occupy them, but they couldn't hold a conversation long for the infiltrator to find the item we needed and escape without seeming extremely unnatural. I grumbled deep in my throat, deliberating on our quandary. Q spoke up again.
"When going to the casino or stables downstairs, they don't put guards up in the hall, I believe. But unless something extreme happens, I doubt Bardun will be leaving this floor tonight."
What would count as extreme?
Well, if another phantom thief like you strikes, for example. If there is a riot in the casino.
I see. Maybe I need to slip back down to the Corloy stables again and make off with a giant pincer rat this time. I thought desperately, but I ruled out the idea just as quickly. They'd clearly stepped up their security, and the Corloys had seen my face now, so if I got caught, it would be a total disaster. Perhaps causing a scene in the casino was the only option. By the way, what kind of stir would it have to be to get Bardun Corloy to bolt out of his room? I asked, perhaps a little too innocently. Hugh considered it.
"From what I can remember, Bardun has come down to resolve a situation when there has been a disagreement between guests about cheating with cards that turned into a big fight.
when some rich child saw a monster in the arena and had a screaming meltdown to have it as a pet, and when a guest with astronomically good roulette luck placed a huge bet at the wheel.
Ah, Argo proclaimed. Keyboy, A-chan, what if you got down to the casino and get into a little knockdown, drag-out fight on the floor?
The scary thing was that I couldn't tell if she was joking or serious, so I replied with a straight-faced, "Maybe you should roll around on the ground in the arena and scream, 'Buy me that monster! Buy me that monster!' instead." The info dealer and I traded level gazes, each daring the other to blink. Asuna sighed and interjected, "Neither of those is a sure bet. As for the third possibility, Kyo, the big win doesn't have to be at a roulette table, right?"
Right. Bardon's only concern is the casino losing income. His income, I should say. Whether cards or dice or whatever, he is uneasy about big rollers putting thousands upon thousands of chips in wins.
Asuna looked at me. I quickly shook my head. "You're dreaming if you think we can intentionally win big at any of those casino games. If that were possible, I wouldn't have..." I had to catch myself before I started revealing what happened to me in the beta test, but Asuna caught my drift and picked up where I left off. I know, but while roulette and cards tables might be out of the question, there is one place where you can win up to a certain amount with a sure bet." "Huh?" I gaped. On Asuna's other side, Kismel nodded wisely. "Ah, you mean the arena. According to what you said, the first 4 matches of the night will play out as the sheet said, yes? So if they shove all their money, bet all their chips, they might be able to compile winnings alarming enough to bring Bardon out of his chamber." Oh, right. It seemed to me that Kismel's AI was not just smarter than me with a better memory, but it was also surpassing me in imagination. True, that's a much more practical option than testing our luck on the roulette wheel, I admitted, but the ALS and the DKB won over 50,000 chips through the 4th match last night, and Bardon didn't show up then, so he must be prepared for winnings that big. We need to win at least an extra 50,000 to get him out of his room, I'm guessing. But it's already going to be hard enough to get Lind and Kabao to get on different monsters. How are we also going to get them to add more to the pot? Even with communication skills 10 times better than my own, I didn't think my partner was capable of handling this one. But Asuna just shook her head and said to my utter shock, "We're not going to force the ALS and the DKB to bet more. We're going to do the betting. How many coal do you have right now, Kirito?" What? It was all I could do to not scream. Instead, my mouth just hung open, soundlessly, for a few seconds. Well, if I sell all my excess items, I might be able to get 100,000 coal. Same for me then. So we can combine that for 200,000 coal, which would convert to 200,000 chips, right? The odds in the arena are always between 1.5 and 3 to 1. Winning 4 matches in a row, betting everything, that should put us over 50,000, just like the others. If there are 3 people putting in huge bets on the final match, wouldn't you think that would draw Bardon's attention? Well, I suppose. But despite my agreement, there was no way to know who'd win the final match at this point. If everyone lost, then Lind and Kiba would only lose 20-something thousand coal in total between yesterday and today. But we would be losing all of our assets. And even if we won, we'd only be able to buy casino prices. and it was very unlikely we'd be able to sell those items to recoup the monetary value. Of course, I didn't want to skimp out on whatever cost to save Ninir, but if lack of funds made us unable to update our equipment or restock on consumable items, it might ultimately put Asana's life in danger. I could pay 50,000 gold too. In shock, I turned my face to the person who had made the offer, Kyo. She mistook my expression, however, because the battle maid looked away and murmured, I'm ashamed that it is the best I can do when my lady's life hangs in the balance. But that is the entirety of my assets, saved after 10 years of work. Of course, there is an unimaginable amount locked away in the Notre family vault, but only Lady Ninir can open that. No, the opposite, I insisted, trying to correct her mistake. I wasn't thinking that 50,000 was too little. I was worried that it might be too much. I mean, if we happen to guess wrong in the final battle, we'll lose everything. And even if we win, you won't be getting the original amount back. Losing my money means nothing to me. Huazo and I could serve our entire lives for free and still not repay the obligation we owe to Lady Ninir. I didn't really understand what she meant by this initially, but the expression on Kyo's face told me she didn't want to answer any further questions on the subject, so I withdrew my curiosity. Asuna gave me a little nod of agreement. It seemed ethically questionable to allow NPCs to entrust players with 50,000 coal, but if we refused, Kyo was only going to be more hurt, given that she was already blaming herself for not stopping the poison snake. All right. Your 50,000 coal will be a tremendous help to us. Thank you. Asuna and I bowed deeply to show our appreciation, but it seemed to unnerve Kyo, who insisted, Please, raise your heads. I am the one who should be thanking you. But it was like a bowing competition over the coffee table.
All right, enough already,
said a third party who tossed a clinking pouch onto the table the size of a fist.
I'll go in your gamble, key boy. That's 50,000 right there.
Huh?
She jabbed her finger right at my nose. But you better win. Got that? Then not only will lure Bardun out, we'll also get that sword. 2 birds with 1 stone.
It's not going to be that easy, I thought. But I couldn't say that now that we were all on the same page. So all I could do was nod without a word.
21. I will sell my equipment to raise money too, insisted Kismel. It took all of our efforts to dissuade her from this plan of action. And after filling our stomachs with room service meals, we started a full breakdown of our plans. In the evening section of the Monster Arena, which started at 9, Asuna and I would bet using our war chests of 200,000 coal as our starter money. That was 50,000 each from me, Asuna, Argo, and Kyo. After checking with her, I found out that it wasn't all of Argo's money. But if she came out of this with nothing to show for it, she'd be living on good old black bread for a while. No cream this time. Asuna asked Litten for the latest favorites according to the cheat sheet, which she happily leaked to us. We knew we could win the first 4 matches. Then the problem was the final match, the outcome of which was entirely under the Corloy's control. In any case, when we, the ALS, and the DKB started betting with a total of 150,000 chips, Bardun should come racing down from the 3rd floor, which would be when Argo and Kismel, masters of infiltration, had a window to sneak into room 7. Just in case Bardun sent assassins of his own, and given the possibility that her master might take a sudden turn for the worse, Kyo would stay in the bedroom tending to Ninir. While the final match was happening, hopefully, Argo and Kismel would find the means of contacting the fallen elves. If not, We were planning to bet on different monsters than Lind and Kabao. So no matter what, at least one of the three groups would reach 100,000 chips. Once someone claimed the Sword of Volupta, which had shown as an unclaimed prize behind the counter for centuries, Bardun was sure to be away from his room for a while. Preferably, we would get the legendary sword, use it to beat the boss, then sell it back to the casino so we could give Kyo back her 50,000 coal. But this was the sort of plan where any kind of greedy overreach would endanger the entire scheme. So I told myself that if Lind or Kabao got it, that would be perfectly fine. By 8 o'clock, we had finished our briefing. For the next 20 minutes, Asana and I worked on our disguises to fool the Korloi family. In execution, this meant Asana wearing Kyo's personal black dress and me in Ninir's dad's black tuxedo, both of us sporting masquerade masks. The masks seemed like a bit much to me, but there were a number of NPCs dressed up in costumes as well. Obviously, I couldn't show up with the tux and burlap sack over my head again. The ALS and the DKB would see us by our color cursors, and they'd probably wonder what the hell we were up to, but I chose to believe that they wouldn't mess with us until the matches in the arena were finished. Lastly, we made sure there weren't any glaring holes in our plan, and right at 8:30, we were all set to leave room 17. Except that Kyo held us back for a moment. Asana, Kirito, I am so grateful. On behalf of my master, and speaking, of course, for myself, you have my deepest thanks. Let's save it all for when she's feeling much better. Asana, wearing black butterfly mask, gave Kyo a quick hug. Of course, I couldn't do any such thing. So I just gave her a meaningful nod. After a brief glance toward Argo and Kismel, we left the hotel room. Huazo and Lunze, who'd been standing guard by the door, already understood the gist of the plan. We gave them a quick nod and headed for the hotel entrance. As we passed the front counter and crossed the hall, I glanced at Asana. Through the mask, I could tell she was just a bit miffed about something. I assumed at first that I'd done something wrong, then realized that the problem was that I hadn't done anything at all. You look very nice in that dress, Miss Asana, I said, feeling awkward. She gave me a silent look, then suddenly reached out with her left hand. I tensed, expecting one of her usual punches to my side, but instead she grabbed my wrist. After adjusting my arm so my palm was facing upward, she lined up next to me and placed her hand in mine. We started walking down the spiral steps like that. I hastily slowed to match her pace and asked under my breath, what is this? Shut up. This is just what you do. That seemed like an unfair response, but I realized that arguing wasn't going to get me anywhere. All I could do was walk and pray no other players witnessed us. I was already feeling strange enough in the shiny leather shoes, which I'd hardly ever worn in the real world. But I couldn't complain to Asana, who was easily managing the preposterously delicate high heels on her feet. Fortunately, I didn't trip and fall down the stairs or see anyone I knew. When we reached the first floor, I pulled loose the hand I'd been using to escort Asana, exhaled silently so she wouldn't hear, then headed for the chip purchase counter in the gaming room. There was no way to prevent my voice from cracking when I told the lady in the bow tie, 2,000 chips. She smiled and replied, "Of course, sir," which brought up a payment window. I dispelled my hesitation and hit the OK button, instantly obliterating the 200,000 coal in my inventory. 2 large coins appeared on the counter with 1,000 VC stamped on the front. I plucked them up and dropped them into the inside pocket of my tuxedo jacket. The next 2 hours would determine whether these chips turn into 100,000 or simply vanish into nothing. It brought the nightmare of the beta test back into vivid memory and a prickling sweat to my skin. At the time, having my entire fortune riding on the last huge bet sent my pulse racing so fast that I thought I'd pass out. Now it wasn't just my fate riding on the line, but Nanir's life and Kismel's honor. There was no longer any possibility for me to cut them loose and say that whatever happened to mere game NPCs didn't matter in the end. Aincrad had a built-up history for centuries, possibly even a millennium. And Kismel, Nanir, Keo, and even the sword fighter in the Harin Tree Palace, Lavik, and Viscount Yoflis, were all true people who spent their lives in this world. Come on, let's go. I pulled out my arm again. I looked up, distracted from my thoughts. There was Asuna, looking at me just the way she always did. Belatedly, I realized that although I was carrying a weight far heavier than anything I felt in the beta, I wasn't doing it alone anymore. I took a deep breath and said, "Yeah, I'm ready." Tapping the 2 coins in my jacket pocket through the fabric, I started walking forward. Asuna took my side and naturally placed her hand on my arm. Is this what you do too?" "It is what you do," replied my temporary partner without missing a beat. I glanced sidelong at her face, which was now a few inches higher thanks to her heels, and thought I caught a hint of mischievous smile on her lips below that butterfly mask. I couldn't help but think, is it really? The Monster Coliseum on the basement level of Volupta Grand Casino, also known as the Battle Arena, was even louder and more enthusiastic than last night. The spacious hall was packed with dressed NPCs, their voices so excited that it drowned out the pleasant string of accompaniment playing on the upper floors. After a quick examination of the scene, I found the DKB hanging out in the dining area on the left side of the hall, while the ALS were gathered on the right, talking excitedly around a table. They were dressed in rough, ordinary clothes and clearly hadn't done anything more than remove their combat gear. But almost all the NPCs were dressed in formal wear, plenty of whom had masks on. So, at a quick glance, most people probably wouldn't recognize us. We had 15 minutes until the first match, so the first thing to do was head to the ticket counter next to the bar and get a list of the night's odds. Which ones should I pick, I wondered. Ultimately, I went for the dining area on the right, where the ALS sat. I guided Asuna to an open table in the counter and whispered, "Wait here," then headed for the ticket counter. The magical automatically updating the odds sheet were free to take. So I grabbed one and quickly made to return to my seat. But then a voice said, "Yo, you finally made it, eh?" And a hand patted my shoulder. I jumped, froze, and awkwardly turned around. It was a man with a short brown hair in spiked bunches like a mace, a short, triangular beard on his chin, and scowling features that suggested an extremely stubborn personality. The leader of the Aincrad Liberation Squad, Kabao. One of his eyebrows rose as he took in my appearance from the head to toe. "The hell you dressed like that for?" he said, at which point there was no way to play innocent. Plus, to his eyes, my name Kirito would be emblazoned right over my head. I gave up slipping away and returned the greeting. "Heya, Kabao." "Well, I don't got the time. I don't care about your clothes. Where's your partner?" Over there," I said, pointing at the table in the corner. He turned and started windmilling his hand toward us. "Come on, get over here,"
he roared, drawing disapproving looks from the nearby ladies and gentlemen in their finest garb. Asuna realized, as did I, that he could potentially ruin the whole plan by drawing the attention of any Corloy people in the room, so she quickly wove her away through the crowd and murmured, "Good evening, Cabal." "Yeah, evening. Well, you look a lot better in those clothes than he does." "What the hell do you want anyways?" I had to bite my tongue to keep it in my mouth. "Listen, Cabal, we don't have time for either." I know. I'll get to the point." He took us to an empty table nearby, glanced at his fellow guildmates at their table, then said, "I heard from Lyan about how the cheat sheets were a trap set up by the casino. I gotta thank you for that." The sight of his spiky head actually dipping an inch in gratitude shocked me. Asuna had given Lyan a warning that it was 99% likely to be a trap in exchange for learning the sheet's odds. I just didn't expect it would lead to a personal thank you from Cabal. I guess people really can change, I thought. But then he said, "The thing is, we already had our suspicions last night. I mean, following every last bet the paper says and winning every one seems a little too good to be true. Know what I mean?" "But you still bet according to the sheet in every match, right?" I pointed out. Cabal put on a bitter scowl. "Well, I mean, I did get 9 out of 10 matches dead on. All 5 matches earlier today played out like it said, and I assume the first 4 tonight will too. But we're gonna bet against the sheet on the last one. I just wanted to tell you that," he said, then turned on his heel and gave us a quick goodbye and started walking back to his people. Hold on, not so fast," I exclaimed, grabbing his moss green shirt and turning him back around. "What?" I mean, if you want to bet the opposite, that's your business. But did you talk to Lind about it?" "Why would I?" "Why? Because if the ALS and the DKB bet on different monsters in the final match, it ensures one side will win." "Listen, pal," he said, looking exasperated and jabbing an accusatory finger in my chest. "I know it ain't ideal to always be butting heads with them over every little thing. Like you said, if we bet on both monsters, one of the two of us is gonna win. Guaranteed. But it ain't gonna work out like that this time. You saw the specs on that sword, didn't ya? That's a balance breaker. It's even more broken than that guild flag. Neither Lind nor I is the big enough man to step aside and give our rival all the glory." He pulled back his finger and smacked his chest with his hand, then walked back to his companions. 3 seconds of stunned silence later, I looked at Asuna. I have never seen someone brag about not being a big enough man before. She noted. "Well, I guess that's more trustworthy than someone who would claim they were the bigger man," I murmured back. The clock said we had just 7 minutes until the start of the competition. I quickly laid out the odds on the table so we could examine it together. To my surprise, the paper had altered entries for the first match, which was where the monsters was due to be substituted. The rusty lyan had been replaced with quad scissor crab, apparently. According to Lyan, who'd been feeding information to Asuna, the older man with the cheat sheet showed up out of nowhere just before the night matches began, handing out updated odds for the altered first match. If I didn't know what he was up to, I'd be amazed at his helpfulness. We used the brass pen attached to the table to mark the latest predictions next to the monsters on the list. Match 1, Scaly Badger, O versus Squad Scissor Crab, X. Match 2, Studded Stag Beetle, X versus Squiddly Vine. O. Match 3. Lightning Squirrel. Triangle versus Rocket Gopher. O. Match 4. Bestial Hand. O. Versus Ferocious Hand. X. Match 5. Tiny Glypodont. Triangle versus Viridian Bighorn. O. Interesting that there are no rockets in this world, but it's on a monster's name, I remarked, spinning the heavy brass pen after I decided to check all the names. Once again, Asuna exhibited a shocking depth of knowledge. From what I recall, the word rocket comes from a spool of thread around a stick. Surely they have those in Aincrad. Oh, I see. Also, there's a family of rodents from North America known as pocket gophers. So I would assume that rocket gopher is a pun on that. Oh, I see, I repeated, feeling like an automated chatbot. So I added, so it's just like the Melibi viridis or Hematolomabi, huh? Please don't bring that up, Asuna said, glaring at me through her mask. She slid her finger down the list of odds. It seems like they've got the Notchtoy monsters on the left side and the Korloi monsters on the right. Huh? Oh, you're right. I hadn't noticed yesterday, but now that she mentioned it, all the Notchtoy monsters were listed on the left side of the sheet. So the cheat sheet suggested that the Notchtoy side would win the first and fourth matches, while the Korlois would win the second, third, and fifth matches. But if the final match was the one that would run counter to expectations, like yesterday, then it would be the Notchtoy Tiny Glypodont that won. Kabao said he was betting on that one, and perhaps Lin groups would do the same. If so, then the Glypodonts' odds were going to be much lower, depending on how much was won through the first 4 matches. It was possible that winning the final match might still leave us short of the required 100,000 trips, but that wasn't my concern. So, who are we betting on in the last match? Asuna asked. I shrugged. Depends on how Lin Kiba plays things. But if they both bet on the Notchtoy monsters, we'll probably end up betting on the Korloi monster. If the Korlois are able to manipulate victory and defeat however they want, wouldn't they want to make their monster win because they'll make more on the losing bets? That would be the rational decision, yes. I have a feeling that this is going to make your popularity drop among Lind and Kabao's of the game even more than the Guild Flag incident did. Can't get any lower than 0, so I'm not that concerned. At that moment, the hall was suddenly filled with the sound of a tremendous gong crash. Spotlights shone down from the walls at a booth toward the center of the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the crown jewel of Volupta Grand Casino, the Battle Arena! It was the same stylish NPC with the white shirt and red tie who had emceed the event last night. Bellowing from the spotlights, it was literally the exact same speech even. The first match of our night schedule will be starting shortly. Ticket sales are ending in just 5 minutes, so get those wagers in now while you have the chance. The rumbling murmur in the crowd rose in pitch and volume, and dozens or 2 NPCs moved towards the counter. I had to summon my courage before joining them, converting my chips worth 200,000 coal into a single ticket. Well, here goes. I'm about to bet on the Scaly Badger in the first match, I announced, feeling sweat slick my palms. Right, said Asuna. I'm going to buy some drinks and get us seats up front. Thanks.
For being so terrified of ghosts, she's sure fearless when it comes to a situation like this, I thought, hurrying off to the ticket counter. The scaly badger was, as the name suggested, a large badger-like monster covered in hard scales, while the quad scissor crab had 4 huge claws rather than 2. The crab nimbly caught the badger many times, but it could not break the metallic scales. The badger crushed an arm and leg with its sharp teeth to finish off the crab. The cheat sheet was right on this one. We now had 4,320 chips. The studded stag beetle on the second match was an insect whose black carapace featured tack-like silver protuberances along its length. Its enemy, the squiddy vine, was a plant monster with 10 long, wriggling, squid-like limbs. The stag beetle attempted to sever the vines with its jaw, but the vines bent and stretched like rubber, and were surprisingly hard to cut. It wrapped up the hapless stag beetle and crushed it. We had 8,424 chips now. In match 3, the lightning squirrel measured about 16 inches, tail included. Its fur was pure blue, and its front teeth were long and sharp. The rocket gopher, like Asuna said, was a short, squat rodent, colored a dull gray. The squirrel, in keeping with its moniker, was blindingly fast, leaping all over the cage, and it tore at the gopher with its teeth and claws. I started to worry that we'd made the wrong choice, but right after the gopher's HP turned red, it shot fire from its tail and shot through the air like a rocket, obliterating the squirrel. 21,818 chips. In the fourth match, the bestial hand and the ferocious hand were disgusting-looking crustaceans that resembled human hands, only 3 times the size. The bestial hand was the base species, while the ferocious hand was a color alternate. The bestial mainly attempted to grab the other, and the ferocious had a special stunning ability. At first, I thought this one might go against expectations again, but the stun didn't seem to work against its own kind. The bestial's superior gripping strength helped it crush the ferocious hand. In the end, all 4 matches turned out the way that the cheat sheet said they would. We would have lost everything if any of them had gone the other way. It made me sick to my stomach that I didn't know how they were manipulating victory and defeat. Was there a monster dyed a different color like the rusty lyan? Was one of them given a stimulant or tranquilizer to alter its nature? Yesterday, I assumed that the latter would be a dead giveaway thanks to a buff or debuff icon, but I wasn't the one fighting them. And you couldn't assume that an event battle would act like an ordinary gameplay. In any case, we had no other choice than to bet all 62,013 chips on the final match. As she stared rapt at the 10,000 VC chips, the 2 1,000 VC chips, and the single 10 VC chip, and the 3 1 VC chips, Asuna murmured, "I see now." "You see what?" "If it's this exciting when you already know who's going to win and lose, I suppose I understand just a tiny bit of what you felt like when you went bankrupt in the beta." "That's good to hear. I mean, it's probably not good," I commented, taking a sip of the champagne gifted to high rollers, though the official item was just sparkling wine. At any rate, our winnings are over 60,000 now, so even if we lose it all, we should be able to earn passes to the beach for the 2 of us. Behind the butterfly mask, Asuna eyes went wide, blinking with surprise. Then she blurted out, "Oh, that's right. It's what I wanted in the first place from all of this. I completely forgot." Even if we get the passes, it'll probably be a while before we can actually enjoy the beach, unfortunately. Plus, I didn't finish that sentence, but I trusted that Asuna understood. If we weren't able to save either Ninir or Kismel, we weren't going to be in the mood for the beach anytime soon. Step 1 to fully enjoying the white sand and crystal blue water was getting that dragon blood and the 4 sacred keys. Whether that succeeded depended on if we, Lind or Cabal, reached 100,000 chips after the final match, and if it lured Bardun out to the arena, like we hoped. "Ladies and gentlemen," boomed the announcer NPC again, accompanied by the gong. "It's time for this evening's grand finale! The pitched battle between our 2 last combatants will be starting momentarily. Ticket sales will be halted in 5 minutes. Bet large and bet often." The fear inside the hall rose yet again, and many visitors pressed towards the counter. Lind and Cabal surely among them. I wanted to get it over with too, but I couldn't make any move until I knew which one Lind Kiba were betting on. After 10 agonizing slow seconds, Asuna opened her player window just above her lap. She glanced at her messages, then leaned closer to me and whispered, "Both the ALS and the DKB bet on the tiny Glipodont." That information was coming from the ALS, Lyan, and her boyfriend, the DKB's Shivada. Both understood that the cheat sheet was coming from a fishy source and agreed to help inform us of their guild's choices, only because they liked Asuna so much, of course. "I see. So they're both betting against the sheet," I muttered, checking the odds table. The Nutchtoy clan's tiny Glipodont had a triangle symbol next to it, while the Korloy clan's Viridian Big Horn had a circle. If the sheet was accurate as it had been so far, the Big Horn would win. But both Lind and Cabal suspected the sheet was a trap laid by the casino, and they intended to take advantage of it by betting the opposite. That should be the right choice. We knew the sheets were a trap, and if I had a simple choice between the two, I would bet against the monster listed on the paper. Kyo claimed she could not imagine Bardun Korloy failing to envision someone breaking his pattern. But whether the trickery employed in the final match was color changing or chemical agents, it was hard to imagine any means of reversing that in less than 10 seconds between the end of the betting and the start of the match. In any case, if Lind Kiba bet on the Notchtoy monster, then we'll just have to bet on the Korloy monster. As much as it pains me. That way, we're still covered if they've set up an extra layer of cheating, I said, tapping the Viridian Bighorn's name on the sheet. Asuna nodded. Right, but even still, she didn't elaborate, so I glanced at her through the mask and she just shook her head. Sorry, it's nothing. Go and get the ticket. And another champagne if you don't mind. Got it. I stood, clasping the coins in my palm, and hurried to the purchase counter. 62,013 chips, equivalent to 6,201,300 coal, were exchanged for a single slip of paper. Now Lind Kiba and I were wagering over 150,000 chips alone, and with all of the other visitors added, the total had to be over 200,000. Next, I got 2 glasses of champagne from the bar counter nearby and returned to our seats. Asuna sent her a message, which she'd composed in advance to Argo on the 3rd floor. Lastly, we just had to see if Bardun Korloy would come down to monitor the situations. 3 minutes remaining to make your wagers. It's the last and biggest bout of the night, so make sure you join the fun! Roared the NPC announcer from the spotlight. The odds list was changing rapidly as the bets poured in.
For now, the Nutch Toy's tiny Glipidont had a payout of about 1.7. The Corloy's Viridian Bighorn was at a 2.3. The Glipidont, which the ALS and the DKB were riding high on, was under a double payout at this point. I wonder if they'll be able to reach 100,000 chips, murmured Asana. I did a quick mental calculation. If they've made at least 60,000, like us, then they should just clear the total. And if we win, we'll be over 140,000 chips. How are you so fast at calculating the winning amounts? She asked. Huh? It's a simple multiplication, so Asana performed a quick operation on her window, which was still open. She raised her head and whispered, Bardun's on the move. Finally. The warning had come back from Argo, who was lurking in the hotel's hallway, watching the front desk. That was one hurdle to the plan cleared. But the difficult part was only just the beginning. Our luck was up in the heavens now, in the form of those two monsters. But for Argo and Kismel, they had to sneak into room 7 to find the item Bardun Corloy was using to make contact with the fallen elves before he and his armed guards returned. And we had no idea what kind of item it might be. It'll be fine. It'll work out, Asana whispered. She reached for the hand resting on my knee and squeezed it. Yes, our present course of action was just to trust that our companions would be up to the task. We had our own job to do everything needed to delay Bardun returning to his room, if it should come to that.
1 minute left to buy your tickets, folks!
The NPC announced. I thought I heard a faint swell of strings and looked over my shoulder. Through the open doors of the arena, an elderly gentleman was entering the room, guarded by 4 men in black clothing. His slender frame was clad in elegant 3-piece suit, and he had a finely kept mustache and beard. It was unmistakably Bardun, patriarch of the Corloy family. The squat form of his butler, Mendon, was visible behind him. There he is. Asana sent Argo another message of confirmation, then closed the window resolutely. Bardun's group proceeded straight through the crowds of NPCs in the hall until they marched into the VIP boxes seats just behind the announcer's booth. Asa and I were in place at the front of the line where we had a good view of the cage, so we couldn't see Bardun's face unless we looked over our shoulders. But I didn't want to stand up and draw any attention with the match beginning in less than a minute, so moving seats wasn't an option. I faced ahead once again. The gong crashed louder than ever. The many lamps placed on high the walls automatically focused their lights. However, it was that it worked, creating 4 spotlights that split the darkened hall. They illuminated the golden battle cage, which shone even brighter, drawing the eye. The rectangular cage, separated into 2 parts by its partition gate, was about 12 feet across on the short side, and 30 on the long side. But the 2 monsters that were about to make their appearance would surely make this seem cramped. Kyo had told us that the only monsters listed on the rank chart were the right size to fight within the cage and did not possess any special attacks that might harm the audience or structure. These 2, I presumed, would present the very limits of those bounds. A heavy rumbling left ripples in our champagne. 2 spots on the stone wall lining one side of the cage pulled back. Then began to rise.
Now starting the final battle arena match of the evening.
The bow-tied NPC announced enthusiastically as 2 spotlights focus on the right gateway, the passage leading to the Corloy's underground monster stable.
Our first combatant, hailing from the Viridian Plains east of Volupta, the 2-horned beast that scattered travelers and smashed carriages, the Viridian Bighorn! A scraping of hooves, cluck, cluck, issued from the passage, and the black and brown quadruped appeared, featuring curved, twisted horns. It looked somewhat like a goat or cow, but it was nearly 6 feet long, and there were sharp fangs lining its jaws. New spotlights alighted on the left doorway, which led to the Nutchtoy stable. Next, from the far west of Volupta, ruling over the bleached white plains, the bizarre creature that smashes through all comers with a head as hard as steel, the tiny Glypodont! Thudding heavily into the cage was something that looked like a real-world armadillo with a mountain of a shell on top. Its head was much bigger than an armadillo's, however, and it had jutting hammer-like forehead. It was just as large as the giant goat on the right side. The bighorn I get, but what's a Glypodont? Asuna muttered. I already knew the answer because I'd looked it up out of curiosity during the beta period. An ancestor of the armadillo that died out thousands and thousands of years in the real world. I whispered. I guess they're still alive in Einkrad. You're right. It looks exactly like an armadillo, she replied, ignoring the second half of my comment. But what's supposed to make this one tiny? I'm guessing there's a non-tiny Glypodont out there somewhere. I didn't see one in the beta test, at least. I hope we never come across it, she said, making a face. The announcer NPC shouted louder than ever. Beast against beast! Whose mighty head will give away first? Let the match begin! The gong smashed, and the fence partition inside the cage began lowering into the ground. The bighorn lowered its impressively protected head and scraped at the floor on the cage with its hooves again. The Glypodont jutted out its hammer-like head from its armored body, tensing its limbs. When the fence was completely out of the way, the two creatures roared, the combination ugly and discordant. They charged from opposite ends of the cage with great ferocity. While large, each was only 3 feet wide at the most, and there was 12 feet of lateral space in the cage, giving them plenty room to pass each other. But they had no intention of doing that. Even I wouldn't want to defend against these monsters' attacks. They hurtled directly along two ends of the same line and smashed head against head with vicious force. They were only normal attacks, but a light effect appeared on impact, white with red streaks, followed by a fierce shockwave. The marble floor shook, and it even caused some leftover champagne to spill. Both Bighorn and Glypodont merely stumbled briefly before regaining their balance and taking distance again. Their HP bars, both at 20% down. The entire arena just shook! What a powerful collision! The announcer called out, prompting a wave of applause and cheers from the crowd. But I wasn't in such an excitable mood. I knew I didn't have the right to pity the monsters who'd been captured and forced to fight. But if I was able to compartmentalize my feelings that strictly, I wouldn't have let my emotion take over and freed the rusty lyan from the stables in the first place. At the very least, I had to keep my feelings level and watch out for any signs of wrongdoing in the match. If my guess was correct, the Corloys would attempt to maximize their profits by flipping the outcome back around so that the Viridian Bighorn won, matching the cheat sheet. I just had no idea how they were going to do it. Neither of the two monsters seemed to be in anything less than fine condition, and presumably there was no color variant species on this floor, so die-based cheating was out. It seemed like the best method would be to throw something in from out of the cage, but not a single person watching
was up close to the cage due to the shockwave of the monster's impact. If you'd been close enough, you would have easily suffered splash damage. The bighorn and Glypodont backed away to their respective corners, then lowered their heads. Under the glare of the spotlights, I could see each enter the charging motion. The bighorn pawed at the floor, while the Glypodont spread its limbs and tensed. A moment later, the second charge was on. Neither monster was anything more than standard fare, but the impact that shook the room seemed worthy of a boss monster's strongest attack. I could only imagine the sight of stacked chips falling and roulette balls escaping the first casino, and my mounting concern made me sneak a glance at the VIP seats behind us. The seating area was in the dark, but the VIP seats were close enough to the announcer's booth that the proximity to the light made them barely visible. Bardun Corloy was seated in the center of a sofa with his legs crossed, drinking champagne. The serene look on his face betrayed no hint that he was concerned about damage to the casino or the exposure of his sheets ruse. "Don't look too hard, or he'll notice," Asuna whispered, so I quickly straightened my neck again. The second clash of Bighorn and Glypodont did another 20% of damage to each, but it seemed that the Bighorn's HP loss was just slightly higher. I remembered the two being about as tough as the other during the beta, but the Bighorn's habitat was in the front half of the floor, while the Glypodont could be found in the back half. It would make sense, therefore, that the Glypodont would have a slight statistical edge. "At this rate, it seems like the Glypodont is going to win," I whispered, tilting my head to the right. Asuna leaned in likewise. "I was thinking the same thing. Does that mean the Corloys weren't able to cancel their trick before the match started?" "Probably. Or maybe they never assumed their trick would work 100% of the time from the start." She sounded uncertain. However, I could sense that frustration too. The trap with the Argent Serpent was extremely clever. Anyone who could have devised and carry out such a plan would have to have a backup in case the target audience saw through the cheat sheet. After just a single loss, both Cabal and Lin suspected foul play, and they were betting accordingly tonight. If the Glypodont won, Lind and Kiba would each win over 100,000 chips and take the grand prize of the Sword of Volupta away from the casino. Would a man as crafty as Bardun Corloy simply say, "Oh well," and let that happen? There had to be something more. I knew. I kept my eyes peeled on the cage. But there was nothing I could see wrong with the walls, the floor, or the ceiling. There was no betting gentleman ready with a poison dart or a fine lady about to sprinkle medicinal herbs. Shouted the NPC as the spotlights blazed down on the two monsters. Asuna murmured. I noticed that her eyes were wide and blinking rapidly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm fine. I think my eyes are getting tired from staring so hard." I was marveling that this phenomenon could happen in the virtual world, too, when the monsters charged for the third time. The vibrations rattled through the floor. Instantly, I was struck by a strange sensation. The supposedly superior Glypodont was just a bit slower than the previous two times. That wasn't an illusion. When the two collided, it was about 3 feet to the left of the cage's center. The impact was still as fierce as ever. The champagne glass that had withstood the shaking so far tilted over, and I had to use both hands to catch it. All of the light and smoke effects inside the cage faded. The bighorn's curled horns were raised high in the air, and the Glypodont shook its low head back and forth. It seemed that the slower speed of its charge was making a difference, because now the bighorn's HP bar seemed to be better off.
But why did its speed drop out of nowhere? I muttered. Asuna shook her head. I don't know. There wasn't any exterior interference. Exactly, I agreed, searching carefully. But there was no foreign object sticking into the Glyptodont's massive body and no sign of any liquid splashed onto it. The bighorn had a little over 40% of its health left, while the Glyptodont was at about 38. 2 more charges would probably do it. If the Glyptodont continued to fall further behind, the bighorn was going to emerge victorious. Was this change an effect of Corloy's manipulation? And if so, how? There it is again, Asuna murmured, blinking. What's happening to you? I don't know. Something's wrong with my eyes. It felt like the monster's color just changed a little bit. Huh? The Glyptodonts? Before, yes, but this one was the bighorns. I quickly looked at the cage again, but I couldn't sense any change in color. The Glyptodont's gray shell and the bighorn's blackish-brown pelt were exactly the same as when the match started. No. It wasn't the monsters. It was the stones they were standing on. They were just a slight difference in color between the two, I thought. Under the Glyptodont's feet, the stones were a neutral gray, while the spot beneath the bighorn's hooves was just the slightest bit green. Huh? I sank down a bit and turned around without drawing attention to myself. I wasn't looking at the VIP seats, but much further back, at the 4 spotlights near the top of the stone walls of the casino. The illumination from the large lamps up there was reflected through concave lenses before being focused into tight beams of light. From my perspective, the 2 on the right were just the color of the natural flame, but the 2 on the left were just a little bit greenish. Asuna's keen senses picked up on the differences in the monster's colors, but I could only tell the difference on the floor tiles. There was no way that such a subtle difference in color was intended to be part of the ambience. Most likely, there was some kind of debuff effect in the green-tinted light. They were using it so the bighorn would win by surprise. But wait, that didn't make sense. According to Asuna, the green spotlights were shining on the Glyptodont earlier, but now they were over the bighorn. If the Corloys were the ones operating the lights, it would mean that they were inflicting damage on both monsters. Suddenly, one possibility leapt to my mind. I straightened up and reached to open my window, only to stop myself. Argo was sneaking into Bardon's chambers now. I couldn't ask her to relay any messages to Kyo. Instead, I pulled the odds sheet out of my pocket of my tuxedo. At the very bottom, in tiny script, was a list of arena rules and regulations. Penalties for interfering with monsters inside the cage. Nullification of one's claim if the ticket is lost or destroyed. Payout of the winning tickets have a deadline of midnight on the day of the event. And then, hidden among the fine print, I found it. If both monsters should become unable to fight for a period of at least 3 minutes, or if both monsters should die simultaneously, there will be no declared winner and no chips will be paid out. That's it! What? Asuna asked, looking confused. I pointed out the item near the bottom of the list. 2 seconds later, she tensed up and froze, her black dress twitching briefly. In a tie, all wagers are forfeit to the house? This is what they're going for. That green light is slowing down whatever monster it shines on. They're using it to fine-tune the damage amounts so that their final collision ends up knocking them both out. But surely it's not that easy to force a tie. Asuna had a point. If animals in the real world continued bleeding in a near-death state, they would eventually perish. But as long as a monster in SAO had 1 hit point left, it wouldn't die.
And while the attacks might seem to happen simultaneously, in almost every case, the system registered a time difference of less than a tenth of a second, with the first hit given precedence. In order to cause a tie in PvP, the person who took the first attack and lost all HP had to either inflict some kind of exceptional damage via a skill or item, or manifest some kind of actual miracle to keep their avatar moving until it counted as a tie. The same way presumably true of battles between monsters, but it had a much higher probability of turning into a draw in this particular matchup. The Bighorn and the Glypodont both used headbutt attacks exclusively, meaning their attacks and the damage suffered would happen simultaneously. If Bardun Corloy had chosen to pit a Bighorn against the Nutchtoy Glypodont specifically for this reason, then his slyness and cunning were the real deal. Although I had no proof, I suspected this was not a pre-programmed part of the quest, but the work of Bardun's excellent AI planning and preparation for any outcome. Inside the cage, the two large beasts were readying their fourth charging attack. The Bighorn scraped the floor with its front right hoof, and the Glypodont tensed its thick limb against the ground. The creatures raised their heads high, then bellowed with such volume that the quaking of the air was practically visible. That was bad. It was a special attack, a finisher. It would still be a headbutt, but with twice the power. If they collided directly with full force again, the Bighorn might survive with its hit points advantage, but it was also under the debuff lights. The fine-tuning of the damage amounts could easily succeed at killing them both, fulfilling the requirements to cause a tie. The two creatures growled, waiting for their chance to charge. We had to do something about the debuff light within the next 10 seconds, or we, the ALS and the DKB, would lose all of our chips together. Could we block the light with a cloth of some kind? No, that was impossible. The spotlights were shining down from high up on the wall behind us. No amount of stretching would allow us to reach the angle of the beams. A smokescreen? No, we had no way of creating enough smoke at once to block the light. If we couldn't block it, we'd have to do something about the lights themselves. But they were well over 100 feet away. Even an instantaneous dash would never reach them in time. Within half a second, I had brought up and rejected 3 different ideas. If only I had magic spells! But even if I could shoot a fireball across the arena, it would only cause a riot. I'd be accused of interfering with the match and penalized, possibly even imprisoned. No magic, no bow, and arrows. I could probably throw a knife or a pick the needed distance, but there was no time to find the item in my inventory. If only I had something to throw, preferably heavy, hard, and long. There was a champagne glass in my hand. I looked down at the floor, then at the mini table affixed to the back of the seat in front of me. There was a cup-shaped holder in the corner of the table that contained a number of items for guests to use. A hemp napkin, a small fork and spoon, a brass pen, the same kind found at the table in the dining area. I set down the champagne glass and grabbed the pen. It wasn't as fancy as the fountain pen from the real world, just a hollow container of ink with a hole at the end for it to ooze out of, but that made it tough and reasonably heavy. There was another brass pen on the table before Asuna, which I picked up and handed to her, making a pointed glance at the spotlight behind us. My partner took my meaning and nodded back. Inside the cage, the Glypodont and Bighorn stopped growling and lowered their heads. Asuna and I turned around, using the backs of our seats as cover. The audience area was totally darkened, and everyone else was enraptured by the combat. If I used a sword skill, it would draw some attention, but neither Asuna nor I had the throwing knife skill. That meant we'd have to hit the spotlights 100 feet away without any kind of assistance from the system. The targets were light condensers, about 8 inches across. Striking them with a pen wasn't going to extinguish the flames that were the source of the light, but if the lenses cracked, the light would scatter, which should disable the debuffing effect. "There are pens on the other table too. Don't hold back, just throw," I whispered right into Asana's ear. But in truth, we didn't have time to try again if our first throws missed. Behind my back, I could practically sense the monsters in the cage starting their charges. Ducking behind the back of the chair, I pulled back my hand as far as it could go. Asana did the exact same thing at the exact same moment. System assistants or not, Asa and I had level 20 plus stats, concentration forged by many deadly situations, and probably the protection of the Holy Tree's priestess. "We can hit it," I thought, willing victory into the brass pen as we hurled our missiles. As the 2 pens sailed through the darkness, they flickered just once, reflecting the light. Behind us, 2 monsters began to charge. Then 2 distant spotlights shattered. The concave lenses and reflective mirrors breaking into pieces. The roar of the crowd was so great that it was impossible to hear the shattering. The debuff light refracted in all directions. I turned back around and saw the Bighorn and Galipodont, glowing blue and red respectively, charging toward each other. The Bighorn seemed to just be a bit slower to start, but it straightened up and accelerated again. The curled horns and jutting shell slammed into each other right as the center of the cage. I gritted my teeth, bracing against a shockwave twice as powerful as the previous. The crowd screamed as champagne glasses shook off tables, shattering into blue shards. The light effects of the 2 monsters created were so strong that nobody seemed to notice that the spotlights were only half as bright as before. If anyone would notice the difference, it would be the Bardun Corloy. But right now, there was something more pressing. In the center of the cage, the light and smoke of the impact were still swirling viciously. I couldn't make out the monsters very well, but the 2 HP bars visible in the air were dropping at the exact same speed. They were under 30%, 20%, 10%. Was our incredible pen toss wasted? Were the Bighorn and Galipodont going to fall in unison, leading to a draw, and earning the house all the incredible number of chips betting on this final match? Asana's left hand reached out and grabbed my right. I squeezed it without thinking, and she clutched for all that she was worth. At last, the visual effects were waning, revealing the forms of 2 huge beasts. The Bighorn and Galipodont were standing motionless at the center of the cage, heads pressed against one another. Their HP bars were still draining. 7%, 5%, 3%. Then the Bighorn's HP stopped dropping. The Galipodont's HP continued, however, and fell to 0. The stout strength went out of its limbs, and the small mountain of a beast sank with a rumble to the floor of the cage. Blue light surrounded its body, which momentarily compressed before exploding into countless pieces. In the shocked silence that followed, the Bighorn slowly lifted its head. What a collision! Raved the NPC announcer as the crowd erupted into jubilance and anguish. The winner of this ferocious bout, one of the greatest and most intense in the history of this battle arena, is the Viridian Bighorn! The victorious Bighorn tossed back its horned head and bellowed triumphantly. I let out a breath I'd been holding and glanced over at Asana, who returned the look. She might have not realized she was still holding my hand. Or maybe she did. Either way, she murmured, "So, who were we betting on again? I think it was the Bighorn. So we won the bet? How many chips did we make?" In In my head, I tried to multiply the roughly 62,000 chips we'd won before this by the odds of the bighorn, only to feel a sudden prickling on the back of my scalp. I stopped calculating and peered between the chair backs behind us. Bardun Corloy was standing up from his spot in the VIP area, pointing boldly in our general direction, his eyes smoldering with fury. He didn't miss the sight of the pens flying through the darkness, it seemed. 4 men in black suits left the VIP area, heading our way. Uh-oh. I hunched my neck and tugged on Asana's hand. We stayed crouched, passing between the legs of the other audience members and the backs of the chairs ahead of us as we made our way left down the row. Once we reached the steps at the end, we turned and hurried upward into the dining bar area, then towards the exit. Where are we going? Let's go to the back third of the floor and to change. I'm worried about the others too. Good point. Beneath her butterfly mask, Asana's lips pursed. We were slipping through the crowd at the dining bar, keeping our heads down, when a recognizable voice bellowed with rage and agony to the left somewhere. How'd it come to this?
22. My goodness. Kyo's eyes narrowed when she saw the green fragment I held out to her. She plucked it from my palm, gave it a whiff, then held it before the lamplight. About a third of the rectangular shard was charred, but the rest still held a dull gleam. I'd picked up this bit among the pieces of the spotlight lens and mirror on the ground before we left the arena. As we climbed the stairs, I tapped it to discover the name, Cremulia Incense, along with a simple description. Incense created from dried and ground Cremulia flowers. That didn't explain much. Q examined the piece for a few seconds before lowering her hand. This is called Cremulia Incense. It exudes a scent like nothing else in this world when held above the flames. But it also causes the flames to emit a poisonous light. It's an assassin's tool that slowly weakens one's target over time. Ugh, what a nasty concept. I grimaced. At my side, Asana had taken off her mask but was still in the black evening dress. But now we've identified the Corloy's final trick, she said coldly. They had this incense burning over the lamps for the spotlights, and that's how they were inflicting this weakness light on only the monsters they wanted, right? That crafty old man really thought of everything, I said, in admiration, despite myself. Kyo looked away. She was clearly chagrined. I inspected the arena at regular intervals. To think that I failed to spot such a significant mechanism. I'm not fit to serve Lady Ninir. Look, you can't be blamed for not noticing. There was nothing special attached to the lights themselves. They just brought out this Cremulia incense to put over the lamps when they wanted to weaken the monsters, I pointed out, but Kyo was not heartened by this argument. When the ardent serpent attacked her, I could have dispatched it with a simple thrust rather than a sword technique. Then the snake might have not torn itself loose. In fact, I should have confirmed the contents of all the cages before we started our inspection, especially after Lady Kismel's pointed out that Bardun's insistence that Lady Ninir be present was likely a trap. I'd assumed that she was significantly older than me, but the way Kyo was so crestfallen made her look much younger than before. But now wasn't the time to get distracted with such matters. I had to get her steam back up again so we could discuss what came next.
Listen, Kyochi, the plan worked out in the end, so let's focus on the plus side, yeah?
Said another voice. Over on the sofa, a glass of wine in her hand, was Argo. By the time Asa and I had rushed back to room 17 on the 3rd floor of the Grand Casino as quickly as we could, Argo and Kismel had already returned from Bardun's room. The infiltration mission was a success, apparently, but the only thing on the table was an old map, and they hadn't shown us anything that looked like a means of remote communications.
Kyo nodded in response to the curiously relaxing quality of Argo's voice and lifted her head. She brushed the edges of her eyes with a finger and put on a smile. Yes, of course. Asuna and Kirito's betting plan worked out well, and Argo and Lady Kismel found the charming tool of the Nusians, fallen elves. We have all the things we need to save Lady Ninir's life. I shouldn't be lamenting what could have been. She stretched and walked over to the table, picking up the open wine bottle and a fresh glass. She poured it half full of wine and downed the liquid all at once, exhaling heavily. Relieved that she seemed to have recovered her mood, I took a quick glance at the time readout. It was 10:55 at night, 10 minutes after the Viridian Bighorn won the final bout in the arena. Just like last night, Lyndon Cabal lost over 50,000 chips in one go. Presumably, they were with their guildmates in the basement bar or some nearby tavern, commiserating their loss before they returned to their inns for the night. We needed to make contact before then, explain the reason the cheat sheet was right this time, and ask for their help in defeating Aguilar, the igneous worm, boss of this floor. The big question was, when would Bardun Corloy detect that his communication item was gone? After his debuffing light in the arena had been destroyed, after he'd lost 100,000 chips, technically 142,629, and after he'd lost the means of speaking with the fallen elves who promised to extend his lifespan, there was no telling what he'd do next. Of course, he didn't have a single bit of evidence that the ones who destroyed his spotlights won the big final match and burglarized his unoccupied room were the four of us, or anyone related to the Notchtoy family. Still, if that was enough for them to back down, they wouldn't have arranged a rare poisonous snake in attempt to kill Ninir. Huazo was supposed to warn us when Bardun returned to his room from the arena. There was something we needed to discuss before that happened. Kyo gave back the partially burned piece of Kermulia incense, which I returned to my inventory just in case. I walked over to Argo and asked, "So, what kind of tool was he using to contact the fallen elves?"
It's right in front of you.
Huh? I blinked and looked down at the table. The only thing on top of it were the open wine bottle, 4 glasses, and a parchment map. The map showed the entirety of the 7th floor, which might be useful for a strategy session, but there was no tool in sight. Unless... Wait, this? The map?
Correct,
She smirked, and I gave her a piercing gaze. But how did you know this was the way Bardun was communicating as you searched? I would have passed over it, 100%.
You forget. I had Kizuchi on my side,
Argo said, raising her wineglass towards the dark elf knight on the other couch. Kismel gave us a proud grin and directed our attention to the bottom left portion of the map. Look at this. We leaned in close enough that our heads touched. In the corner of the parchment map, there was a strange mark drawn in dark red ink. It was 2 interlocking zigzag lines. I thought I'd seen him somewhere before.
"Oh, it's ice and lightning, the symbol of the fallen,"
Asuna cried. "Oh!" I exclaimed. It was indeed the same insignia carved into the fallen elf dagger dropped by the PKer on the 6th floor, the Dirk of Agony. Where in the room was this? I asked Argo. She replied,
"In the 3rd drawer from the top in the huge desk."
If it wasn't already placed out in the open, then maybe he wouldn't notice it was gone right away. But either way, we couldn't allow any time to go to waste. "How do you use this, Kismel?" I asked, promptly, but the knight just gave me a brief knowing smile. "I understand you're in a hurry, but I suggest you sit down first." "Oh, sure." I sat down next to Kismel, and Asuna took the spot next to Argo, with Kyo on the other side.
The knight cleared her throat and brushed the map with her fingertips. This might look like parchment, but it's not. It's created from very rare monsters that appear in abandoned manors and castles named Skaya, which are killed in a particular way, then dried and used like paper. Skaya. I'd never encountered such a monster in the beta test, and I didn't know if the name meant anything. Asa and Argo looked confused too, and it would probably take some time to figure out, so I let her continue the explanation without interrupting. Skaya always appear in pairs. When you defeat them both and create paper with them, the pieces are bound by a mysterious power. When blood is dripped onto one, the spattering will appear in the same place on the other. It still wasn't making much sense to me, but that comment, Asuna cried, "Oh, so they drew the exact same map on both pieces of paper, and if the owner of one map drips blood onto the map, they can indicate those coordinates on the owner of the other map." "Aha," I said. "Very interesting," murmured Argo. A moment later, Kyo chimed in with, "So, if he drips blood somewhere on this map, the stain will appear on the map's partner, and the fallen elves will show up at that location?" "That would seem to be the case. However," Kismel said, frowning, "that would not indicate a time to meet. Perhaps they go to the place and simply wait until the other appears." That did feel like a rather inefficient way of doing things. Would the fallen elves, as busy as they were with their various tricks and schemes, really wait around all hours of the day? "So, if you write on this map in blood, it'll show up on the other map, Kismel?" I asked. The knight shook her head. "No, I have heard that only freshly dropped stains of blood direct from the finger will transfer. Of course, you might be able to write large letters if you spill enough drops, but I believe the stains will fade after some time." "You don't say," I commented, mimicking Argo, without realizing it, and earning a snort from the girl herself. "Keyboy, if you don't show Big Sis some respect, she won't teach you how to tell a time with this thing," she snapped. "What? You figured it out, Argo?" asked Asuna, wide-eyed. She slapped her hands together in prayer. "Please tell us how. We'll make Kirito stand out in the hallway for punishment if you want." "Oh, come on," I whined. Kismel and Kyo giggled in unison. If it was what it took to get the maid in better spirits, standing out in the hallway didn't seem so bad. If it weren't for the fact that I was curious too. Sorry, I'll buy you a baked sweet potato to make up for it. Just fill me in on the secret." "Why a sweet potato?" Argo replied, pursing her lips with dissatisfaction. She got over it right away, however, and pointed to the right half of the map. It was not on the map itself that she was pointing, actually, but the aperture of Einkrad itself. I suddenly noticed that there were very small dots placed at irregular intervals all the way around the perfect circular floor. "See how there's 24 of these? I bet they use them to indicate the time." "Oh!" Asuna and I exclaimed together. I almost cried out, "It's a clock!" but held myself back because I wasn't sure if Kyo or Kismel knew what a clock was. It wasn't that there weren't any mechanical clocks in Einkrad whatsoever. There was a huge clock tower in the town of Beginnings on the first floor, but I couldn't recall seeing any analog clocks in the elven castles. Kyo and Kismel understood what Argo meant immediately, however. "I see. Each dot is 1 hour. Is that it?" "So the daytime hours would be on the right and the night hours on the left," they said respectively, at which point I realized that the map's clock was not a traditional 12-hour type, but a 24-hour clock. That meant the dot at the very top was midnight and the dot at the very bottom was noon. "Ah,
So they drop blood in 2 places for location and time, said Asuna with understanding. She looked up from the map at the rest of us. So, when and where do we summon the fallen elves?
Not so fast, A-chan, said Argo, wincing. She glanced down to her right at the game clock. If you indicate an hour from now, the Fallen ain't gonna show up in time, I assume. Plus, we've got stuff to take care of first, don't we?
Oh, right. We need to negotiate with the DKB and the ALS to convince them to leave first thing in the morning. Kirito, you mentioned you had a plan for that. How are you going to get those guys in line? 4 pairs of eyes landed on me. I shrugged. Should be easy. I'll just say that if we beat the floor boss by the evening of the day after tomorrow, on second thought, let's make that by noon on the day after tomorrow, I'll sell the Sword of Volupta to whoever fought harder for 200,000 coal.
Huh?
Squawked Argo, the first to react. She swirled the remnants of her wineglass around and yelled,
Are you serious? That's not a bit. That's a broken-ass sword worth 100,000 chips, 10 million coal, and you're just gonna sell it off for 200,000?
Lindkiba aren't going to budge unless I sweeten the pot that much. Besides, 200,000 is the seed money we put into winning the sword in the first place, so it'll mean we've gotten our investment back.
Still, you could at least ask for 300,000 or 400,000,
she insisted, sounding more like the Argo I remembered. Just then, Kyo lifted her hand, which brought us to silence. There was a deep furrow between her brows, despite the fact that she had just looked like she'd overcome her misgivings. Asuna, Kirito, Argo, Lady Kismel. The truth is, there is one thing I should explain to you about that sword. Once again, however, she was interrupted. There was a quick, quiet knock at the door. Without waiting for her to respond, the person on the other side opened it a crack, revealing that it was Huazo. Bardon returned to his room, sister. Finally, I said, seething at the long-awaited news. I rose from the sofa and said, We'll hear what you have to say later. We've got to exchange this first. As I patted the chest pocket of the tuxedo I was still wearing, Asuna got to her feet as well. I'll join you. We should stock up on food and things anyway. 5 minutes later, I was placing a shiny golden chip worth 100,000 VC on the counter. The NPC guests around me broke into hushed murmurs, or so I imagined. The lady behind the counter seemed to freeze for a moment, but regained her bright smile just as quickly. Exchanging for a prize? Which item would you like? That one, I cried, pointing at the very top of the list on the board, while Asuna yanked on the back of my collar. Through the holes of the butterfly mask, her eyes had the look of an elder sister scolding her foolish little brother. She pulled me back and took my spot at the counter. She opened up the prize pamphlet she was holding, pointing daintily at an illustration of a sword. We would like the Sword of Volupta. Of course, said the woman with a perfect smile, before turning her head. The prize display was affixed to the side of a massive pillar at the center of the space behind the 4-sided counter, and the 100,000 chip sword shone at the very top, out of reach without a stepladder, or so I assumed. Instead, she pressed a button or some other contraption hit at the bottom of the display, causing the entire thing to descend with a heavy rumble. In 5 seconds, the bottom edge made contact with the floor and came to a stop. Still, there was nearly 7 feet to the sword, and the woman had to stretch for all she was worth, removing the black leather sheath just below the sword first. She handed that to another NPC waiting beside her, then reached for the Sword of Volupta at last. In my imagination, it was going to be very heavy. Fortunately, she removed it from the rack without dropping it, then slid the platinum and gold longsword into the sheath her companion was holding. It clicked in at the hilt, at which point she took the sheath and lifted the entire thing. Then she returned to the counter and held it out. "This is the sword of Volupta. Please accept your prize." Before either of us moved, Asuna shot me a look. Apparently, she was giving me the honors. I hurried forward, slipping my hands under the sheath, carefully putting my strength into them. The sword left her fingers. It was not heavy. Not that it was light either, but it was hardly any different from the Sword of Eventide +3, my current weapon. According to the crusty blacksmith on the Dark Elf camp on the 3rd floor, the Landarin, it was especially sharp, even among the masterpieces of Lysula, which meant it was also delicate. I'd put all the points into sharpness, which made it lighter than average among swords of its class. If anything, the Sword of Volupta was wide and thick, so the fact that it felt nearly the same weight as the Eventide probably meant I cut off that troubling train of thought before I could reach a conclusion, and took a step back. "Thank you. I accept this item." The lady with the bow tie deftly plucked the chips off the counter, and she and her coworker lowered their heads deeply. That was the end of our mission, I assumed, but no sooner had the thought entered my mind than the lady produced a number of black cards from behind the counter and held them out with her both hands. "These are passes to the private beach the casino operates. Please do enjoy." I wanted to shout, "Yes!" But I had a feeling Asuna would grab me by the back of the neck again, so I held it to a gentlemanly smile as I took the cards. They weren't made of plastic, of course, but it was a rough material that didn't feel like wood, paper, or metal either. The black surface was decorated with a logo combining a flower and dragon, which presumably the symbol of the casino. I counted 4 of them. We'd earned 140,000 chips, so the math checked out. I slid the card into my chest pocket, and we thanked them again. The women bowed once more and replied in perfect unison, "We look forward to your next visit to the Volupta Grand Casino." A huge round of applause rose from around us, catching me by surprise. There were rows of casino guests surrounding the exchange counter, clapping and beaming at us. Ordinarily, I might get carried away and wave to the crowd, but by now the Corloys would be receiving word that the Sword of Volupta, the prize that had shown unclaimed at the top rack of the Grand Casino prize board for centuries, was now gone. It wasn't clear if Bardun would be descending from the 3rd floor again, but I certainly didn't want to encounter him. Thanks, I said, lifting my right hand to clear the way through the crowd with the sword tucked under my arm. We headed out to the staircase hall, where I slipped behind a pillar to open my inventory and tossed the Sword of Volupta inside. We cleared most difficult of the night's series of missions, winning the needed chips to acquire the sword. Part of me wanted to check the properties immediately and see if they were truly as broken as the description said, but there was one more job to do first. Where are they now, Asuna?" I asked, looking up. My partner's bare shoulders rose and fell. "The ALS and the DKB are commiserating at a restaurant a bit to the east of the casino square," they said. Litton and Shivada succeeded at luring them both to the same place. "I see. We really owe those two. We'll need to treat them to dinner at some point." "I'd suggest Minon's then," Asuna offered, a smile teasing the corner of her mouth. Surely, at the thought of Shivada being forced to carry a great number of plates by the cook, I wanted to see that too, of course. But in order to see that, we needed to finish an even harder mission, beating the floor boss and taking back the sacred keys. "All right, let's go," I said, mentally preparing myself for the next step, when Asuna tugged my tuxedo to hold me back. "I'd like to change clothes." "Oh, right.
Numerically and visually, her dress offered little defense. It made sense that she wouldn't want to head outside in it, and if I was being honest, I didn't want those ruffians in the frontline group to see my partner looking like this either. But it didn't take too much time to return to the third floor, change outfits, and then come back downstairs again. Well, I guess I could hide you like this? I motioned Asuna over to the wall and blocked her with my body, opening my tuxedo jacket wide to offer a tiny bit more cover. Behind the butterfly mask, Asuna blinked a few times, then lifted her hands in the most elegant way and clenched into a fist. But then you'll be able to see me up close! It was as the impact of her fist rumbled through the system's barrier into my right side that I belatedly realized, oh, right.
23. It was 8 in the morning on January 7th, 9 hours after a great gamble in the Grand Casino. Asuna, Argo, Kismel, Kyo, Nanir, and I made up a party of 6, heading quickly across the field of bones on the west side of the 7th floor of Eincrad. While it was a 6-person party, only 4 of us could really fight. Nanir was still in a coma, wrapped in a heavy cloak and a cape to shut out the sunlight. And Kyo had her master secured tightly to her back with leather straps. The field of bones, meanwhile, was a desolate wasteland, with dead trees that stuck out of the ground like bones. There was virtually no green plant life to be seen. As an elf, Kismel would normally be hit with a weakness debuff in less than a minute here. But fortunately for us, she still had the green leaf cape she'd borrowed from the treasury of Castle Galley, which kept her from suffering in the arid landscape. According to her, when leaving Castle Galley for Harin Tree Palace, she'd been given the treasured cape to use by Bohrum, the older man in charge of the treasury at the castle. Surely, he hadn't anticipated that Kismel would need it after escaping the prison and going off to reclaim the keys. But the ancient steak eater was a man of many mysteries. One day, I wanted to return to the castle to grill him about the meditation skill, and maybe get a chance to eat that hamburger steak I missed out on. What had he called it? A fricatelle? 2. But we couldn't even approach the Dark Elf territories until we discovered the stolen keys. Frankly, it had felt like we were grasping at straws in the quest to get the keys back, but now we had finally found the thread we could follow to victory, and it was leading us towards 2 small figures flickering on the far end of the bleached wasteland. 7 hours ago, Asa and I returned to the 3rd floor hotel room after negotiating with the 2 guilds. We gave a report to the group and decided at last to make use of the item for contacting the fallen elves, the map of Skya. The location we indicated was a pair of aspen trees that stood on the path from Volupta to Lucerrock Forest. The time was 3 o'clock in the morning. I accepted the job of dripping the blood. Kismel was very insistent that she should do it, but Bardun was a human being, and if elf blood just so happened to cause a different reaction in the map, the Fallen would know it was a trap. Somehow, I managed to convince Kismel of this, and so she stood back while I attempted to prick my finger with a thin knife from Kyo. This was when Asuna, Argo, and I belatedly realized a major problem. Nanir's room and the rest of Volupta, of course, was inside the anti-criminal code zone, where players could not harm other players. That included oneself, of course. Jabbing at my finger with a knife just brought up a purple system wall in the air. Kismel rolled her eyes at the overprotective nature of humankind's magic, and tried to take the knife from me. But Argo fortunately came up with a solution. There was one way to temporarily cancel the safety code within the safe zone of town, with the dueling system.
I challenged Asuna to a first strike duel, which she accepted with a suspicious look, making a huge countdown window appear overhead. The 60 seconds passed as agonizingly slow as I remember them doing before, and once the duel had begun, I was able to prick the tip of my finger with the knife. The blood in this case was not realistic liquid, but shining red bits of light. I dripped the first one over the aspen trees on the map. Next, I added a second drop over the mark on the edge of the map corresponding to 3 in the morning. A sharp little needle of red light extended about 2 inches from that spot and began to tick down each second. In a minute, the light was gone, and there was nothing to do but trust in the map and wait. 3 minutes later, a blue pillar appeared over the map this time. It was not indicating the same place and time, however. The location was an especially large dead tree standing in the middle of the field of bones, far to the northwest of Volupta, and the time was 7 in the morning. Clearly, the fallen elves had indicated a new time and place, as though to say, "We're not following your instructions." We couldn't just spurn this counteroffer, so I was going to approve when I came up short. Where was I supposed to drip the blood to indicate acceptance? The group erupted into suggestions and arguments until Kyo spotted 2 oddly shaped letters for Y and N in the corner of the map. 2 minutes had passed since the Fallen's response by then, so I quickly added a new drop on the Y. We waited 5 more minutes just in case, but another pillar of light did not appear, so we allowed the duel to end as a draw. We left the map out on the table and took a late dinner with some light food Asuna brought out in town. It was a waste of time to travel back to the Amber Moon Inn, so we just chose to sleep in the hotel. Then we got up at 4 o'clock, took 30 minutes to get ready, left the casino through that hidden passage again, and exited the town from the northern gate, hurrying northwest. There were monsters along the way, of course, but we had Kismel, the elite level NPC. In the town, she kept her broken saber on hand, but out in the wilderness, Kismel had to give up and switch to the elven stout sword I gave her. The utter power she exhibited made it clear that unfamiliarity with the weapon was no issue. After how helpless Kismel had been against Kaisara, the ransacker, thinking about the eventual second confrontation with that foe made my legs turn to jelly. At least Kaisara wasn't going to gain any levels in the meantime, though. We just had to make the most of our time to power up before then. With this thought and more passing through my mind, I gained a level on the trip, as did Asuna, putting us at 23 and 22 respectively. Argo had been busy leveling up on her own time, but as usual she declined to tell us the number or skill selection. Her claw attacks were even faster than Kismel's, and although the damage itself was low, she wreaked havoc on the monsters and kept them distracted while we unleashed big attacks. And even with Ninir strapped to her back, unable to move in any violent fashion, Q managed to shatter many foes with precise, high-powered thrusts from her Estok. If they were foolish enough to stand in her way. The party crossed the grassland that surrounded Volupta without stopping. Looser rock forest distant on the right-hand side as we continued northwest, until the sky began to grow light just as we reached the Field of Bones. As the most dangerous outdoor region on the 7th floor, the monsters were definitely a rank higher than elsewhere, but not enough to give us serious trouble. The only struggle was against a pack of rusty lycans, real ones this time. Q sprinkled a strange-smelling liquid, however, which dulled the movement of the lycans and made it much easier to defeat them. It was occurring to me now that between the rubarium flower dye that started this whole incident, the lobelia flower poison that we used to put Ninir to sleep, and the slow silver poison in her veins, the Cremulia incense used to create the spotlight debuff, and the strange liquid Kyo used on the pack of rusty lycans, there was certainly a lot of poison and powder going around right now. That was probably because the Korloy and Nochtoys were adept with medicine and mixtures, but perhaps there was some connection to the fact that Nanir was a vampire, or Lord of the Night. In the meantime, we crossed the field of bones and arrived at a hill with a good view of the huge dead tree, the Dragon Bone. 30 minutes before the meeting time, the elves demanded. There were a number of perfectly serviceable rocks atop the hill that offered us a hiding spot. We took turns watching the huge tree and took the time to rest and refuel. The morning sun was already shining through the outer aperture of Eincrad, which made me worry that Nanir would start taking damage despite the cloak and cape. But according to Kyo, she would be fine during her coma as long as she was not exposed to direct sunlight. I thought back on her walk through the setting sun before the stables, and recalled that she had weakened but not lost any HP. Still, the silver poisoning was bringing Ninir close to death, bit by bit. Our time limit was tomorrow evening. We had to find the fallen elf hideout and defeat the floor boss before then. There wasn't a moment to waste. I watched and waited impatiently, and around 6:55, Argo spotted two figures approaching from the opposite side of the wasteland. Our hiding spot was over 300 yards away from the Dragon Bone, so the figures were just black dots in the distance, but that was all Kismel needed to say, "They have fallen." The fallen elves were still elves, so ordinarily they wouldn't be able to cross the field of bones without using something akin to the Greenleaf Cape. But like the soldiers who attacked the Castle Galley on the 6th floor, they were surely equipped with the taboo branches. Perhaps they had selected the field of bones, assuming that no dark elf from Harintry Palace could get anywhere close. I watched the two fallen elves reach the Dragon Bone. Of course, we couldn't leave our hiding spot. If we snuck up from the opposite side of the tree and performed an ambush, we could probably beat them, assuming they weren't Kaisara and General Nolza. But they weren't going to give up the location of their hideout, even under torture. And more importantly, Asuna wouldn't approve of that. So we stayed crouched behind the rocks, prepared to wait as long as it took the fallen to move. Or so we thought. But as soon as it turned 7:05, the pair began walking in the direction they'd come. For a brief moment, I thought, "You've wanted people to meet you in the middle of the wasteland. You gotta give them a bit longer than that." But then I remembered we were the ones who'd called them, not Bardun Korloy, and the sooner they went back home, the better for us. So now it was 8 o'clock, and we were hurrying to follow the fallen elves as they presumably returned to their hideout. I was worried because there were few objects we could hide behind, but we had the sun at our backs, so the light shining off the bleached ground offered a kind of natural camouflage, I hoped. Either because we were in the midst of a special event, or because the Fallen had used some kind of magical charm several hundred yards ahead, there were no monster attacks, despite the fact we'd been walking for an hour since leaving the Dragon Bone behind. At some point, the sharp mountain peaks beyond the wasteland and the Labyrinth Tower loomed behind them had become much clearer. I adjusted my walking speed so I lined up with Kyo, who was behind me. "You've been carrying Lady Near this whole time. Are you okay? I'll switch with you if you're getting tired," I whispered. The ever-loyal battle maid gave me an exquisite glare. "It is not a problem. I am not so weak I would become tired by carrying Lady Nanir on my own." "Oh, of course, sorry. I said quickly. Her expression softened a bit.
But I thank you for thinking of me. I must not forget that the job I hired you to do ended with the investigation of the stable. There is no way for me to express my gratitude that you have done so much to save Lady Ninir's life, beyond the point your mission was done.
Gosh. I scratched behind my ear awkwardly, then cast a glance at Ninir, who was strapped to Kyo's back. Her face was hidden by the hood of her cloak, plus the cape over it. But there was a golden question mark rotating slowly over her head. It was the indicator that Ninir was currently my quest giver, and would not disappear until I finished, failed, or abandoned the quest. I wasn't going to choose the third option. That was for sure. Asuna and I didn't come to the casino to gamble. We came to Volupta to enjoy the beach, I said, looking back at Kyo. For a moment, Asuna looked over her shoulder from where she was walking with Kismel ahead of us. She wasn't scolding me for talking about it, so I continued the story. To get into the beach, you have to win 30,000 chips at the casino per person and get a pass, right? We'd never make that much playing normally at cards tables, roulette wheels, or the Monster Coliseum, of course. But we won 140,000 yesterday, enough for me, Asuna, Argo, and Kismel to get our own passes. And that was only because Lady Nir hired us to do that job. At some point, I started losing track of what I was trying to say. A subtle smirk crossed Kyo's lips. If you had simply asked, we could have arranged beach passes at any moment. Huh? Really? The staircase pass we lent to Argo has essentially the same privileges. They can be given indefinitely to anyone hired by hotel owners. Oh, I didn't know. In that case, theoretically, we could have borrowed the pass directly after meeting Ninir, then gone straight to the beach, gotten our fill of the sun and sand, and abandoned the quest before heading right to the next town. But that would have left Argo to continue the quest on her own. So Ninir would presumably have been bitten by the Argent Serpent anyway. In that sense, I was glad we hadn't gotten any unscrupulous ideas, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to express that to her.
Even if my brother, Huazo, and I served the lady for all of our lives, Kyo continued quietly, we could never make up the debt we owe her. Do you recall that I said this before?
Yes, of course. I'd been wondering what she meant by that. Up ahead, Asuna and Kismel were listening in careful silence, as was Argo behind us.
Our father was a swordsman, originally in the Gorloy family's employ.
It took all my willpower to stop myself from screaming, "What?" I managed to hold it to a simple nod, prompting Kyo to continue.
He worked in dangerous conditions every day on their monster capturing team. But when I was 6 and Huazo were 4, the team was ordered to capture a monster in the northern mountains called Amphision. They were successful at their mission, but there was one casualty. Our father.
Amphision was the name of an extinct type of large carnivore that lived 20 million years ago in the real world, and they were some of the toughest monsters on the 7th floor map. It was tough enough to kill them. Capturing them had to be a significant more dangerous. I wanted to close my eyes and offer a silent prayer to his memory, but I couldn't lose track of the shifting figures on the horizon, so I just nodded again.
At the time, our mother had already died of a plague, so the family was just the 3 of us. Now our father was dead, and because we lived in the Corloy's quarters, Huazo and I were driven out with nothing but the clothes on our backs.
I didn't fail to notice the way Asuna's hands balled into fists.
I felt a flare of anger in my gut too, but held it back and focused on the horizon. Q gently adjusted Ninir on her back and resumed quietly. We had nowhere to go, and nothing to eat. My brother and I would have surely joined our parents soon if we were left in the streets. But Lady Ninir was aware of our plight, and she sought us out in the back streets of Lupta and took us under the Notstoy family's wing. Although she was much taller than I was when we first met, I eventually outgrew her. But for the 13 years since, I have never wavered in my loyalty and gratitude to her. No matter what happens, I must always do everything I can to save her.
She let her left hand drop at the pommel of her astok, then lifted it up to hold the straps again. It was a struggle to hold down the smoldering anger toward Bardun Corloy that rested in the pit of my stomach. But there was a question I'd repeated to myself many times that was rising to mind once again. Were the events Q described actual things that happened 13 years ago in this world, before SAO's official launch? Or were they all just story points that had been programmed into her memory to serve as a background? But this was a pointless question. Asuna, Argo, and I were real human beings who were born and raised in the real world, and I knew we'd all been trapped in Aincrad due to Akihito Kayaba's sick criminal scheme. But there was no evidence that any of this was the truth. It could be that we were the AIs, just like Kyo, Kismel, and Ninir, and that I was only being convinced that I was a player in a game by the name of Kirito, or Kazuto Kirigaya. Thanks for telling us, said Asuna, the first to break the silence. Despite the fact that she was facing forward and speaking quietly, her voice carried strangely clear back to Kyo. I love Lady Ninir too. I don't want to have to say goodbye to her. Just let us help you defeat this dragon. It was clear that Asuna was delivering her answer to Kyo's earlier statement. There is no way for me to express my gratitude that you have done so much to save Lady Ninir's life. If I was, in fact, an AI, that would make Asuna one too. But even in that case, the love she felt for the people of this world was still deep and true. It was with this thought in mind that I opened my mouth to say, I'll help too.
You got me on your side as well,
added Argo. And me, of course, Kismel finished. Kyo fell silent for a while. Eventually she spoke, her voice very quiet. Thank you. It was the first time I'd ever heard her say those words. No, the second, after Asuna tried to use the healing crystal. But it was this thank you that reached deep into my heart, resonating with me and leaving a lasting glow. Whatever happens, we have to defeat Aguilar and get that dragon's blood, I told myself. This, however, was not something we could achieve on our own, no matter how well we played. Defeating the game's first dragon-type boss would never happen without the help of the two guilds. Speaking of the DKB and the ALS, they were traveling along the road south of the Field of Bones, towards Premio, the final town of the 7th floor. It always took more time when traveling in a big group, but they'd surely reach the town by this evening. They would stay the night, then head towards the Labyrinth Tower early in the morning. If they could reach the boss chamber before noon somehow, we could defeat the boss before Ninir's HP was gone for good. That was an extreme pace compared to the usual speed. But as a matter of fact, we'd finish the 5th and 6th floor on a similar schedule. And both guilds had
to have high motivation at the moment. That was because, last night, I'd offer Cabal and Lind not just the Sword of Volupta as a reward, which they'd been desperate to acquire at the casino, but the equally broken Flag of Valor, the wildly valuable guild staff. After we beat the 5th floor boss, and I had earned the flag, I had relayed to the ALS 2 possible conditions under which I would give them the flag. One was if the floor boss ahead dropped the same item. If that happened, I would ensure that both the ALS and DKB each had one flag. The other condition was if the ALS and the DKB merged. In that situation, I would immediately give their unified guild the flag. These conditions were necessary to ensure that the power balance between the guilds wasn't broken, throwing the state of our best group of players into chaos. But even I knew that either of these conditions was going to prove very unlikely. Now we had another item, not the same as the guild flag, but a weapon with specs and potential on par with it. The Flag of Valor had tremendous supportability, but almost no attack value as a weapon. The Sword of Volupta had no benefit to allies, but offered overwhelmingly strength to the equipper. If I was forced to choose between the two, it would definitely take me hours. I told Lind and Cabal that whichever guild helped more in the fight against the 7th floor boss would be given the right to buy either the flag or the sword at a price of 100,000 coal. Of course, the item that wasn't chosen would be offered to the other guild for the same price. Both men listened in stunned silence, surely because they couldn't believe the bargain they were getting. If we sold both flag and sword at 100,000 each, then we'd be getting back to the 200,000 coal that Asuna and Argo, Kyo, and I put in. But considering that Lind offered 300,000 for the guild flag on the 6th floor, I knew that either of them would have paid that much. Still, considering how we got the items, I didn't want to use them as a money-making scheme. And there was a matter of Kyo claiming that there was something she needed to explain to us about the Sword of Volupta. I was about to ask what she'd meant by that, but an instant sooner, Kismel muttered tensely, "The fallen have entered the valley." Up ahead, the two figures had left the edge of the field of bones, walking into a canyon beyond it. It was a place called Ant Tunnel Valley, with cramped ravines and tunnels in a complex three-dimensional arrangement that would get you lost, even with the help of a map. And, like the name said, there were monstrous ants living there. Each one not too difficult, but very quickly to summon more of their kind. If you weren't careful, you'd find yourself surrounded by a huge swarm without an escape route.
"I'm guessing they're hideouts in the valley somewhere,"
Argo murmured ominously. My brow furrowed. There are tons of dead-end tunnels in there, too. It's the perfect place for a secret hideout. And it's dry, if not as dry as out here, so no dark elves or forest elves would ever waste their time in there. Even the monster-capturing team in the Grand Casino hardly ever venture into the valley to capture ants, Gio commented. This was starting to feel like as ominous as the commute to school late on a Monday morning. But Asuna, who knew no fear as long as there weren't ghosts in the area, said crisply, "It's almost showtime. Let's get ready to rumble." She was right. This wasn't the time to be feeling sorry for myself. There was no guarantee the four sacred keys would be at the Fallen Elves' hideout, but even if that was true, we'd surely find a clue. For Kismel and for Ninir, I had to give this challenge my very best. Let's try to get closer without drawing attention. The ground is soft in the valley, so we should be able to follow their tracks. But if we lose sight of them, it could be a disaster for us. Asuna, Kismel, Keo and Argo nodded with determination. As soon as the two figures reached the entrance to the valley far ahead, we began to run, keeping our footsteps light.
24. The sound of my own choked snore woke me up, and I opened my right eye just a tiny bit. I checked the time, confirmed I had another 30 minutes until my personal alarm went off, and closed my eyes again. A snore was the sound of the windpipe near the throat vibrating with the passage of air from the lungs, so it seemed a bit unfair that my avatar would snore when it was only pretending to breathe actual air. It was probably just some particular fixation Akihito Kayaba, like the game's sneezes and yawns. I bet the man had also tested out a battle system where getting slashed with a sword brought terrible pain, gouts of fresh blood, and internal organs that fell out of the gut. The reason he didn't was probably because no one would want to challenge his death game anymore, or perhaps because it was beyond the ability of the current full dive tech to simulate. This gruesome thought dispelled the sleepiness from my mind, so I gave up on falling back into slumber and rose to a sitting position. The room was small, with reddish-brown stone walls. The floor was about 13 feet to a side, which was a decent size for a real-world apartment room. But inside a tower, that was over 150 feet wide and 300 feet tall, it was fairly cramped.
"Are you awake, Kirito?"
Came a whisper. To my left, with her back resting against the wall, the dark elf knight was smiling cryptically at me. I hunched my shoulders, thinking she had heard my snoring, then crawled over to sit next to her. "Did you even get any sleep, Kismel?" I asked, just as quietly. She blinked slowly with confirmation.
"Yes, I just woke up a minute ago as well. Not that I slept deeply in the first place. I've never rested in a pillar of the heavens before."
"I see. It's not my first time, but I'm always nervous inside a labyrinth," I replied. But this room was a safe shelter. No monsters would spawn within it or come inside. So the reason for my shallow sleep was something else. After following the two fallen elves into the ant tunnel valley, we never found their hideout. We didn't lose sight of them or get spotted ourselves. They passed straight through the valley, in fact, then the plateau after that, and walked right into the labyrinth tower at the western edge of the floor. This was not an outcome I expected, but we had no choice other than to follow them. We set foot in the tower before the ALS and DKB, and pursued the fallen as best we could, but there was no ignoring the monsters that attacked us in the dungeon. After a few battles, we lost sight of the elves and continued to explore, trusting that their hideout was somewhere in the tower. Here we were now, close to the very top floor. It was already late at night by that point, so we used a nearby safe room to eat and catch some sleep, which was where we were now. It was 4 a.m. on January 8th, the 4th morning since we started on the 7th floor, and about 12 hours until Nanir's life ran out. It hurt that we'd failed to recover the keys within the previous day, but at the very least, it seemed certain that the fallen elves' base was somewhere within this tower. As long as we meticulously searched through the map, we should reach it eventually. Once we beat the floor boss and saved Nanir, we could put our focus on finding them. There were only 1 or 2 floors to go to the boss chamber, so once we resumed, we should find the hideout right away. But the main brunt of the player base, the DKB and ALS, were scheduled to arrive around midday. Whether we waited here or grounded some experience nearby, 8 hours was a painful length of time to wait with so much on the line. I wanted to prod and push them to move faster, but
not to the point of causing a careless accident. Besides, there was no way to send or receive instant messages while inside the dungeon. The only option was to wait it out, I lamented. On the other side of the room, Asuna, Argo, and Kyo, who was cradling Ninir, were sharing one giant blanket, fast asleep. Kyo's consternation was painful to see once her master's HP dropped under 20% last night, so I wanted to let her sleep until she awoke on her own. But once the other girls' internal alarms woke them up, she would probably wake up too. At the very least, it would be nice to offer her some hot tea as she woke up, I thought, and decided to get out the camping cook set from my inventory. But just then, Kisma leaned forward off the wall, and I soon heard it as well. Multiple sets of footsteps were approaching the safe room. The heavy footfalls did not belong to any monster, but it was too early for the DKB and the ALS to be arriving. The fallen elves made almost no sound when they walked, and the PKers were balanced for PvP combat, and wouldn't have the gear and skill set to fight in the farthest part of the labyrinth tower like this. "Wake them up, Kismel," I whispered to the knight, getting to my feet. There was just one entrance to the room, which was blocked by a door. If the group approaching us was hostile, I didn't want our only escape route to get blocked. I had to go outside before they came in, whether they saw me or not. I grabbed my sword, which I'd taken off my back and rested against the wall, and rushed to the door. After a moment of careful listening, I quickly opened the door and slipped through it into the corridor. The hallway went both left and right, and the footsteps were coming from the left. There were already multiple lantern lights wavering through the gloom. Even when dealing with friendly players, contact in dungeons had to be undertaken carefully. There were many stories of players instinctively drawing weapons and attacking the other party in a rush for initiative, only to realize after the fact that it was someone you knew. In order to avoid such incidences, it was best to first confirm the color of the other side's cursor. Then make your presence known firmly and from a distance. I backed against the wall and activated the hiding skill, then squinted down the hallway. My eyes caught the vague figures behind the flickering lantern light, bringing up their cursors. The color was green. I exhaled with relief, then checked the name. "Huh?" I blurted out, leaning away from the wall to stand in the middle of the corridor. The group noticed me, then came to a stop. A rich baritone voice called out, "Hey, there! I shouldn't be surprised that you work fast, Kirito." 3 minutes later, I was back in the safe room, sipping tea against the back wall and grumbling about how cramped it was. There were only 4 new players in the room, but they added a new level of sardine-packed pressure. Because all 4 were large, burly men who used huge two-handed weapons. There was Agile, the bald, axe-wielding leader, Wolfgang, the swordsman with the wolf-like long hair and beard, the hammer user Naijan, who was cool and macho, and Lobaka, the scruffy axe-wielder. SEO avatars were based on the appearance and build of the original player, so every time I saw the group, I was impressed that so many burly guys managed to find each other. I privately called this group the Bro Squad, and whenever they got around to making an official guild, I hoped they took my suggestion and make it official. The Bro Squad took up spots in the front half of the room and started a fire within a portable stove, cooked up some sausages, popped them in buns, and ate them loudly. Our group was all awake now and eating breakfast in a circle too, but our menu was only tea and biscuits. I felt like I was as big as an eater as anyone, but
Even I couldn't handle hot dogs this early in the day. But maybe my lack of hunger had more to do with the pressure of the boss fight we simply had to win coming up. I finished the dark, strong tea, then turned to Agile and asked, "You know, I didn't see you at all in Volupta. When did you get to the labyrinth?" The giant lifted his shoulders and an eyebrow at the same time. "Well, of course you didn't. We took the north route." "What? You went on the Headwind Road? Why?" "Why not? If you have an easy route and a hard route, isn't any gamer gonna go with the hard one?" "I said I was for the easy route, for the record," Wolfgang interjected. Naijan and Lo Baka just chimed in. "Yeah, that's right." It was a classic game design, of course, that if you choose a higher difficulty, there would be rewards to match. I was going to ask if they'd gotten good weapons from the trip, but Agile was a split second faster. "So, Kirito, what's up with that girl? She's totally knocked out and barely has any HP left." I glanced at the far wall, understanding why he'd be curious. There wasn't a single window in the 7th floor labyrinth tower, so Kyo took the light-blocked cape off Nanir and had pulled back her cloak hood. Her face was shockingly pale in the torchlight, and there wasn't a hint of life to her. I rushed over to Kyo to reassure her that Agile and his team were trustworthy, and she gave me permission to explain the situation to them. With her blessing secured, I returned to Agile and told them that Nanir was the head of a powerful house in Volupta. She'd been poisoned by a rival, and her life would end by tonight, and only the blood of a dragon could neutralize the poison. The only thing I didn't mention was that Nanir was a vampiric Lord of the Night, but Agile's team didn't seem to sense any holes in my story, and I had a feeling it was the only thing Nanir should have the right to explain for herself, if she chose to. The Bro Squad looked concerned about the state of affairs. They offered Kyo their condolences and reassurances. "That sounds like a tough card to draw. We'll help you slay that dragon, of course. And we'll pound flat whoever poisoned her. You can be sure of that. Just tell us if there's anything else you need."
Want a hot dog?
Kyo let her wariness of the large men subside enough to reveal her shock at the offer of so much help. "Thank you," she said. "But I don't need anything to eat." After our meal was done, we quickly packed up the stoves and utensils, then huddled in the center of the safe room. When they were lined up this close, it was shocking just how large the Bro Squad was. In keeping with their appearance, they all focus on strength as their main stat. When combined with their imposing two-handed weapons, they easily had the best instantaneous damage potential of any group in the frontline population. If the floor boss was a simple physical damage only kind of enemy, I might be tempted to try out the battle just with this group. But unfortunately, we were going to need shield-bearing tanks to counteract Aguilar the Fire Dragon. It was going to blow fire breath on us, and our weapons wouldn't be enough to block it. I'm guessing the boss chamber is right above this room. I'd love to go there right now, but we don't have enough people, I prefaced, before checking the time. It's 5 a.m. now, and the ALS and the DKB are scheduled to get here around noon, which means we have to wait around this area for another 7 hours. If anyone has any ideas about how to spend this time productively, Agile raised a large hand, so I pointed at him like a teacher would. "Yes, Agile?" "We don't have to wait that long." "Huh?" I didn't grasp his meaning, so he stared up at the menacing, but also quite handsome warrior. "What do you mean?" We just passed them around the 5th floor. They joined together into a 30-person team, so they're gonna be on the slower side, but it's not gonna take them that long. They should be right along.
Huh? Both Asa and I stammered. Argo, however, just grinned in silence from within her cloak's hood. I stared at her and asked, "Was this your doing?"
Well, don't make it sound so sinister, key boy.
The rat smirked. She put her hands on her hips and announced,
When we took a break at the entrance of the tower, I just gave Lee Chan a little itty-bitty message. We're already at the tower. So sorry if we beat the boss first.
No sooner had the sentence left her mouth than more sounds came from outside the door. This time, there was no concern about groups of monsters or PK gangs. It was the sound of a stampede of footsteps. Well, more than just 10 or 20. 25. Dragon. The word came from the ancient Greek drakon, for serpent, a word that itself came from even further back in Indo-European family, where it held meaning such as to see, bright, and light. As for why the word for to see evolved into dragon, it was apparently because dragon meant something with a deadly gaze. It didn't make much sense to me when I read this on the internet in elementary school, but now, years later, I finally had the chance to experience what it was those ancients were so afraid of.
Here comes the gaze. Everyone under level 20, look down!
I shouted. 2 blood-red eyes flashed at the other end of the huge hall. It was just a light, neither hot nor cold, but an unpleasant freezing sensation raced up my back and prickled my skin all over. A number of players who ignored my warning and looked into the light froze up, affected by a stun effect. The sources of light were 2 eyes with crimson irises and vertical slit pupils, the eyes of the 7th floor boss of Aincrad, Aguilar, the igneous worm. As I'd expected, Aguilar was greatly strengthened since the beta test. One of the new features was the menacing gaze it emitted. It started by widening its wings, then flashing its eyes. If you looked into the light, any player under level 20 was immediately stunned. Asa and I cleared that hurdle, but the recommended level for the 7th floor, if you accounted for a healthy safety margin, was only level 17, and most of the group was around there. Aside from us, the only level 20s were probably Lind, Cabal, Agile, Argo, and then Kismel and Keo. If SAO wasn't a deadly game, you'd probably be able to finish the 7th floor at around level 10, with a lot of luck and ingenuity, and a good 5 or 10 deaths. So it was asking a lot to expect people to be at level 20 already. But of course, the boss wasn't going to be easy on us. In the back of the chamber, the massive dragon curved its long neck into an S shape. Wings folded, sparks began to spill from the edges of its closed jaw.
Here comes the breath! Tanks, prioritize whoever's stunned!
I shouted again, and the 6 parties that made up our raid, teams A, B, and C, made up of the DKB, and D, E, and F from the ALS, gathered together with the shield-bearing player taking positions up front. I was the leader of Team G, and Agile was the head of Team H. But because neither of our 2 teams had any shield users, we quickly retreated and hid behind the other parties. Aguilar's neck shot forward like a whip, and it opened its mouth wide. Vroom! The air trembled. Orange flames that emerged fanned outward, covering the long and narrow chamber.
As the flame breath hit the tank's shields, there was an explosive roar, and the fire billowed upward, causing the experienced and talented front runners to shriek. Aguilar wasn't the first boss to use a breath attack, but there was something about dragon fire that stirred primeval fears. And unlike direct attacks, fire could still snake around the sides of the shield, blocking it. If a 6-person party bunched together as close as possible, they could all just barely fit behind a great shield. But standing farther back, we still had to deal with the secondary wave of the flames. "Let's go, right here!" Asuna, Argo, and I had Kyo and Ninir surrounded, and on Kismel's instruction, we used single-hit sword skills to the left and right against empty air. 4 different attack vectors cut through the onrushing flames, neutralizing it. There was still a major cloud of sparks, however, and I couldn't help but swear. Ouch! The reason that swearing was the worst I had dealt with was thanks to an icon below my HP bar, featuring a shield and flames. A flame-resistant buff was extremely valuable in SAO, and we had that thanks to Argo, who pulled out all of the snow tree buds in her inventory and sprinkled the entire raid party with their ice water. If not for that, each bout of flame breath, even if blocked by a shield and sword, would have taken a good 10% of our HP. To our right, the Bro Squad was utilizing a similar tactic, except that it was one person using a wider 2-handed sword skill, with the other 3 ducking behind him to escape the brunt of the fire. Watching them almost made me want to try out the 2-handed sword skills. The rolling wave of flames passed by us and died out. Up front, a voice barked out sharp orders. "A and C, move up and strike its leg. D and F, take the right. And B and E, pull back and heal. G and H, strike from the sides." At those words from Lind, the scimitar brandishing leader of the DKB, a few dozen players roared and charged. He'd been elected primary leader of the raid on a coin toss, and it was perhaps a sign of how crucial this fight was that the ALS Cabal was following those orders without comment. Asuna and I were usually treated as miscellaneous members during boss battles, but since we were offering special rewards this time, we were allowed to give orders to the raid as special supervisors. I told them I would give the guild flag or the Sword of Volupta to whichever guild helped more, which was intentionally vague and undefined because I wanted to avoid a simple competition to inflict more damage. And that instruction had brought us to this unexpected bonus honor. But for now, I was only speaking up to warn about the boss's special moves. Lind was doing fine ordering the group's attacks, and honestly, when it came to keeping tabs on the HP levels of each party and moving them forward and back, he was a better leader than I was. Despite their bickering, Lind and Cabal were both proving themselves to be good learners. The attackers surged towards Aguilar's front feet and began to hack at the beast while it was slowed after the breath attack. Aguilar was over 30 feet long, and its head was 12 feet off the ground in a normal stance. So, the usual strategy against monsters of this size was to attack their feet and get them to lower their heads. That was how we'd beaten Aguilar in the beta, in fact. Our teams weren't just standing around either. We followed the leader's orders. The 4 of us, aside from Kyo, carrying Ninir, racing at full speed towards the left side of Aguilar, from our perspective, and slamming our sword skills into the beast's unguarded flank. 2 or 3 seconds later, the Bro Squad's giant axes and hammers were smashing at the right side of the boss. In our second group's attack, we eliminated the first of Aguilar's 6 HP bars.
The irrational cube from the 6th floor only had a single bar, so 6 seemed like an endless slog. But this boss didn't have any complex puzzle gimmicks like that cube did, and the dragon's defense wasn't boosted up as high as I feared. If we could take out one whole HP bar in 2 rounds of offense, that meant 10 more attack chances to finish the other 5 bars. Not that it's going to be that simple, I thought. Just as Aguilar recovered from its sluggishness and emitted a metallic roar.
Arm attack! Left!
The DKB attackers around the left front leg, the right leg from Aguilar's perspective, quickly retreated. The arm lifted high into the air and slammed into the ground like a piece of heavy demolition equipment, creating huge cracks in the ground. Nobody was hit directly, but 3 or 4 of them were swallowed up by shockwaves that were impossible to avoid, losing about 20% HP.
Now comes the right!
I continued, and it was the ALS's turn to back away. A ferocious rumble shook the entire boss chamber. The hit could be fatal if inflicted directly, but it was such a slow and obvious attack that nobody talented and dedicated enough to be a raid party melee fighter could fail to dodge it. While it swung its arms, Team G and H continued to attack its sides, grinding down over a third of the second HP bar. The DPS numbers for Asuna and Argo and the Bro Squad were top of the class among the group, but it was Kismel's attack power that was truly outrageous. Even with a replacement weapon, her single attack sword skills inflicted as much damage as 2-part two-handed skills. But it's too dangerous to get greedy, I reminded myself, right as Lind cried,
"Everyone withdrawal!"
He must have caught some lead-in movement of the dragon's head, which I couldn't see from my position. We rushed straight for the rear of the chamber, the sound of myriad scales sliding and scraping behind us. I glanced over my shoulder as I ran and caught a sight of Aguilar's huge body curled into a C-shape. Then, a tail like a tree trunk swung forth and pulverized stone walls to the left and right. Dust clouded the area, hiding the dragon's body. An omnidirectional tail attack was something new since the beta. The first time it used it in the fight, it caught 3 people, taking 70% of their health in one hit. With everyone safely out of range, Lind gave the order for the damaged parties to switch with the parties who had been staying back and recovering with potions. Next would be another menacing gaze, followed by another breath attack, I guessed. As long as we avoided the gaze, we could deal with the flame breath. At this rate, we might not even need to use that sword, Asuna whispered. I glanced over at the sword of Eventide in my right hand. She was referring to the sword of Volupta, the weapon we'd gone to such lengths to gain in order to motivate the DKB and ALS, and to use as an ace up our sleeve against Aguilar. But it was still in my inventory. It was registered to my quick change setting, but I didn't want to equip it if possible. That was because earlier in the labyrinth, Kyo had explained the downside behind those broken specs, and they were worse than I could have imagined. As for Kyo, she was still carrying Ninir strapped to her back. We tried to convince her to wait outside the boss chamber with her mistress, but she insisted, and we had to give in and allow her to come with us. But with the boss's attacks demanding more dynamic forward and backward movement, and her burden leaving her unable to sprint, Kyo was having trouble taking part in any of the offense. She recognized her struggle too, and gripped her estoc with obvious frustration. "I'm sorry. I was hoping I would prove to be useful." "Don't worry. Your job is to protect Lady Nier," I replied, at once, patting the maid's arm.
If you waited outside the chamber, there was a possibility that several powerful monsters could have spawned all at once. As long as you stay near the door, none of the attacks will reach you aside from the flame breath, and we'll be there to protect you from that. Our goal isn't to defeat the dragon, but to save Ninir's life with its blood, right? Said, speaking as fast as I could to save time. Kyo looked at me in the face and bobbed her head. Up ahead, Lind shouted, "Here comes the gaze!" Through the clearing haze of dust, I could see Aguilar's wings stretching wide. It seemed that the boss's attack pattern was fixed. Gaze, flame breath, front leg attack, tail attack. As long as you dealt with the gaze and the tail attack properly, we could push all the way through the 5th HP bar. It might change up its style on the last bar, like some previous bosses, but as long as we kept everyone's HP up, we should be able to withstand its near-death frantic mode. I squeezed the hilt of my trusty sword and glared back into the crimson glow of Aguilar's eyes. "Do your worst, you scaly bastard!" From that point forward, the battle played out largely as I expected. When we reached the 4th HP bar, meaning we'd finished off half of its health reserve, Aguilar threw in a curveball by blowing fire 3 times consecutively, causing the majority of the frontline fighters to lose over 30% HP. But Lind and Kabao deftly worked the groups into a healing rotation, and we were able to recover. From that point on, the regular patter resumed, and we took down the 4th bar, then the 5th. 40 minutes after the battle began, we reached the 6th and final HP bar of Aguilar, the Igneous Worm. "Watch out for different attack patterns. Focus on guarding until you receive orders to attack," Lind called out. The raid party turtled up on defense. With the tanks at the front, Agile's team and ours held weapons up to block whatever unknown attack came next. Aguilar growled in the very back of the chamber, low and long. It was deeper than its previous utterances, which put me in mind of a rage like oil threatening to ignite and explode. The walls and floor were shattered all over from dozens of impact from arms and tail, and pieces of rubble littered on the ground. In fact, the buildup of obstacles had made it harder to approach the dragon's flank, but pretty soon, I suspected, we'd be able to disable its legs. If its head fell down to the floor, we should be able to press a full attack that would take out the last bar. Suddenly, Aguilar's growling stopped. The wings spread to the sides. "The gaze! It might be powered up! Everyone, look down, including level 20 and up!" Lind shouted. I recognized his logic and gave up on staring it back, looking at my feet instead. Asuna and Kismel did the same on either side of me. The gaze effect activated about 3 seconds after the wing moved. I counted down the seconds in my head. 1, 2... "No, it's not!" shouted Argo, the first to notice. There was a flapping sound. I looked up to see Aguilar floating towards the ceiling, beating its wings powerfully. Even in the beta, Aguilar had never flown. No boss monster had, in fact. Fuscus, the vacant colossus from the 5th floor, had its face stuck to the ceiling of the chamber, and the irrational cube from the 6th floor had floated 10 feet high above the ground, but neither of them were really flying. Neither I nor anyone else in the raid knew what to do in the moment, so we froze. Hey, he's flying! What's the plan, Lind?" Kabao demanded at last, but Lind was still stuck in place. Even I couldn't tell what the best course of action would be yet. Aguilar rose nearly 40 feet to the ceiling in a blink, and then its eyes flashed red. The gaze attack! Screams erupted from all over the chamber. Everyone in the raid party looked the dragon full in the eyes. Everyone under level 20, which was 90% of the group, was going to fall to the floor, stunned. A stun was different from paralysis and only lasted about 3 seconds. But 3 seconds was an agonizing lifetime right now, because Aguilar was most likely about to... It's going to breathe fire! Kismal shouted, just as it opened its massive jaws and belched a mass of solid flames. Unlike the previous breath attack, which fanned outward, this was a fireball about 3 feet across. A curtain of sparks sprayed from the sphere as it hurtled towards the center of the chamber. That was no simple ball-shaped mass of fire. "Protect Ninir!" I shouted, covering Kyo from behind where she stood in shock. Kismal, Asana, and Argo followed me, pressing in. "Just get through this, everyone," I willed to my fellow raid members, preparing for the shock. Half a second later, the ball made contact with the floor and caused a mammoth explosion. First came the shockwave, then a wall of red flames. A split second later, clumped up together, we did our best to hold our ground, but it was impossible to withstand. We were tossed backward, as though slapped by a giant hand, and flew directly into the wall. Ugh! It felt like my body was going to be shattered to pieces. I willed my eyes to stay open, so I could focus on not my HP bar, but Ninir. There had only been 10% left, and the damage of the impact instantly gouged away more, putting her under 5%. We avoided instant death, but that was only because Kyo was able to turn her body to take the brunt of the impact herself just before hitting the wall. In fact, she'd taken so much damage that she went all the way down to 30%, and an unconscious icon appeared. Asana's HP was at 60%, Argo's was at 50%, Kismal and I were at 70%. A heavy rumble passed through the floor. Aguilar had concluded its hovering and landed in the center of the floor. The shockwave of the explosion slammed nearly every stunned raid member against the wall, where they collapsed on top of each other. After a quick check of our HP list on the left side of my vision, I could see that no one had died instantly, but everyone was wounded, many of them only 20 or 30% remaining. Aguilar roared triumphantly in the center of the room. It curved its neck to look at where Lind and Team A were collapsed. All of them were deeply wounded. A single swipe from the dragon's claws would finish them off. Ugh, I groaned, trying to get to my feet, when I heard a faint voice.
"Kirito, stand me up."
I looked to my right, feeling the breath catch in my throat. Behind Kyo's back, where she slumped unconscious against the wall, Ninir's eyes were open, just slightly, staring at me. Up close, the crimson irises pierced my own. "Hurry." Her voice was a barely audible rasp, but there was a stately command to it that was impossible to refuse. I nodded, then used my sword to cut the straps holding her down, circling my free hand around her tiny body so we could stand together. The others were recovering from the shock of the impact and were looking at us in stunned silence. Ninir left my arm to stand on her own, faltering slightly. She undid the clasp of the cloak and let it fall to the floor. Her long golden hair danced in the gusting, swirling aftermath the explosion had left behind. In the distance, the fire dragon was taking step after step toward Lin's group.
It was barely 10 yards away from them.
Kirito, give me Falhari's sword,
Ninir said, reaching toward me. Deep in my heart, I knew this was coming. There was no other way out of this harrowing disaster in the making. But Ninir only had 5% of her HP remaining. And because she had awoken from the comatose state the lobelia flower poison caused, the continual damage of the silver poisoning had resumed. She surely had less than a minute before it was all over. Feeling like my insides were being torn to pieces, I opened my window and pressed the quick change button. The sword of Eventide was wreathed in a white effect and vanished, replaced by the sword of Volupta, a long sword of platinum and gold. I held it out by the hilt and set the handle in Ninir's hands. Her little fingers curled around the red leather of the grip. Immediately, the white jewel set into the pommel shone crimson, and an invisible energy pushed back against my hand, causing me to stumble a few steps back. Ninir's blonde hair and black summer dress began to swell and swirl in a sudden gust of wind that arose, spiraling from the floor. The crimson light moved up the golden ridge of the flat of the blade and lit it up just as brightly. The blade, which looked like platinum silver, turned a partially translucent black, like guilt melting and evaporating. Yet the sword could not possibly have been made of silver. Only a lord of night could draw out its true power. It was a vampire's weapon. The moment the sword's tip took on its true color, the crimson flashed even brighter on the pommel and ridge. Aguilar, sensing something was happening, stopped moving forward and swiveled its head around to look this way. Ninir promptly pulled back the shining red sword with both hands and swung it forward with a piercing cry. The scarlet blade of energy cut through the stone floor ahead of her and flew onward with shocking speed toward Aguilar. But just before it split the beast's scaly snout, the fire dragon leapt sideways with uncommon agility for its size. The slash passed it with a heavy zoom, but severed Aguilar's left arm and wing at the root. The 6th HP bar drained. It hit 70%, 60, 50, and then stopped. I failed, Ninir whispered. The sword of Volupta slid from her hand and made a strange sound as it fell to the floor. Her little body slumped over like a puppet, with no one controlling its strings. I held out my hands to support her. She had 3% of her HP remaining. Ninir! I went down to a knee and cradled her head. Her closed lids fluttered and opened very slightly. Please, Kirito, take Kyo and run. Ninir, don't bother with me. At least save Kyo. The girl rasped, the light in her crimson eyes wavering, flickering, then pooling in small droplets. Her remaining HP was 2%. In the distance, Aguilar was roaring with fury. But I paid the dragon no heed. In my mind was busy racing. How to save Ninir, Kyo, the girls, and all the other players here. There had to be a way. Had to. Please. Ninir's voice was nothing but exhaled air now. Behind her thin lips gleamed white teeth. No, fangs. Suddenly, I realized the only option I could take. Ninir, drink my blood. The dying girl's eyes opened just a bit more. Her HP amount was down to 1%. No. If I do that, you will? I don't care. It's the only way. I'm not going to regret it. So please, take my blood. I stared into her eyes from just inches away, pleading with her, then lifted her head and pressed her mouth to the side of my neck. Her lips trembled against my skin with deep hesitation and distress, but then they opened wider, and two sharp fangs pierced deep into my neck. There was no sense of pain in SAO. A sword could chop off one of your hands or feet, and all you'd feel was an unpleasant numbness. But strangely enough, just this once, I felt a sensation of pain, purely honed, colder than ice, and yet somehow sweet, all over my body. Ninir's mouth and throat worked furiously, drinking all the blood flowing from my neck without missing a drop. When I dripped blood on the Skya map from my finger, it was only a visual effect without physical form. But I could feel hot, thick liquid passing through my skin. The girl's HP bar, with its 1% remaining, began to quiver. The continual damage of the silver poisoning was battling the recovery effect of her vampirism. Without the actual dragon's blood, I couldn't purify the poison in her veins. But as long as this overpowered the damage, I could buy Ninir a few more minutes, or perhaps even longer. Please, please work, I prayed, glancing briefly at my own HP bar, which was already under halfway. Obviously, there was no point if I died, so if I couldn't neutralize Ninir's poison by the time I reached 10%, Asuna or Argo would have to take my place. I hoped it wouldn't come to that. The floor trembled irregularly. Aguilar was approaching with the loss of its left wing and arm. I couldn't run normally, but it would surely reach us within 30 seconds. No, 20. I'm not going to make it in time, I lamented.
Draw its attention! Hold it back!
Shouted a rich baritone that filled the hall. I saw Agile and his companions charging towards Aguilar from the right side. They'd lost more than 30% of their HP, but there was no hint of fear in the way they brandished their two-handed weapons and struck at the dragon's legs. They must have volunteered to buy time, trusting that I had some miraculous do-or-die plan in mind. I couldn't leave them out there to die, but Ninir's HP bar still wasn't showing any signs of increasing. My HP sank under 30%, approaching 20. Was the gain from my blood perfectly equivalent to the continual damage of the poison? Even still, I couldn't just give up. At that very moment, someone grabbed my right shoulder and called out a command in a loud, determined voice.
Heal!
A pink glow surrounded my body. My HP bar, which had been close to 10%, instantly shot back to full, all the way to the right. After a brief instant of shock, I realized what had happened. Asuna used our one healing crystal, the one we'd picked up from the Viridian Lancer beetle, on me. Healing crystals had no effect on a Lord of Night, but even still, the healing power that melted into my blood seemed to confer some kind of effect to her. Rather than jittering in place back and forth, Ninir's HP bar finally just barely began to increase instead. Her mouth let go of my neck, and her hoarse voice sounded in my ear. Thank you. I will be fine now. Ninir had recovered a bit of color in her cheeks, and she gave me a brave smile, clearly withstanding a lot of pain. The dragon, Kirito. You can do it. I nodded and stood up straight, still holding Ninir around the side. Beneath my full HP bar, there was an icon I'd never seen before. It was an image of a crimson fang over a black background. I didn't need to look at my status window to know what it signified. All of a sudden, I was overcome with a strange sensation. The warmth was draining from my skin, from my insides. It wasn't chilly. It was like my body temperature itself had gone cold. Although I couldn't see myself, I was sure my skin must have gone extremely pale. There was a strange, tickling sensation inside my mouth, and my upper canine suddenly sharpened. My vision was oddly clear and crisp, allowing me a very sharp view all the way to the far end of the previously gloomy chamber. Fortunately, I wasn't struck with any sudden thoughts, like I must have blood. That was obvious. Of course, the nerve gear could control my bodily senses, but it couldn't control my thoughts. Still, I couldn't help but be a bit relieved. I spun on my heel and handed Ninir over to Asuna. My partner gave me a piercing upward gaze, but took the little girl anyway and stepped back. I sent her a look of apology, then picked the sword of Alupta up off the ground. It seemed to stick to my palm, fitting right in. I squeezed hard. The blade glowed red again. Beneath my HP bar, 3 new icons appeared. My guess was that they represented poison nullification, HP regeneration, and increased critical hit rate. The true name of the semi-translucent, obsidian-like sword was Doleful Nocturne, according to Kyo. Asuna filled me in on the meaning of the words, which was something like mournful night song. As the pamphlet at the casino claimed, it gave the wielder 3 extremely powerful buffs, but at the penalty of your soul power, meaning that it absorbed your accumulated experience points. Most likely, the real name and appearance had been hidden to conceal the fact that it was a terrifyingly wicked sword. Only one kind of person could wield this sword without the downsides. A Dominus Nocte, or Lord of the Night. I opened my window just to check and did not notice my experience points going down. In other words, by allowing Ninir to suck my blood, I had also become a Lord of the Night, just like the ancient hero Falhari, who used this sword to slay the water dragon, Zakarai. Was there a way for me to turn human again? Or would I be like this forever? That was a question I didn't need to answer at the moment. As I told Ninir, this was the only way to save everyone. I didn't have an ounce of regret over my choice. I gave the sword a light swing. Now that it was taking its true form, the feeling of flimsiness I got the first time I held the weapon was gone, replaced by a hefty strength that reminded me of my old friend, the Anil Blade. With both hands on the grip, I hoisted the weapon high overhead. I wouldn't be able to activate any one-handed sword skills, but instead, "Agile, get back!" I shouted, drawing the attention of the bro squad from where they stood, keeping Aguilar occupied. They gaped at the sight of me and quickly retreated. With all my strength, I swung the sword straight down and promptly flipped my wrists to continue sideways. The brilliant red slashed formed a cross-shaped shockwave that flew forward. "Dodge that one if you can," I taunted the dragon. Aguilar's right wing extended in another attempt to slide out of the way, but the cross slash hit it right at the base of the neck, easily cutting it loose from the torso. Its long neck writhed like a great snake in the air, body and arms spinning backwards with the force of the blow. An explosion of blue flames erupted all the way to the ceiling, and Aguilar, the igneous worm's body, split into pieces. 26. The sound of the waves ebbed and flowed. Sea breezes carried the scent of flowers with it. Fine, white sand caressed my bare feet. At last, our relaxing vacation time on the beach had arrived. We're only missing one thing. Skin-burning sunshine pouring down out of the blue sky. But I couldn't have that, or else I would burn into ash. It was 9 p.m. on January 8th. I was standing in the simple kitchen on the private beach owned by the Volupta Grand Casino, peeling fruit with a knife. The large basket on the work table was piled high with various kinds of fruit. I grabbed one, stuck in the knife at a suitable angle, and spun the fruit along at a suitable speed. The peel slipped right off in a highly satisfying manner. I handed the fruit to Kyo, who deftly cubed it with a kitchen knife and tossed the pieces into a tremendous crystal bowl. The bowl was already full of 1-to-1 mix of sweet sparkling wine and red wine. With each handful of fruit pieces tossed inside, the mixture wafted out more sweet floral scents. The only light to guide us was the lamp hanging from the ceiling and the moon's rays coming through the doorless entry. But it wasn't a problem for me at all. I just focused on a place and my eyesight would adjust in brightness automatically. The search skill gave me a fairly decent night vision already, but the vampiric version of it was on a different level entirely. The drawbacks, of course, was just the sight of daylight through the window would make me scream and clutch my eyes. It wasn't just my night vision that was threatened, however. I could feel that the proficiency level of various skills I hadn't learned yet had already been raised without my effort. Ordinarily, peeling this fruit wouldn't be as easy as it was proving to be without some levels in the cooking skill and dagger skill. That made me curious about what other skills might be boosted by the effect, but I couldn't get carried away. With every great power comes, well, things I hadn't had to worry about before, mainly sunlight and silver, are now a fatal weakness to me. In terms of everyday problems, the most frequent issue would be 100 coal silver coins, which would fizzle and burn my skin just by touching them. Asana, ever diligent, suggested we go through all our belongings and throw away anything made of silver. But I didn't think we needed to go that far. Though, maybe we should. If I turned to ash from silver weapons or sunlight, my biological brain was going to be fried by the nerve gear's powerful microwaves. What to do, I wondered, rapidly peeling the fruit. Toss. Toss. Suddenly, Kyo stopped slicing fruit. "Do you feel like rethinking this yet?" Huh? Oh, you mean that. I stopped peeling and looked straight ahead. It was difficult for me to stare directly at Kyo because she was no longer wearing her usual armored maid outfit, but a black one-piece swimsuit with a white apron over it, and she still had the estoc equipped. Instead, I stared down at the mango-like fruit in my hand and cleared my throat. Well, Austin and I are adventurers. We have to go to the very top of Einkrad. What will you find there? I don't know. I couldn't say. I mumbled, but the truth was that I did know. On the first day of SEO's official launch, Akihito Kayaba took the form of Game Master in a red robe and told us,
There is only one condition through which you can be freed from this game. Simply reach the 100th floor at the pinnacle of Einkrad and defeat the final boss that awaits you there. In that instant, all surviving players will be able to safely log out once again.
I couldn't imagine that boss's name or what it looked like. But one thing was certain. There was a final boss waiting for us on the top floor. If we beat it, all surviving players would be freed from this death game and wake up in the real world. And most likely, Einkrad and all the NPCs who lived inside would disappear. She sensed the sudden spike of pain in my chest. Why do you pursue something that may not exist? She asked, staring at the half-cut fruit on the board. I have built a lifelong debt not just to my master, but to you as well. In Volupta, you can lead a pleasant life without exposing yourself to the sun. There are plenty of medicines and tools for the people of the night, and we now have a full stock of dragon's blood. You can survive without needing human blood. You should have accepted Lady Nenir's offer. Stay and live here with Asana. I'd be lying if I said I didn't consider it. If just for a brief instant. But I couldn't take that option. If I gave up on beating this deadly game here, I would be betraying all the players who died up to this point. All the players waiting in the first floor for the game to be finished. All my fellow players advancing our progress. And of course, Argo and Asana. I have to go. I have to, I said simply, resuming peeling. After a while, the sound of the knife chopping continued, muffled by the sound I heard of her murmur. I see. We continued our work in silence, and in 3 minutes, all the fruit had been peeled and chopped into a bowl. I lifted the large fruit punch container and left the simple kitchen in the corner of the beach, which consisted of not much more than a water faucet and a prep table. Immediately, I was met by a sight that could only be described as stunning. The white sands covered an area that was easily 500 yards across. Beyond that, the sea was a deep dark blue, with the light of the moon shining brilliantly off its surface. There were dozens of torches standing along the beach at equal intervals, providing a perfect orange contrast to the blue night sky and water. And at the water's edge, frolicking and laughing, were 4 women. "It's all ready!" I called out as the 2 of us walked over. The 4 of them looked our way and waved. Asana, Argo, Kismil, and Nenir were all wearing swimsuits Asana had crafted with the tailoring skill. It was a difficult sight for a middle school boy like me to stare at, but I managed to keep my gaze steady by claiming to myself, "I'm a vampire now," as if that explained anything. Just before the water's edge was a white table lined with 10 beach chairs painted the same white color. I placed the crystal bowl on the table while Kyo pulled out large glasses from the basket she carried in her other hand, setting them in a line. Asuna and Argo left footprints in the wet sand as they ran over, and exclaimed with wonder at the massive, fanciful presentation of fruit punch. Kismel added, an impressed, "Oh," and Nanir opined, "A very impressive display." I was doing my best not to stare directly at their swimsuits with my keen night vision when a baritone voice said, "Wow, look at that." 4 burly men were standing up at the seats on the left side of the table. Agile, Wolfgang, Nyajin, and Lobaka chose not to take the spiral staircase to the 8th floor, escorting us back to Volupta from the Labyrinth Tower. As thanks, Nanir invited them to enjoy the beach with us. That was all fine and good, but why had they all chosen not to wear ordinary swim trunks like me, but revealing thong swimsuits instead? Their musculature was already bursting outward when they were fully geared up. Now, all that physical pressure had nothing to contain it. Fortunately, neither Nanir, Kyo, nor Kismel seemed to mind. The fact that Asuna and Argo both seemed to be avoiding looking at them told me that, somewhat to my surprise, the rat was still modest on the inside. I was picking up the crystal ladle to start serving punch when Argo said, "Not so fast," and opened her window. She removed 5 pale blue orbs, snow tree buds. This was after she handed out buds to nearly 50 raid members. I asked her, "How many of those things do you have?" But Argo just smirked and tossed the 5 buds into the bowl. "That's all of them. I'll have to go pick up more," she said. The buds were all crackling and opening, revealing petals that looked just like ice crystals. Nanir, who'd been sleeping during the exhibition before the boss battle, exclaimed, "Wow," with a look of innocent wonder that suited her features. At the end of the early morning battle against the floor boss, after I'd unleashed that cross-shaped slash from the doleful Nocturne that defeated Aguilar, the fire dragon, and its huge form bursts into a million shards like all the other bosses, there was one thought on my mind that had precluded any celebration. "He blew up! What about the dragon's blood?" I momentarily panicked, wondering if we were supposed to capture the dragon without killing it, and use some kind of tool to extract the blood. Thankfully, Sao was not that cruel. Among the gobs of items that the boss dropped were 17 jars of fire dragon blood. Asuna and Argo got close to 10 jars themselves, but the Bro Squad didn't get any, which suggested to me that only players who'd been involved in Nanir's quest were set up to receive them. I tossed the sword into my inventory, materialized one of the jars, and rushed over to Nanir's side. Close to 30% of her health had returned from drinking my blood, but the silver poisoning wasn't gone. Kyo came to again and dripped her finger into the jar of blood, allowing Nanir to feed that way. By the 5th dripping, the debuff icon for silver poisoning went away. The relief that I felt in that moment rivaled the way I felt on the 5th floor, when I reunited with Asuna after she fell through the trapdoor in the catacombs. Leaving Kyo and Asuna tend to Nanir, I turned to engage in other post-battle wrap-ups. This time, I couldn't sit back and watch the ALS and the DKB lock horns. I needed to decide which of the two helped out more, and offer that guild either the guild flag or the Sword of Volupta, doleful Nocturne. Or, so I'd thought. While I'd been busy, Cabal and Lind had already spoken about the matter. Apparently. The spiky-haired Cabal scowled and said, "You can decide which of the guilds you want to sell the flag or sword to at the next boss." My mouth fell open. Lind shrugged and added, "After the sorry mess we made things this time, it seems more than pertinent to argue that either of us really helped. The guilds went to the staircase that appeared in the back of the chamber and ascended to the 8th floor. Honestly, this came as partially a major relief to me. I didn't think I could have picked a winner between the ALS and DKB, but it was only kicking the can down the road a little. I hadn't yet explained to them about the terrible cost of using the doleful nocturne. Its experience point drain. If the draining effect absorbed one's accumulated experience, but nothing more than that, it was something you might work around. But if it drained until you hit 0 and leveled your avatar down, nobody was going to want to use it. The only solution was to become a vampire like I did. But that presented a new problem. According to Nanir, when a Dominus Nocte sucked your blood, you didn't get all the powers of your new master. Your actual title would be Civis Nocte, or Citizen of the Night, and your battle power was inferior across the board. Although, with an increase I'd gotten, I couldn't begin to imagine how powerful the Lord of Night would be. And the biggest difference was that you couldn't create followers of your own. I had fangs, so I could suck blood, and sucking human blood would restore some HP, but whatever player or NPC I feasted upon would not become a Citizen of the Night. In other words, if anyone in the DKB wanted to become a vampire to use the doleful nocturne without penalty, they would have to be preyed upon by the Lord of the Night, Nanir, as she was very unlikely to say yes. She had gone for at least 10 years, probably much longer, without once drinking human blood. And even as her life was hanging in the balance, she resisted drinking from me for so long. In any case, the big decision had been delayed until the 8th floor. And I returned to the others still holding both broken items. My partner looked like she had several things to say about what I'd done, but for now, she let me off with nothing more than a pat on the shoulder. I wanted to return to Volupta at once, but we couldn't rush out into the outdoors with the light of the morning blazing all around. Over 10 hours remained until sundown, which presented a decision to make. To my surprise, however, Nanir suggested we continue exploring the unmapped parts of the tower to search for the fallen elf hideout. None of us protested, and the Bro Squad even offered to help out, so we continued filling out the map with a huge party of 10, slicing and dicing monsters as we went. After about 3 hours of this, Nanir's accentuated Lord of the Night senses kicked in, and she spotted a hidden door at the end of a cramped side hallway that even Argo couldn't spot. This is it, I thought. Once everyone was fully ready for battle, we opened the secret door, but the small door beyond it was empty, containing nothing more than what looked like an old-fashioned altar. Neither Asuna, Argo, nor even Kismel knew what it was, but after careful examination, Nanir had an answer. "This is an ancient teleportation device," she said. As I reclined in the beach chair, enjoying a glass of fruit punch chilled with icy snow tree flowers, I gazed up at the night sky to the west. With the aid of my night vision, I could even see the faint outline of the distant labyrinth tower. If we could figure out how to use that teleportation device, we should be able to reach the fallen elf hideout once and for all. But most likely, that hideout was on the 8th floor, not the 7th. There was no other reason for them to place the device all the way at the top of the tower. Nanir said that she would look up how to use the device in some old books once we got back to the hotel. After we received that information, we'd probably leave this floor behind.
on the 8th floor, I'd be forced to only move around at night. Asana was the type of person who liked to get her sleep at night, so our activity time would no longer be aligned. If she brought that up as a reason for us to split, I certainly couldn't blame her. If I could turn from a citizen of the night back into a human, that would be best. But Nanir didn't know how to do that, sadly. Maybe the king of the forest elves or the queen of the dark elves would know, she suggested. But if we set foot on the forest elf capital on the 8th floor, the guards would probably attack us en masse. After running through various ideas in my head, I found my gaze drawn back to the distant tower. This time, I noticed my temporary partner, sitting in the beach chair just to my right. She had her own glass of fruit punch in her hand and was staring out at the sea with closed eyes. She was wearing a simple white swimsuit, but combined with her clear skin and long brown hair under the moonlight, it seemed like her entire body was glowing. That couldn't all be due to my increased night vision. The guys chugged their punch before returning to the inn, and Argo had simply fallen asleep in her chair, so there was no one left to tease me. I took advantage of the opportunity to gaze at my partner for at least a good 10 seconds. "How long are you going to stare?" she said, which caught me so much by surprise that I nearly toppled out of my chair onto the sand. Thankfully, I recovered my balance and stammered. I was just thinking that you looked beautiful." Oh shoot. That was just adding fuel to the fire, or rubbing salt in the wound, or whatever other idioms there were. But my careless comment had an unexpected effect on Asana. She was briefly stunned, then recovered and hissed, "Are you really that stupid?" Then she turned in the other direction. On her right side was Nanir, followed by Kyo, Kismel, and the sleeping Argo. But none of them seemed to have heard us. On second glance, the three who were awake might have been smirking in some degree, but I could pretend I didn't see that. Asana was silent for a while after that. Eventually she said to Nanir, "Listen, Lady Near, if I wanted to be a lord of the, citizen of the night, would you drink my blood?" I sucked in a sharp breath and opened my mouth, intending to speak, but Nanir shook her head. "Don't bother. You are traveling with Kirito, aren't you? If both of you are citizens of the night, who will protect you during the day?" But Nanir held up a hand to silence Asana. She sat up in the beach chair. Her slender body was clad in a two-piece black swimsuit of Asana's design. Her luxurious blonde hair shone like platinum in the pale moonlight. She held up her right hand, exposing the skin around the wrist to the reflective rays of the moon. There were two very faint marks there, the wound from where the argent serpent bit her. "There are more than a few who would dare to capture or kill a lord of the night. To most humans, we are closer to monsters than people." She lowered her hand and picked up her fruit punch from the table at her side, taking a sip. The ruby-colored liquid caught the moonlight and swayed with the movement of the glass. "My father, Falhari, was also a lord of the night. He defeated the water dragon Zakare, not to save the girl who was meant to be sacrificed, but in order to gain the dragon's blood that would give him greater strength. You've come from the lower floors, I presume. Did you not think it was strange you never ran across any dragons?"
Both Asa and I nodded. Ninir did the same, then glanced over at us.
That is because Falhari hunted them all down. He was living in a large town on the first floor, but he was banished for some reason I am not aware of. Then went up to the second, then third floor, slaying dragons as he went. Here on the 7th floor, he slew Zaharai, the water dragon, and was going to continue on his way as he always did. But the people whose village he saved hailed him as a hero, even knowing he was a lord of the night. I suppose he must have found that pleasing because Falhari stayed in the village, wed the girl who was offered as a sacrifice to the dragon, and they had twin sons.
That much matched the story we heard from Kyo earlier. I swallowed and listened, wrapped to the girl's story of the distant past.
But when a child is born to a lord of the night and a human, their chances of becoming a lord of the night are very low. Valhari's blood rose to the surface in me, his granddaughter, but my father and his elder twin brother were both human. After decades, their mother grew old and died, but Falhari didn't seem to age at all. When his sons began to grow old, too, they feared and despised their father. They couldn't accept that they might die before him without ever receiving an inheritance. They became bitter, not like the bright and dandy young men of their youth. So, one sunny day, they snuck into their father's bedroom. The elder brother tore down the nailed shutters over the windows, and the younger brother drove a silver blade through Falhari's chest. They killed him with the dual powers of sunlight and silver.
What? I gasped, unable to stop myself. Asuna and Kyo were wide-eyed with surprise. Even the longtime servant of the Nutchtoy clan hadn't heard this part of the story. But then that whole story about Falhari in his old age, pitting the rival sons against each other in a series of 5 monster battles to determine the true heir.
They made it up.
I was speechless. From the farthest beach chair came the voice of Argo, whom I'd assume was still fast asleep.
So the secret art of commanding monsters that Falhari supposedly learned was a special ability of the Dominus Nocte, eh? His sons were human, but they did inherit that ability, at least, I suppose. That is correct, Argo. The direct descendants of the Korloi and Nutchtoy clans, even if born as humans, can at very least use the art of employment. So his sons use that ability to control monsters that would fight in their stead, in a competition to see who would inherit the hero's fortune. And the townsfolk, unaware that Falhari had been murdered, enjoyed the fights. Everything after that is as you know already.
I had an intuition from the moment I held the Dominus Nocturne that Falhari was a Lord of the Night too, but I had no idea that such a gruesome, bloody secret was at the center of the Grand Casino's fanciful backstory. With some hesitation, I asked her in hushed tones, "Is that the same reason that Bardun Colroy is trying to kill you? Because he resents that you will live longer than him?" The girl pondered this and took a sip of her punch.
You might say that, but it's not the only reason. For a long time, the Grand Casino has been operated by the Nochtoi and Korloi families together. But in a sense, it is only that way because I wish it to be. Meaning? It is very simple. As the head of the Nochtoi clan, I do not perish, but the Korloi head changes every few decades. Bardun was late to have children, and his only heir is just 10. He cannot yet use the art of employment well. So, if Bardun dies, I will be in charge of the Korloi's monsters for a time. It would be very easy for me to effectively control the Grand Casino all on my own at that point. Bardun is afraid of that outcome. But, Asuna protested, sitting upright, if you are gone, the Colosseum itself will no longer function, will it? Surely Bardun understands that. Maybe he's thinking that if the Nochtoi is going to control the whole thing after his death, it might as well crumble to dust altogether, Ninir said, shaking her head. She had recovered all of her beauty prior to the silver poisoning, but there was something in her manner that seemed exhausted, hollowed out. It caused me to hold my breath. Bardun Korloi was likely to continue keeping Ninir in his sights. He would use whatever means he could to assassinate her, for as long as he lived. There was no guarantee he wouldn't have another trap as clever as the Argent Serpent that would ensnare her. Hey, Ninir, I said, leaning over the side of the beach chair to speak directly to the Lord of the Night. To my lord, in fact. Would you and Gio come with us? I'm sure you'll have your hands full with the casino for a while, and it'll be difficult to avoid the sunlight, but there won't be constant attempts made on your life. There might be easier places to live on the floors above, and you might meet other Dominus Nocte. Besides, traveling is fun. The world is full of things you've never seen. Beautiful things and wondrous sights. She did not answer for quite a while. Kismel and Argo just smirked with exasperation, and Kyo simply agape. Asuna had her back to me, so I couldn't see her face, but I knew that she would approve of the idea. Ha, 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 ha. Eventually, Ninir's tiny shoulders began to shake with mirth. It developed into an open, delightful laughter, even more forceful than the way she had reacted to the sight of me breaking Narsos fruit with my bare hands. She continued to laugh, spilling bits of punch at times. At last, the moment subsided and she exhaled. Then she looked up at Asuna and me. Thank you. I'm sure it's the most tempting offer I've received in all my life, but I cannot go with you. She didn't explain why, but I had a feeling I shouldn't press her. Okay, I said, leaning back against the chair. There was a bit of fruit punch left, so I finished it off, chewed the mystery fruit at the bottom. A slightly chilly night breeze flew past, whipping the beachside torches into action, once after the other. The ebb and flow of the waves mingled with the distant bustle of Volupta. Just then, an animal howled over the west. I turned and saw, on top of a boulder, at the very edge of the beach, a small silhouette, a skinny body, roundish ears. I identified it as a canine-type monster, but it was too far away for its cursor to appear to me. On a closer look, however, I could see a short chain hanging from a metal ring around its neck. The monster lifted its snout,
towards the bottom of the floor above us and bayed proudly once again. Another, slightly smaller monster of the same kind appeared, sitting down next to it. The moonlight coming from outside the edge of Einkrad lit the two, creating a dazzling silver sheen around their fur. We said nothing, but merely watched the two creatures until they left the top of the rock for a destination unknown. The end.